Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the South American Regional Qualifiers, day number 2 on our road to the International 13. I'm Maxime, joined with the wonderful Waga. Waga, we saw a bunch of the teams in the upper bracket defeated yesterday, and today now we've got the lower bracket.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Fantasy Gaming, who have playing here as well. They went up against Heroic. They got a 0-2 against them, sadly, as Heroic looked really, really good. So that will be, perhaps one of the big teams to look out for. But Fantasy, they're down here in the lower bracket now. It's going to go up against, how do you pronounce it? Is it?
Quiz.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually guinea pigs. It's quiz.
Oh,
or qui, I think. Quiz.
Guinea pigs. Okay.
Because that's the, I think, is that the official animal of Peru?
Oh, it's the logo as well for them. Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah. I only know that because I have Peruvian family that, so they also eat guinea pigs in Peru.
Oh.
And so they're like, yeah, it's cool. You should try it. I was like, okay. But yeah, they're the guinea pigs.
Let's hope that they, don't become the guinea pigs for some strats here from Fantasy. We'll see. But yeah, that was, yesterday, tough day a little bit there for Fantasy, but hopefully they have a better day here against them.
And today we have the lower bracket. So today is the do or die day, guys. For our schedule, we have the lower bracket matchups. We've got Fantasy versus Quiz. We've got No Ping versus Mamuteros, Fusion Esports versus Lava, and Infinity versus Boom. And a lot of these teams are excellent. So we should have a really, great day of Dota to be watching. But of course, we are starting with Fantasy versus Quiz, and we've already got a draft. So, the Witch Doctor made it through again, Waga. I don't know how this keeps happening.
He did make it through. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that are getting priority. Like you said yesterday, there's, a lot of different things the teams want to make sure it doesn't get through. But I really believe Witch Doctor is absolutely crazy with the Voodoo Restoration. We saw how he dominated in the one game that he did get through yesterday and got picked. The lane was completely despair against him. But yeah, we see Fantasy Gaming opening up with a Night Stalker and Tiny being taken by Kuyas here. Both very solid laners, most likely a carry Tiny and an offlane Night Stalker. But there's some flexibility as well for a Tiny.
Oh, I like this. We got these little stats now with the most picked heroes. Very nice. Tiny, of course, is also one of Parker's favorites, so there's a high probability that Tiny is going to be position 1, but is flexible. You still have the options depending on which facet you take. And then the Night Stalker, we've been seeing more and more of him recently. I guess they have a very high value for Drake on that particular hero.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so convenient to take team fights when you have Night Stalker ulti, and there it is, the Witch Doctor. He doesn't get picked this time. He did make it through a little bit there, but not getting the first phase. I wonder if the teams have come up with good lane counters or good ways to deal with him, because all I've seen in laning stage against Witch Doctors has just been people failing to trade.
Also have the option of the Spirit Breaker. That's another hero we've seen quite a bit of recently. I feel like there's a lot of very, very good support heroes. I mean, we're talking about Clock. I really like watching Clockwork, but of course, not allowed at all with the way that his hero has been reworked.
Yeah, his power cogs are way too effective right now. And Fantasy, they're going to get themselves hands on the Hoodwink here. I like these aggressive picks. If we go back to what happened yesterday, we saw all the games that we watched, very high tempo gameplay, very aggressive gameplay. And you need to set yourselves up, have heroes that can burst your opponents, that have good ganks. And so far, both teams, doing a good job of kind of covering that.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday. I mean, Heroic just is in fine form, right? They're in TI form. They have been in great form all this season, or well, not season, but this year with the regional qualifiers. They just have taken #1 position every single time. Fantasy, they just didn't have the same level of aggression. And it almost felt like they were a little unfocused in one of their games, just because, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but when it started to fall apart, they just weren't sure how to recover. It definitely became just too difficult for Drake to get things done. I think he had a Brewmaster in one game.
Yes.
RoboZ was on a Wind Ranger, and
yeah.
just they couldn't get anything done. They were hunting HFN the entire time. So I like that we're seeing more of an aggressive style coming out from them. But it really depends on if they start to put that pressure on HFN, are they going to be able to recover and be aggressive, right?
Yeah, I feel the key thing is going to be having him on a hero that, having Drake on a hero that actually comes online before he needs these big items. Because on Brew, he needed that Radiance. On Doom, you want, Blink and maybe even a Shivas or something to really be able to fight. But now, if you're playing something like Night Stalker, you can really just get online. But at the same time, QS Esports here coming in with a tiny CM and Spirit Breaker. It's a really nice combo here to react to ganks or even set up your own.
Does Chris just have something hanging off of his ceiling? Like looking at the...
Yeah, it's a little dude.
I love it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like a balloon or like a little fixture or whatever, but I like it. I like that he's chosen to include it, I like to see the personality out of the
He looks happy to be here anyway, whoever it is.
I mean, wouldn't you be happy? You're about to fight your way through the qualifiers. Get a chance to go to TI. That's everybody's dream.
Yeah, gotta keep the spirits high and hopes high here.
I tried to play TI qualifiers a couple times when I first started playing Dota. It did not go great, but it was super fun.
Oh, I played in this year's European with Sing Sing. We got smacked.
Yeah, but
by,
that makes sense for you to play Waga. You're very, very good. I am not.
Oh, there are always bigger fish in the qualifiers, always bigger fish.
That's true. The Chaos Knight gets picked up, and I like this because we saw Heroic play this. If I recall, and they were super aggressive. They just constantly were moving around the map. They were having, their farming hero was actually, no, was that Minos? That might have been Minos who did that. Yeah, Minos was on the Chaos Knight yesterday, and he ganked the top lane.
Yeah, using the gate to come through at minute 6, he made a rotation. Yeah, I love those carry heroes who are very strong at killing heroes in laning stage, and when they can move through gates. I think my favorite one is Monkey King when people play it, because that's like the staple gate rotation, kill the enemy carry hero. But CK could do it very effectively as well.
That's the nice thing about the gates is that pretty much if you have a stun and you have any way of like being able to help force down towers early, you can make that happen for sure. Dimmersaw picked up though on this side of Quiz, which is pretty nice considering that they have those 2 strength heroes here.
Yeah, there's some good stuff to target. I mean, it's pretty good against Enj too, because you have a ton of damage, pure damage coming in, and Enj, she's pretty susceptible to getting bursted by magic damage or pure damage. And you can even cut down the habitat of the Hoodwink, if you will, to kind of find him. So not too bad. It's a little bit melee heavy of a draft from QS here, but Timber's like a fake melee hero. He has ranged capabilities with the Chakram, I feel.
So what's the final pickup here? I think they both need their mids. They still have the spirits available. Your Storm is a very, very popular one right now. And there's... I feel like that's a bit spooky though, right? When you've got like a Night Stalker or like, something that can burst down or gank early. Like
there's the potential... There's the potential that they just throw the Timbersaw mid on Curious as well. They could put it off lane, but they have the flex. I don't think they're going to be interested in the Spirit heroes since they're playing against Night Stalker. Like you mentioned there with the silence, it's going to be dangerous. So yeah, fancy banning out some pretty logical heroes. The Leshrac for tempo, get some tower push, or Primal Beast who wouldn't care about anything that they have on fancy right now. I wonder what they're scared of giving away to fantasy here, though. Banning out the Zeus is logical, just, more vision advantage and more nukes. But
I almost think you ban out like the Storm still. Like, he just seems so strong right now. Everyone I've talked to is like really impressed. I know that you say that there's still ways to, kind of maneuver around it, but
yeah, it's kind of late to maneuver around it now for them since they already have the CM Spirit Breaker tiny. It's not fantastic. It's not terrible, but it's not fantastic against the Storm. They have no silence. They don't really have the great catch. So I agree. Storm could be a pretty good hero for fancy here. And since they have the ultimate last pick, maybe you want to cover that base.
I'm really talking about it though, trying to decide what they want to do.
Gotta use all the bit of time that you have. The draft is so important for these teams here, and this is again lower bracket. You don't have a do-over if you fail here in this matchup.
Good old elimination time. They used to be the best. We'd go into the studio and Slacks would be so excited on elimination days, like, somebody's going home today, guys. Like you monster. He's like, oh, it's great, Moxie. You know, that crazy look you get in his eye. They decide to go for the Storm, though, despite there being, you know, that Night Stalker. Perhaps they think that they can accelerate quickly enough, and they can get, you know, some sort of defensive item. We saw how effective a Yules can be in some of the other games as well.
True.
So.
Yeah, we saw the Night Stalker play against the triple Yules, which was very difficult. In this game, it's going to be very important for NS to get his Blink Dagger early, both against Timbersaw and against Storm, even against something like Spirit Breaker. If you jump them, he can't charge away. So Night Stalker's game is already very, very important to secure here. Otherwise, you don't have that good catch against Storm yet. The Hoodwink is pretty slow, and CK, if he gets his items, is great against Storm, but that also depends on him getting that Orchid and hit Blink Dagger, perhaps.
I feel like it's super important that they make moves towards the middle lane early to sort of slow down the Storm. But they go with a Puck as their final pickup. Let's be nice, give them a little bit more team fight, a way to kind of hold people in place so they can't just run away, zip away, rush away, whatever. How do you feel? I feel like this draft coming out from Fantasy just feels a little more clunky than what I'm looking at here for the side of Quiyas.
It can be a little bit, but they did get some nice matchups as well. They have, you know, double silence now into the Storm with the Puck as well. I think it was probably the best hero they could have gone for. It is a little bit tricky. It depends a lot on their supports and what rotations they can make. Whereas Quiyas, they have pretty straightforward gameplay here, and they have a really, really aggro lineup. I mean, it's all in fighting here.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll have to see how it all pans out. I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more towards Quiyas just because of their lineup and their players. If I'm being perfectly honest, we've seen Parker, what he can do. MJZ has long been a part of the scene. Definitely a strong player, played on like many iterations of Thunder Predator, and I think some of the other really popular ones. Illich, also another very solid offlaner, and really like on the side of Fantasy, not bad players by any means, obviously, but like the only one that kind of stands out to me is of course that Robo Z, another veteran that's been around forever now.
Yeah, I do believe they have a little advantage in just, you know, general experience, I feel. So that could definitely play into their favor here. And we'll see how online they can get. Park has definitely impressed me before. So we'll see what he can do on Tiny. I don't believe I've seen him on this hero before. So, but I remember his TB was, you know, very interesting to me, his itemization in previous qualifiers we've watched.
Do you think we'll see any sort of like variation on some of the builds like we talked about yesterday? I know typically you want to go for the insurmountable on Tiny when you're going pause 1, but do you think they'll want to play a little faster and potentially mix it up a bit?
I think we already have it locked in unless it's changing from here, because right now it's showing
it's
crash landing.
Crash landing.
Yeah,
all right, my boy Parker, let's go.
Honestly, it looks like they're doing very interesting stuff. I don't know if this is like locked in already, because I'm seeing imbalanced as well on Spirit Breaker instead of the Bull Rush, which is what normally is picked. So this will be very exciting to see. They're doing something different if these are indeed the facets. We'll double check it when we get in game.
I like it though. I like the idea of being like ultra aggressive on your Tiny, like realizing you have to play super tempo. And as you said, it's very high risk, high reward, right? Because if this doesn't pan out, if you don't get those early pickoffs and start snowballing, it becomes really, really difficult. But if you are able to, you know, get that momentum, it could potentially just make this a very, very fast game with what they have.
Yeah, it will be super interesting. I mean, the crash landing on Tiny, that is a very aggressive pick. He did go for it. So that means he has tons of damage on the toss. But that also signals he wants to join and be active. He already has 4 really active heroes on his team, but he says, nah, I'm not going to be farming. I'm going to be joining you guys and also take the fights to the enemy. So this is shaping up to be a pretty high-tempo gameplay coming out from them on Dire. We'll see if Fantasy are ready for it this time. Yesterday, they were a little bit too slow against the Heroic, but they look more prepared now.
How scary is this lane going to be? Like, you've got a Tiny Crystal Maiden lane, you've got a slow, you've got stuns, you've got so much going on here. Are you nervous if you're the off lane for Fantasy?
I think you're pretty happy still. You have that Night Rain on Night Stalker, so probably going to be pretty fine in the first like 5 minutes since he has that nighttime. He's very fast, so any toss back play is kind of mitigated by him just running back again. But It is a good combo lane, especially when it gets its levels going in. I think the bigger thing for me to look towards is the Storm and what rotations he can make out of that mid lane. And rune control is going to be more important than ever. It's a Puck versus Storm game, so minute 6. If I don't see 4 supports running for those runes, you know, you better have a good excuse. You know, it better be a funeral or something. If you're not at the runes, it better be important.
Yeah, I'm curious if we will see like who's going to be making these rotations early on, the way that they're going to ward to protect him, because that's very, very important for both heroes. I feel like Puck's just a little slipperier just by nature, but the Storm definitely, you know, you need to try to shut him down.
Yeah, and he gets more punished now by dying repeatedly since the galvanized thing is the old bloodstone basically. So any kill on him does hurt his mana regen going forward as well. So you're extra incentivized to go for him. A lot of damage here onto a Timber, actually. Not committing a blood grenade for it, though. They still have another stun. Going for it?
Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get it. I was wondering. I was like, are they playing around with him? But then he also revealed the fact that he went for that that whirling death. So
Yeah, quick takedown there. Nice for them. Or quick, I don't know, but they chased him down and easy kill at least.
See the Enchantress just trying to make use of the space that they have now with Illic taking some time to come back down.
Yeah, I like what the Ench is doing, paradising, throwing some impetus the way of Timbersaw, making sure to abuse him before he gets his reactive armor as well.
Mid lane, I don't anticipate much happening here. I feel like Robozine's Latums, like, it's been a while since I watched them meet up in mid, but from what I recall, they're pretty evenly matched generally.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be too one-sided. I feel both heroes are pretty fine. Puck is a pretty weak laner usually, but against Storm, does fairly well. Can't really get hit by the Static Revenant at all, since you just hide behind the creeps all the time.
I think we're not really going to see much action until those water runes come up. We want to see, you know, those rotations, those moves.
Yeah, it's gonna be bottom and top lane for sure. The side lanes are gonna be where the most action will likely happen. They have level 2 already on Hoodwink on top.
Oh, interesting. They went for an early point in that Arcane Aura on MJZ. On the top lane, they're going to try to make some moves. Avalanche coming into play. They're not that blood grenade.
It missed.
Drake chasing after him.
Didn't connect the blood grenade on the CM.
Did not. It's like MJZ will live to fight another day. Another little slow tossed out, but no more mana on her currently.
He gets to tangle the enemy tree at least that they planted, the Iron Branch that was used to try and block some vision there. But yeah, close to getting a kill. CM has to be very careful about getting too close in this lane.
I'm a little surprised. Just because, like, I'm looking at this Crystal Maiden, she didn't bring much for mana regen.
Yeah,
and I feel like this could be a potentially super aggressive lane. Did opt for going for the Arcane Aura to kind of offset it, but like I feel like that's the strength of this lane, right? Is the fact that, you know, if you bring that mana regen there, whether it's a Mango Clarity, whatever, you can just constantly, you know, be spamming spells and just make so much space here. I don't know.
Yeah, he sent
Feels
it out
odd.
now. He got some mangoes on the courier, but he didn't start with them. He started with a bit of stats from the circlet. But finally now with the 2 mangoes in inventory, he's ready to cast spells. But like you said, a point in Arcane Aura means he can't really combo that well yet. So they need level 3. That's going to be a bigger power spike for them. So right now, the Night Stalker and Hoodwink are way stronger on top.
So what's the mentality on getting the circlet? Just like having the extra attributes just feels better for like clicking, or?
It's about survival, trying to have enough HP to not get bursted, but I still feel the mango is probably better just to have kill potential on level 2. Again, damage just being dished out here. No.
Toss under tower. Drake, you should know better than that. Takes a decent amount of damage, but still fairly tanky on the Stalker. He's got the double bracers.
Just imagine a frostbite under a tower there to keep him even longer, you know? Like, this aura, it's doing a nice job recovering the mana of the CM, but just, I always feel like QW is a nicer start for CMs.
Do you think part of it has to do with, like, they have a very mana, like, hungry team, right? You've got a Timbersaw, you've got a Storm Spirit, like, they wanted to give that sort of advantage?
It is helping, for sure. I think that's definitely playing into it, but it's still only 0.4 mana regen for Storm.
Oh, nicely done by RoboZ. Use that waning rift to hop forward, make sure that he can grab the water rune.
Yeah. Unbothered by the Spirit Breaker there, very nice. And maybe even realizes there's a high ground ward there. The charge, you know, could have been cast when he was in lane, but it could also be that there was high ground vision.
So yeah, interesting. No moves from top at all to go make sure that the Storm doesn't get the water rune, but do you see a little bit of an opening here to bully DCMC?
Yeah, the big one is going to be the power rune. The 6-minute active rune is the crucial one to not allow your opponent to get Storm halfway to level 6, level 5.5, and pretty much the same on.
A little bit of a toss back. Jay-Z, there'll be a frostbite plus the blood grenade. He's so fast right now, and again, he does have the double bracer plus that Lotus. Whereas, thought about turning back around, making space on Jay-Z, and they have a decent amount of damage from Zika, but we'll allow it just to live for now.
Interesting build on a Tiny, by the way. Going for the Soul Ring. I have not seen a lot of safe lane Tinys going for Soul Ring. Especially having the CMR as well in this lane. Really prioritizing having his nukes available.
I feel like this is all building around the nuke, right? Because of crash landing.
Yeah, he's maxing it. He's not maxing the E, so this is a completely different playstyle from the carry Tiny that we saw. HFN was it, right? Playing it.
I'm kind of loving it, honestly. Like, obviously, it's not bloodied. It's not shown yet, but I think this might be a very... what's the word? Satisfying way to play this hero if you want to be super, super aggressive early.
Yeah, I think it's nice for harassment in lane. He's just yeeting in his catapult onto the Night Stalker here. And the 6 minutes, look at all the supports. Yeah, they did it.
Everybody's here. It's going to be a haste rune. Oh, look at this. He's going to try to go for it. It's not going to work out for them, but does have the Crystal Maiden here, going to be able to put out a little bit of that damage. Make sure that Slatums doesn't end up dying, although he's just going to be an annoying little squirrel. Chase after him.
Oh, has to be careful not to run too far there, as the Storm could have turned it around, but he doesn't have a point in Vortex yet. It's a Vortex skill build here in Slatum.
Drake is so low. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's all these tosses. The Soul Ring is actually working out really nice. 3 points now in toss. And once he gets ulti, the toss damage is going to be really high.
He ended up grabbing himself some raindrops, like, to deal with the nuke damage. Like, I haven't seen people really pick up raindrops too often anymore, but it's just becoming a situation where he kind of needs them.
Oh yeah, he definitely does. He can't even stay in lane, and right now the Tiny is in his tower range, just denying creeps freely, so dominating that top lane.
Wisdom runes are up. Zika's going to be able to snag it up. It's like no one's grabbed the other
Bottom
one
lane,
just
they're
yet.
committing for Timber.
Underneath his tower. They really want this, but in comes Slatums. He's going to be able to turn this back around. Illic somehow surviving. Slatum still just continuing. There it is. There's the kill.
Very nice for them. They're baiting. I mean, it's a big commitment diving at Timber under tower. And Storm, right place, right time, shows up. Gets a little kill contribution there. Didn't get lasted as Timber yoinked it.
I get nervous because he didn't take a point in Vortex. And I'm like watching this Chaos Knight just kind of start to walk away. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit weird, but it's not terrible. The more I thought about it, the more I maybe don't hate it. But it's only 60 mana for Vortex, you know? You do want 1 point in it so you can cancel TPs and stuff.
Parker. The gank trio of 3. There's not much a Crystal Maiden can really do here. They've got plenty of nuking damage.
Combo?
And here we go. It's a nice little toss. Avalanche, rather, coming in, but the impetus at the last second.
Simply too many heroes, and that's what you gotta do. If you want to shut down a Tiny, make sure you bring numbers, because he's so tanky as a carry. So they bring 4 heroes to top lane, get that kill. So both carries dying recently now.
They got to do something down here in the bot lane, though, now. You know that there's 4 heroes top. Like, take that tower, see if you can gank the CK. Although CK playing very, very safely, very smartly.
Yeah. They're tipping top as well to try and defend. So Tiny coming in, gonna try and hold his tower with the help of CM.
Those overprotective wisps are coming into play. In comes Knight with a little bit of a charge. Followed up with an avalanche, and that'll be a redemption kill here.
That's really nice, because they're still pushing bottom. They're not all in committing to defending top. They're meanwhile just laying into his bottom tower, Meanwhile, Puck, though, is free on the mid lane to do a bit of chip damage to mid tower. Looks like Storm is going to defend that.
Yeah, this tower's going down bottom, so definitely worthwhile. They get a tower, they got to kill top. Didn't lose mid. Had some damage on it for sure, but...
Pretty even overall so far. No team really pulling ahead with like a massive advantage, but maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Dire. Crazy Esports doing some good rotations.
I would love to see Knight be more aggressive. I feel like you've got like a Storm, you've got a Crystal Maiden, you've got all these nice pairings, even like your core, right? The way that he's built. Go find yourself like a pick-off. Go be a menace. Force them into a different portion of the map.
Yeah. For now, it looks like he's just going to try and stack up the big camp again here. They have a huge stack actually prepared for Timber or Storm to come and clear.
Found themselves a Tiny again. Their extension coming into play with Bushwhack over to the side.
Is on the way.
They haven't quite managed to finish him off just yet. Let's have that Spirit Breaker zooming on in. In comes the Storm, and he is silenced. Not silenced. Frostbite, though, coming into play, buying them a little bit more time. They'll get the kill on Drake. They'll turn it back around. You can see the Enchantress and the Zedwing trying to get away, but the rest of the team, they have shown up with numbers to protect their Tiny, and they say, you are not welcome here in our jungle. Double kill for Knight.
That's a huge punishment right there. And even Puck right now being charged, but he finds himself a regen. He's going to be fine. I don't think they can find this kill in any way. No ulti on Spirit Breaker. We'll see, though. He won't mess
It's
this
pretty
up.
hard to lock him down currently, I think.
Yeah. That was very, very nice reactions to the gank. And even without the insurmountable, you know, it doesn't really matter. Crash landing Tiny is still very durable. And the damage from that toss, he turned it around and contributed a lot in the fight.
He has a blink coming out now too, so we're about to see him become very, very active, I have a feeling. And like that feels bad too for this Night Stalker. Night Stalker, when he used his Dark Ascension, because like we talked about it, Drake needs to be the one who's kind of, you know, helping make these plays early, and he's just hasn't been very fruitful, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, he hasn't had the nicest start, and a lot of that comes back to the laning stage where he got bullied by the Soul Ring repeated toss from Tiny. Just got spammed out in lane. And we see a smoke coming in from Dire, setting up mid, perhaps. They would like a bigger kill than Hoodwink, but they're probably going to take it and just go for mid tower.
Blink reveal. Avalanche toss. Jesus, all right. Well, there was a squirrel there. It's now roadkill, as in the bottom lane. They've found themselves someone else to take advantage of, so they get a kill on Illa.
Good kill for them. So they get the bigger pick off, but at the same time, the mid tower is being threatened, and they're not really pushing a tower themselves. And she is trying to do so at top. She found herself some Dark Troll Summoner, so that's going to take tower very fast if nobody is around.
And they've done a lot of warding up in the side of the Dire's jungle. Very good vision, because they did try to protect, looks like, for this Tiny, but Tiny, he's already migrated down. Looks to not be wanting to farm that area currently, especially with the other team there.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be the one to clear up the big camp as well. So he's going for a Kanda rush after the Blink, already building towards that Valkyrie.
Top lane, Timber, he is the one that's got to kind of soak up this more dangerous farm, but it is just so difficult. Pops the magic wand, turns around, they'll let it go with the Crystal Maiden, but the silence coming into play now. Knight trying to decide, do they go back in? What is the angle? The break applied over the Crystal Maiden, waning Rift. End up losing MJZ as now Slatums and Knight on the run. Drake keeping tabs. You can see the Spranking just following right behind, but he's got the mana. Oh, he almost manages to get that grab there. We'll drag back into a beautiful Dream Coil. And it looks like we're gonna end up losing that Spirit Breaker. The silence, man, these silences, we talked about it earlier, but they need some sort of defensive item to be able to survive.
Yeah.
You have this much on deck.
You need more to survive, and you need to play closer to each other. This Timbersaw, he keeps finding himself a little bit too far out, completely isolated, gets jumped, and he didn't go for a tanky build. He has a Kaya first item, which is great on Timbersaw, but if you get jumped by multiple heroes and you don't have anyone near you, Kaya does not help you survive. So until he gets an Eternal Shroud or Lotus Orb or something here for survival, he needs to start playing a little bit closer to his team.
I'd love to see a Eul's picked up. We have Crystal Maiden. She's thinking about getting the Force Staff. Pretty standard in a Crystal Maiden kit. But a Eul's here would be very, very advantageous, I think, when you consider Night Stalker and Puck both have the silences.
Yeah, it would be decent. I think all of the heroes individually have two important timings going for them, though. The Storm going for that Orchid Rush almost has it now, only 400 gold away. And Tiny has, like we already talked about, going for his burst build with Kanda. So it's kind of hard to say who's going to go for it. Maybe CM could hope to get it, but it would still be a long way away.
Yeah.
Looks like he's changing his mind from the Shroud to going for Shivas instead on the Timber right now. Bringing the Veil in his quick buy.
I feel like we haven't checked in with the Chaos Knight in quite a while here. He's got his armlet completed.
And the Orchid on the way.
Set.
Yeah, he's going Orchid as well. So early Orchid, again, aggression, right? And a third silence against that Storm would be really lovely. Then all their cores can initiate on Storm. Again, seeing this BKB queued up for Night Stalker after Phylactery, though, I would really love to see the Blink Dagger instead.
I feel like he just hasn't been able to find the opportunities that he wants. Did participate in several of the kills, but I don't think he's really snowballed the way that he was hoping.
He's having a bit of a quiet game, and this is now daytime for 5 minutes coming up, so only has his ulti to play around. So yeah, not the highest impact NS game so far, but his team is doing pretty decent. Puck is having a clean game, 2-0 and 3 right now. Has the Witchblade, only 1,000 gold to go for the Blink Dagger on Puck, and then he can be the initiator for a lot of these fights. Arcane Rune Smoke Yank.
They found themselves a Hoodwink, and they found themselves a Puck on the other side, so a little bit of confusion here as they get the hit off. Now they're hit. There we go. The dead Robo-Z followed up with a dead Hoodwink.
Looks so funny, the imbalanced Nether Strike. He just knocks the Puck all the way to his team there. This is not the usual facet, but it's definitely the more fun one to watch, I feel.
Another charge onto the Enchantress top. Does have those sprites, though, to keep her nice and healthy. And with Drake nearby, looks like won't pursue. Just yet, anyways.
Yeah, the CK is ready to join here as well. Has the Orchid, so he's thinking about maybe fighting. Even has the Phantasm Illusions for a little while. They're going in with a smoke.
I feel like it's been a very quiet game for the CK, too.
Yeah, he's trying to change that. Could find the Timber.
They know. They just have this preternatural sense here. It's always Illic, feels like. And there's not too much that MJZ can do other than throw out the Frostbite, slow him down just a bit, but the drag back, and they'll get themselves a Timber Saw.
Yeah, Timber, I think he's regretting not going for an even tankier build. The damage output is so high on this Radiant team, and they're really punishing Timber. Normally he's a menace in the early game, super hard to kill until you get some big items going on your carry, but now they're finding the opportunities to kill him.
Again, I feel like all these silences are also proving to be an issue.
Oh yeah, it's equally painful for Timber as it is for Storm. Don't talk about it as much.
Storm sees Robo-Z. He's gonna give him a couple little clinks here. Has to be careful though. Hoodwink nearby. MJZ joining in, but not going to be able to do much more than just a couple pokes and prods.
Yeah, he needs more mana as well on Storm. Storm, by the way, with 22 mana regen already, going with the Clarity, of course. But this is some nice start to it for him, being Galvanized 17. Of course, that is the new mechanic where he gets more and more mana regen for the kills he's in.
I feel like they've got such good aggressive vision up over into the Radiant jungle here that they're not necessarily taking advantage of.
Yeah,
so we do see the line being drawn after they smoke, so
trying to get down there. Ench going for a dangerous bounty rune.
Really light. There's the find on the Enchantress, the drag back, just kind of pinballing her around a little bit. And the final toss over there, killed by her own creep.
Don't be mad.
Yeah.
Goodness.
You were saying about the light collector?
Where was it? Was it the Timber that?
Timber has a light collector, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's so weird. Like, because it destroys trees. Like, don't you want to have
That's a nice thing for him now. It's like extra mana regen, because destroying trees gives him mana now. It's
True.
a new innate, right? And it gives you a bunch of regen
That's
as
true.
well. I always wish we could see the options though,
I'm
because
just seeing poor Hoodwink.
yeah, he just gets ganked. Nobody is affiliated
Slapped
with him. Everyone
around.
runs away. They're like, we don't know who that Hoodwink is. Link is up on the puck though and has the coil ready.
So that works with exposure therapy. That actually works with that. I wasn't sure if that was something that he
the
had
tree
to
cuts?
destroy the trees with like one of his
Yes.
abilities, or it's
Yes, Quelling Blade works
Okay.
too. You can just Quelling Blade a tree in lane all game, and you keep getting mana back.
oh,
Anyway, you cut the tree as Timber saw.
oh, that's kind of bonkers.
Yeah, it's a nice. I mean, it's not a massive thing, but it definitely gives you some neat mana regen addition here and there if you use it.
Yeah, no, I just like when you consider it, in this scheme of like having those neutral items too.
Yeah. It can also be
quite a
nice
bit.
for sometimes if you're Timber and the enemy go on you, you use Light Collector to kill the trees near you, so you can Timber Chain something beyond those trees, right? If you want to Timber Chain far
Farther
away,
away, right,
yeah,
right.
then you can kind of utilize that to get out. Obviously, you can often do that with Chakram and Whirling Death, but if they're on cooldown, I've seen people use it.
Or if you're silenced.
Yeah, true. I guess then you're not getting anywhere with the
Seems to be
Timber
a-
Chain, sadly, but... Oh, the Tiny has a full Kanda, by the way, completed. That is a very early
Oh,
Kanda.
jeez.
I really want to see him fight someone just because I want to see the Avatar's combo damage with what he has right now. It would be pretty significant. Yeah, they're saying Radiant is playing top.
It's
You know,
kind of
we're playing
interesting to
bottom.
see how far,
Is under attack.
just how far apart they're playing, though. It's kind of interesting to me, considering the builds that they've got, the heroes that they've got.
Yeah, they could group a bit more, I feel, on Dire and look for the fights, but at the same time, it's nighttime right now. Maybe they're just trying to waste some of the nighttime, split push a bit, and build towards more key
God,
items.
look at Chaos Knight has a haster and was just running at Illich's general direction. I was like, "Ooh, that's not going to go well for him. This poor guy has just been hunted."
Yeah, and he has that Manta style coming in as well soon for this DK. Gonna be nice.
Structures are fortified.
Apparently, someone said that they play like Shadow Demon against CK, and they got an extra illusion because when you make an illusion of Chaos Knight, you can get an extra one.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah,
Kinda
I mentioned
funny
that
how
yesterday during
yeah,
the
was
broadcast.
yeah,
the
was
fact
you
that
that brought it up?
Terrorblade
That's so silly.
also gives the yeah. Again, is it a bug? Is it a feature? We're not sure.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Doesn't look like they can abuse it this game though. Early Tormentor here being taken, so gonna get that shard for Spirit Breaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Always nice to have the bonus speed.
Yeah, I
Zip
feel
around a little bit faster.
like this shard is very, very basic, but very good. Every Spirit Breaker is happy about just going faster. There's nothing to complain about there. And the old shard was, a little bit awkward. Now you have it as an Aghanims instead, the planar pocket thing. I haven't really seen anyone use it yet, though. The Aghanim Scepter doesn't really get priority on Spear Breaker. Gonna be a BKB instead for him, so he can just go in and not be prevented from reaching his target.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the next step for most people here is that BKB. Same thing is queued up over on Tiny. Seems to be pretty important.
Night Stalker 400 gold
And,
away
looks
from
like
his
Storm's gonna have
BKB
one
as well.
soon. Yeah.
And Timber has his, of
So
course.
this next
So
fight is gonna. I'm curious if they want to try to make a move before they have. Yeah, look at this. They group up.
Yeah.
No smoke just yet. Just gets delivered. It's gonna go and push out this top area. Probably secure themselves the top tower.
it's also playing towards
Who
that.
knows? Maybe even look at a Roche.
Yeah, playing towards the Roche. Storm just zips by an Ench here. Ench gets caught, and the toss combo did a tremendous amount
gone.
of damage.
Looks like Sladam's teleporting down to the bottom lane using the gate. It's gonna be a full rotation here. from the side of the Qualifiers. They see this puck. They've got the charge. Zip in here from the
Tiny.
Storm plus the Orchid. Get the drag back, the toss up into the air, and yeah, it's this little gang squad. It's paying off.
I like that he even tossed him to the creeps. He was like using him for efficiency to farm. He knew that he was dead no matter what. So that's a little bit of a baller play right there by Tiny. Oh
They're
my!
like finding himself. Zika here just cuts him down. Woo!
Yeah, the Hoodwink only has 934
Really
max
Discord.
HP right now, so he dies pretty fast to a combo from the Timber. I did not expect him to insta burst, but life of an Agi support.
It's like a little meat pinata over there. BKB gets used on Drake. So he's gonna just fly around Slatums, but follow up here from Knight, buying him some time with these bashes. Another silence follow up though. Here comes Chaos Knight, and the response from Illick makes sure that they get themselves a kill out of that gank. There's a double damage here down at the bottom room that MJZ I'm sure is gonna point out, and Jim I think will definitely want to use it.
Yeah, gonna take that DD rune. Let's see if he does anything fancy with it, or if he just keeps farming the Ancients and clearing, building towards that BKB that he's working on himself. Doesn't look like they want to go for a Roche play or anything like that.
They don't have a lot of vision up anymore on the side of the Dire. They've got some nice wards up here. You can tell they want to go for this tier 2 top. But it's a little spooky down in the bottom area, although Night Stalker's dead for another 10 seconds.
Yeah. We are seeing a little bit of a spam of Yule Scepters coming out, but from Radiant this game, we have Yules already over on the Hoodwink, Yules as well on the Puck. So dealing with that Orchid from the Storm, and also good against Spirit Breaker, of course. Fantastic against him.
Yeah.
Both teams playing towards timings right now. Even with the Night Stalker having his BKB, looks like he wants to keep farming towards the Aghanim's Shard as well next year.
Would you have liked to have seen him be more... I mean, yes, I can kind of answer this question. Like, you said that you would have loved to have seen him go for that Blink Dagger, but...
Yeah, I mean, the BKB
Hold
is
that
great.
thought. Tacking over onto the Enchantress, but they do drop the Dream Coil. In comes Park. He's so slow, he tries to hit her. Knight left behind is going to end up paying for it, though.
Just a 1-for-1, but pretty good trade still. Getting the 760
Nice
gold there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Illick was trying to go after the Hoodwink again. Didn't quite manage it.
Yeah, always looking for that low HP
what
hero
was
to
it?
burst him.
I was casting a game, I think it had Eternal Envy in it, and he had a Tiny, didn't opt to go for the Echo Saber, and he got like the Craggy coat,
Uh-oh, Night Stalker? Or,
and just he could not hit things. Yeah, they're using that Yule
sounds
Scepter
like envy.
line him up. Goes for the BKB though, turns back around. He's just gonna teleport away, doesn't want to commit for this.
CK looking for
Oh
a
gosh, that
grab.
was hilarious.
but-
I think it was casting with Jenkins, and Jenkins just lost his mind,
Yeah, I mean,
giggling over it.
Envy brought a lot of joy and funny moments, I feel. They're gonna go for their own Roche attempt here bottom now on Radiant. They have the Bloodthorn on the CK. Gets the bonus illusion as well from the Phantasm. Has the Manta ready. They break Lincolns. This game just take a lot of damage.
Okay, they are smoked up over on the side of
They're too
Dire,
late.
so
There's no way that
Yeah,
Roche
way
was
too
faster
late.
than he wanted.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still looking to run down, so they're looking to take the fight into the Aegis here, hoping the opponents are in a poor position after the Roche.
they have no vision though. It's kind of scary. All right, do you find the Hoodwink? Looks like Hoodwink will be the first one to realize that people are down here. But now Drake might be forced to use that BKB, although they're holding them into place. They've got so
Oh,
much
Tiny,
damage.
you've got
Not even
TK.
gonna bother. Just realizing. Oh, over on the back line, TK toss up into the air. Look at that damage. Oh my god.
Oh, that was
All right.
such a good jump. They were using Warp Gate to try and get out. All three heroes were trying to gate out, and Tiny
Yeah.
catches the CK before he gets through, so his teammates already left him. He's completely isolated.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Slatums. He's still hunting. He realizes that there's somebody else here. Goes to the zip, sees himself this Enchantress, but she's got the ogre or the seal totem. He's gonna hop away.
Yeah, Hurricane Pike and Ogre Seal totem, so got some good response. Puck jumped in.
Click off in the top lane. There's that Yules, though, like we talked about. Uses the Dream Coil, but in comes Knight. You gotta remember, wherever you see one of their teams... Oh, that's a lot of damage, though, coming out from this Enchantress. Oof. Too much damage to him to have to deal with as they use the Yules again over on Tiny. Nice push. Wax Latham's though. He's used his BKB. He wants Robo Z. He wants to be able to get this kill, and he'll find it. Already using that Aegis. As you see Illick coming over onto the back lines. He's got his eyes here, Drake, over on MJZ. But this Crystal Maiden surprisingly living quite a decent amount of time. Just enough time to be able to allow Jim to turn back around, blink, and get his combo off.
That was personal from Night Stalker, just chasing down that CM like, yeah, I know I'm gonna die, but I'll get you. And
Goodbye, Illick.
Disposing of the Timber. That was some super fast burst. Look at all those illusions. 7 illusions spawned, and Bloodthorn hits pretty hard when you do that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A full army.
Has fallen.
Yeah, some brawls happening. Still working out better for Dire here. They got the Aegis removed now on Puck as well, so no reason to play defensive. You can keep fighting, just run at your opponents. And we're starting to see this Tiny, you know, scaling to be both a good carry, but also that burst damage.
Oh, looks like Hoodwink. No, Park. No. Yep, they'll finish him off. I was just laughing because I was watching the CK take the Tormentor by himself, and we saw how much damage the Enchantress can make if she's allowed to step back. Now she'll have that Sproink on top of it, but kind of in a little bit of a no man's land here right now. Have to be a bit careful.
Dear Lord, he has so much mobility. Sproink, Hurricane Pike, and Ogre Seal told him. This Enchantress is just hopping forwards, backwards, sideways.
That seems to be the name of the game when you have so many heroes that can rush you, whether you're a Storm, a Spirit Breaker, or of course the Blink. Although the Blink over on Jim Park, you're pretty lucky if you survive that.
Yeah, and this
initial
old
burst
top
that
lane
you can output.
looking for Timber again. Gonna back it up. CK has to be very cautious because he's the one core hero who didn't choose to go for a BKB here along with the Puck.
Oh boy.
Finds his moment.
See ya, MJZ. Yeah, Slam's got to get out of there fast too. This is a lot of burst damage.
Blink is off cooldown again for CK. Can jump someone.
Oh, right into Robo Z, finding 2. See that BKB come out from Knight as he's going to zip onto the back line. See themselves a Hoodwink. The Yule's coming into play though. Again, buys just a little bit more time. It's going to be enough though to keep him alive as Jim finds the opening, gets a toss, finishes him up. And now over on the back lines, it is the Timber versus Night Stalker. Night Stalker looking for his prey. Isn't going to be able to quite grab Knight thanks to that Shadow Blade. So it looks like both teams perhaps just losing supports only.
Yeah, gonna
BKBs
reset here.
were expended, and so were some of those ultis.
A lot of spells being used there. Some very crazy positioning going on. Storm has to keep running away from the CK in that fight. Had to try and avoid getting caught and bursted. We saw how fast the CM died before the fight started. And almost the same thing happened to the Storm, but CK didn't have any illusions ready when he caught the Storm with his 2-second stun. If he had Manta or Phantasm ready, I think you would have killed him there too.
Going for the Enchantress again. Waiting patiently for Park to come over. But again, we have that mobility. Look at her go. Look at her. Just not enough mobility against Spirit Breaker though. Not right now. Is over into the jungle. Ooh, almost ending up losing that Puck right away. Very scary for Robo Z. The zip forward from Slatham's looking to see if he can find him, but not going to be able to. Illick's still on the hunt. They have the vision. You can see Knight chasing after, waiting patiently, waiting. Rift needs another little poke, but over on the back lines, he'll end up losing Kodak. Knight, he wants this. Oh, but in comes the CK, protects his Puck. He says, get your filthy hands off of my mid laner.
We see it time and time again. DCMC just finding these jumps on heroes who get a little bit isolated, and that's when CK can just absolutely maul them into pieces. And little shout out to Hoodwink there. Died a martyr. Very nice Glimmer Cape onto the CK. Saved him from getting bursted. Speaking of, again, people just can't show on the lanes here. That's rough though,
you know
because
what's the funniest thing though is that we've seen
Yes, sir.
We've seen so much fighting, and we have not seen any towers being taken.
Yeah, they're focusing on heroes at this point. You know, just continuously playing towards opponent heroes instead. It's hard for either team to just go for pushing. I feel like if Dire won a few fights, they could push with their Tiny quite easily, but Radiant are really opted just to gank instead.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try to like push out these waves and then make something happen, because a lot of times I feel like, again, because it's such a mobile team coming out from both sides now at this point, I feel like they're taking these fights in this like no man's land where they don't have the creeps and they can't immediately, you know, turn it back around and be able to get an objective.
There's a lot of fights going on over no territory, yeah, where they're in the middle of nowhere. But now, posturing up for mid, going for that mid tier 2, so this is not going to be contested. They still have Storm dead. That pickoff on mid was really big. They bought a gem and put it on Storm.
Up a gem, trying to... Yeah.
I mean, vision is super important because anytime that you're under enemy vision here, you get jumped by a Night Stalker, jumped by Puck or CK, and all of them are bad news for you. CK now with a Hex. What a huge pickup.
Radiant are scanning.
Making their way over. Do you scan? Know that they're over in the bottom portion of the map, or rather the right-hand side of the map now. They're adjusting.
CK looking to get something out of this gem.
I'm sure they'd love to get their hands on that gem. Dump forward immediately, getting the setup over onto Illick. He's forced to use his BKB, but he's got the nullifier onto the bottom lines though. They've got their eyes on CK, and they just rip him apart. Not looking good now for Drake either, as this Tiny hits so hard. The chase is on. They need to slow down this Puck, but he's got himself that haste rune. He's going to be able to get out.
To say that that was optimistic is an understatement. That was crazy. Just blinking straight into enemy base. Didn't have any vision on people showing outside the map or something. Very much a hopeful play from CK. Didn't work out there. Good punish coming in. Now this level 25 Tiny going in has 2 toss charges. And just quick on the reaction.
Oh, jeez. The toss back up, though, it doesn't matter. He's got the burst. Yeah, look at that. Magical damage. Oh,
that's the damage
goodness.
from a single toss. He has 2 charges as well. He can keep attacking as well.
Now we're going to be able to see them put some more pressure over onto the other side of the map. Potentially take some buildings.
Still
Parker,
looking for anyone
say,
who
"Come
tries
on
to
out."
defend.
Radiant's middle
Looks like Agi Blink is going to be the next item of choice here for Tiny.
tower.
Get himself a bit more attack speed as well as movement speed.
I feel like Robo-Z, again, you know, he's got these defensive items, he's got ways to get out, but like, almost feels like he's flirting with disaster a little bit when you have so many heroes that can just pop up out of nowhere with their shadow blades and whatnot.
Yeah, it's
Almost
rough.
that low.
He's going for a pretty standard like stay alive Puck builds. He doesn't have a huge damage spike yet, but if late game he can get an Aghanim Scepter, maybe he can do more. It's PK hitting caught.
Park wants to fight. Park wants to fight, and they will just obliterate poor CK. Jump forward onto the back lines here from Slatums as they finish off the hoodwink. They want more, and there's a lot of damage that's being dished out. He's got to be very, very careful. Robo-Z into the thick of things. Is he going to be able to finish off the storm? Will be able to, but they get a massive kill over onto 2. And now they're chasing them right into the base. Good hoodwink here, hitting them over, pushwhacking them to those trees, but it's only going to... Oh, gosh. All right, Illick. All right, Illick. Calm down. Calm down, friend.
Now get back out again. Looks like we're just seeing a push now from
strike.
Tiny.
What a hit force.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the burst they have. If they get initiation on the CK like that, you know, he's just farming a pretty dangerous territory. And in Park, he has been running around looking for those pickoffs.
They're going to be respawning soon, so if they wanted to, they could opt to take these racks and maybe back and go grab themselves an Aegis.
Yeah, they're going mid as well, though. They want more.
They see themselves an opening. They just want to obliterate this Enchantress, and by gosh, they'll be able to do it.
That's 50 seconds. No buyback on the Ench
Still
as
no
well.
CK for about 18. That'll be the mid-racks taken down. They still have a tier 2 in the top lane, but they have quite the wave coming in with the double cardi. Jim, he's thinking about it. Oh, he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. BKB gets used, plus the Hex. Obliterated. There's just nothing that they can do. There's no buyback on the CK. They'll drop into the back lines, try to put some pressure over on MJZ, but he's just a little support. Rest of the team hold over into the Dream Coil off to the side, but this Tiny, he is hunting, and he'll be able to finish off. That's a double kill. They'll get the kill over onto Hoodwink, and they'll turn right back around. They want RoboZ. They'll call the GG. There's just nothing that they can do with this burst damage.
Yeah, I mean,
coming
that
out
was
from Jim Park and the team.
a very, very impressive performance coming out from them. Really nicely played by Jim Park in particular. I mean, this Tiny, he played a different build than we usually see. The crash landing is not really the common facet to see, but it worked out really, really well for him. 13-1 and 13, involved in so much. They facilitated a lot of their moves around him. He almost doubled up the damage of anybody on Team Radiance, which is crazy.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm excited that he decided to go for the other facet. Again, like you said, high risk, high reward. In this case, very high reward. Wasn't 100% sure how it would all pan out, but even as we got later into the game, and again, paired up with these particular heroes, it just looked really, really good. And I love seeing something a little bit different getting done.
Yeah, and here we see the gank that they made as well, where they tried to gank the Tiny and his team came in. Spearbreaker, such a good counter gank hero, and they just punished everybody here. And Jim Park even sticking around, getting whatever damage he can in, as you know, they didn't lose anything and they punished hard Fantasy's over aggression here.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't think that Fantasy played, poorly. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more coming out from the Night Stalker. I think that's the one thing that we keep saying about Drake. We'd love to see him be more aggressive. And I feel like a lot of the times he kind of goes for a little bit more of a safer option.
Yeah. I mean, there are many different ways to go about things. This move by CK was probably the big, solidifying moment where Dire knew that they won the game, because they get so much out of this. CK, who went for a crazy dive into the enemy base without vision there, dies, and then his team gets punished as well. And on the back of that, they lose even more. This is, following what happened, and all the map control, they get pushed back, and then this second kill as well. I think CK played a really good game overall, but it's only a few mistakes that will seal the deal when you're playing on that carry position.
Yeah, it definitely was very, very impressive. And then again, you have to feel so bad when you're team safe lane core, and just the amount of times that this Tiny just shows up and blows you up. It's rough. It's rough. But you can see those stats here with Jim Park. We talked about 13-1 and 13 on this Tiny. Saw very active, Slatham's Spirit Breaker on Spirit Breaker. It just all kind of came together for the set of Queas.
Yeah, they made their lineup work in a really good way. I mean, this is hyper aggression again. I love the different mentality that they had with some of the things going. I'm not sure about the facet for Spirit Breaker. Didn't get to see too much coming out of it, I feel. But the Tiny optimizing to go aggressive, skipping the shard, going blink, and just going for a more fighting build. It all seems like they have a good understanding of how these games are going to play out.
So what does the side of Fantasy need to do coming into this game number 2? Because again, these are elimination matches, guys. These are very, very important. Nobody wants to get sent home. What do they need to do to bounce back in this next game?
I think Fantasy, they need to play a little bit more safe for sure. I mean, they were still in a fighting spot there when CK opted to go into the enemy base. He didn't have BKB, by the way. That move is absolutely absurd to me, because the best case scenario is you get a kill and then you die. There's no way you ever get out because of Storm being able to just jump and punish you. So it was a high risk move, and it didn't work out for him. I think they need to play a little bit safer around each other and play under their own vision more, get the advantageous fights. That's what I think Kuyas did a better job of.
Okay, well, they have the chance to bounce back. Again, this is a best of 3, so they're not out of this just yet. They're not getting sent home just yet. But I think Kuyas is going to make them put up a fight to stay here in these qualifiers. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, guys. We have game number 2 of Fantasy versus Quiz Esports coming up for you. And I thought game number 1 was pretty exciting. I thought it was interesting to see Tiny going for a slightly different choice than what's usually done. But looks like we'll see a repeat here with the Spirit Breaker, but this time on the other team.
Yeah, true. Fancy, they're now 1 game away from elimination here in this qualifier, so they really have to, pull out all the stops and find what's going to work for them. I like Spirit Break as an opening. That's a nice hero for them. We see, of course, the Tiny banned out by Curious Esports after playing it in the previous game. And we'll see what they want to take as a reaction, seeing a Spirit Breaker early here.
Go for the Venomancer. All right. This is a hero that we haven't seen, I don't think, just yet. At least in the games that we've cast, but definitely very, very strong, especially now that the Patient Zero facet allows the ulti to split multiple times now. Yeah,
that facet is still absolutely crazy. I mean, it's one of the stronger heroes out there. It is a solid counter as well to Spirit Breaker. Sure, you don't have a Dispel to remove his Bulldoze, but you do have your ulti, which is a tremendous slow still. And it's a solid hero overall. Works into a lot of drafts.
See priority being placed on the Dragon Knight. A lot of these make sense, right? The Clockwork, something that I don't think we've seen in any games yet, 100% ban rate. The Phoenix has been exceptionally strong. Dark Willow, strong in the meta. TA, your girl TA, I don't think
she's not getting played. Yeah, she's in the ban pool as well. And SF, funnily enough, we see that here being a high priority as well. With the changes, we saw him played, and it was very, very impressive.
Yeah, that's a Parker hero for sure. That's a respect ban and also a very meta ban, but so double whammy.
Yeah, always good when you can get to 2-for-1s like that. But yeah, the early ban pool is still very strong. We still don't see that Witch Doctor removed as well. We'll see if Curious Esports want to get rid of it or if they have any idea of getting it themselves. That's like the one that is standing out to me the most right now.
It's more of a dead hero. Like, I understand that they're banning it against Parker. A lot of the South American Position 1 players love playing him, but is he really worthy of a ban right now?
Oh, who are you thinking of? Morphling?
Morphling.
Oh, I feel like Morphling is not very strong in this patch, but if he's still playing it in this patch and he likes it, then, could be a good target to get rid of. Spirit Breaker is very good target for Morphling to cast on as well. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we don't see much Morphling. This is definitely a respect ban.
Yeah. No Dark Seer will be shown either, and this will give them an opportunity here to pick up. We've been seeing a lot of the double support pickups early. Is there anything, though, particularly like an offlane that might be worth picking up? Oh, as we say that, there's a Pango.
That's an offlaner for you, Moxie. You got your, can also still flex towards mid lane, of course, but we have seen a trend towards that offlane. It's been working out really well overall. We saw KP playing it yesterday, I believe it was, and it's, the Echo Saber stat build on the offlane is looking very, very nice. We'll see if that's going to be a lane pairing with the Venomancer, possibly. If so, we have 1 lane secured there for Curious.
Trying to decide then what you want to pick up now that you see this Pango.
Yeah, always nice to be able to get something that can, mess with them. Like Grimstroke could even be a hero. We don't see it play that much, but Grimstroke, Spirit Breaker. There we go. We get the combo coming out. It's nice because you get to bind against the Pango as well. So there's a lot of synergy in this game for the Grimstroke. Should be a pretty pleasant game for him.
Come on, get the Witch Doctor. He's still in the pool. He's so strong. They go for the Weaver. And Weaver, another very, very strong hero currently.
Yeah, there
changes to the fastest Shikushi.
And they're keeping their draft pretty open on Fantasy. They're flexing a bit here. You can pause 3 the Spirit Breaker. You can pause 4 him. You can play Weaver carry. You can support Weaver. So you have a little bit of options here depending on what you see coming out in the next phase here in the draft.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll say that, support Weaver is definitely becoming more common than the carry Weaver, though.
Hoodwink this time picked up for the side of Quias. So pretty active supports. Then always feels like a weird support to me, just in the manner of like how he usually tends to be played. Like you kind of have to have things set up. Oh, okay, we get the Slardar pickup, that negative armor. We were talking a lot about that the other day too, how it seems like these heroes that have negative armor have just really kind of catapulted themselves into the limelight.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. I feel like Slardar is still really good in this game as well because they have Amplify against the Weaver, so you get vision on him, and always nice to try and burst the Spirit Breaker if you have a lot of damage coming in from Slardar, Acorn Shots, Pango. Kind of synergetic lineup right now. And this looks to me like it should be a mid Slardar most likely, but obviously there's flex between the two of them.
I'm not sure Slatimus plays that mid though.
Yeah, he definitely plays Pango, that's for sure.
Yeah, but the Slardar I think is more of an Illich.
Yeah,
For
might
sure.
just run it on the side lane then. But the side lane heroes right now look pretty damn nasty to play Slardar into if you go up against like I don't know, a Wind Ranger plus Weaver lane or something like that. It could be pretty harass heavy.
Yeah. It might be Robo Z playing that Wind Ranger. He really likes Wind Ranger.
Definitely possible. And we'll see what they throw here. You know what I want to see in this game, Moxie?
Oh, Witch Doctor.
No.
Mid.
The witch doctor is dead. They're not going for it. I would love to see a mid witch doctor though, but I'm asking for another meme here. I played against a rank 17 player going for Venno with the Plague Carrier facets and hop into the jungle. Boy outfarmed mid laners with it. It was fast. I actually was very surprised how fast it is. Obviously, you can run out there and punish it, and I don't expect us to see it here. But teams have run full jungle Huskar in the past and stuff, in
Disgusting.
good old days. And this farms faster than that. This is absurdly quick. So
I feel like that's too risky though with like a Spirit Breaker like Weaver. Like they're just gonna be traveling around quite a bit. Like they're quite mobile. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely risky. I'm not saying that it isn't, but it would be a baller
You said it
move
was a
if they
meme.
pull it out. Yeah, it's a bit of a meme, but teams have sometimes pulled out things that can work out, and you can get insanely fast farm on it and come in and gank.
Trying to think like, do we see something like a troll come out? Okay, the Void Spirit will go for Robo Z. He's quite handy with that hero.
Yeah, should be him on the Void Spirit
I
here.
believe so.
That does mean there's a nice game to go mid Slardar, though. Slardar does really well against Void Spirit, so if he plays it at all, it would be nice to just see an offlane Pango here, put Slardar mid. Just in terms of matchups, I think it works out a little bit better for them. But obviously, it's up to them. The players need to be in their comfort zones. If it's not a hero he plays, then he shouldn't force himself to it.
How do we feel about the safe lane Wind Ranger? Because I know that's something DCMC plays.
I think it's a good carry against Slardar, and I think it's pretty good against some of the stuff we're seeing here. The Pango, for instance, you can focus fire him during the roll and actually bring him down. And it's a hyperactive carry hero, which is probably what's going to thrive here in the SA qualifiers. We saw the Tiny with his item build last game and his facet build. I think Wind Ranger is similar. She can be an aggro carry. Gyrocopter comes to mind, and all these heroes are probably going to be very useful.
Isn't Ursa going to get too kited?
Yeah, Ursa into Weaver and Wind. Even Void Spirit has too much mobility. I think you need something with the ability to lock onto opponents or just have a ranged hero, SF would have been the perfect fit, I think, but you can't really go for it here since it's banned out first. But you need something similar to it. Maybe even the Gyrocopter for Kuyas here could work.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. So you can't go with like traditional like kind of glass cannons to set in the back lines when you've got a Weaver, a Void Spirit, and a Spirit Breaker. There's just no way. So need to have a little bit of survivability, but
yeah, an alternative maybe would be like, I guess here that still gets kited a bit, but Sven, if he goes for Blink, Aghanims, these items, he can prevent himself getting kited. It's an option for them.
risky play though. I don't really love it in this lineup. Does give them armor though too, which is kind of nice. But
Yeah.
oh my word,
Now that's an active carry. The Pudge.
that's a pudgy boy.
Yeah. And it is going to be Sladam on the Slardar, so they do go for the
Okay.
nice matchup here against the Void Spirit. Going to be Illic on that Pango, and of course, Flayers, Hook, Pudge, Carry.
Oh boy.
It's not the best like matchup. Usually, Pudge Carry is good against the Illusion heroes and like tons of stuff, but it is just a hero that thrives on aggression and non-stop fights as he keeps bulking up and getting bigger. So I do think it's a nice approach to this game as well. We'll see if they get a good start for him as well. I mean, Pudge plus Venno in lane would be pretty annoying. You get Galed, and then how do you dodge a Flayer's Hook with a 15% speed increase? When you're Galed, you can't move.
That's just a gross lane. I'm a little bit concerned with what Fantasy has. Like, I like that they're very aggressive. I like that their pieces fit together a little bit more this time. Not 100% sure about that Wind Ranger carry, not gonna lie, but I think I've been biased by it thanks to Sir Action Slacks just screaming how much he hates Wind Ranger. But like, I'm concerned that they're just not gonna have enough damage for dealing with this Pudge if he gets to be big enough. Like, that is my concern because they feel a little papery, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they have some sources of nice damage. Pudge is very bad at removing like the Weaver Swarm on him. So if you like throw the Swarm charge on him with a Spirit Breaker and then Focus Fire, like they can bring him down, but he can also get out of control if he gets to the point of having Shivas. I think that's going to be the big one. Then attack speed reduction and all that armor, it could be very difficult to bring him down.
Yeah, so I'll have to see how this is all gonna pan out because this is, again, an elimination match, guys. Nobody wants to get sent home. Everybody wants to be here in this qualifier on the road to the International 13. So they have to bring their A game and pull out all the stops.
Yeah, we see immediate smoke here from Radiant coming out. Dire are not going for a smoke at all. They don't have one. So they're just going to chill and try and hold high grounds, it looks like. Doing some anti-smoke plays here.
It's an interesting ward over here.
They did
Not
spot
your
them.
traditional necessarily.
They saw the Grimstroke for a split second. Pudge is looking for the angle here. If they can get a
Been
Gale,
busy.
he's going to hook.
Moving over, there it is. There's that hook. This could be a very nice start for the side of Quillas. See, maybe a little bit more damage here. There it is. Illic will be very happy to start off with the first blood.
He'll be happy for the first blood, and Jim Park is going to be happy for that bonus 1.4 strength, you know, flesh heap coming in already.
A little denial of warding here.
Yeah, at least preparing to deny it. See, he's leaving it for now, I guess, just holding it.
I mean, you got a Pudge, right? So if they start to come over there, you just throw out another hook.
The battle begins.
Yeah, looks like not much else is gonna go down. We see a nice 2-for-2 on the runes here, and Venno does finally go and deward his own ward. So not taking any chances of getting away that experience and gold to his opponents. They got the first blood with the ward. That's the only purpose really for it. Mid lane, pretty nice block for the Slardar here. Gets the creeps in a favorable position to kind of control the lane.
Yeah, you were saying that this is definitely a Slardar favored matchup.
I think it's a great matchup, yeah. And this becomes a pretty hard lane for Void Spirit pretty quickly. We'll see how well he can do. So far, Sladam using the crush and harassing a little bit.
So what lane really, you know, it's important that this Pudge obviously pops off and survives the laning phase, starts getting real big, but what do they need to have happen over on the side of Fantasy?
I think for them, they need to shut down that top lane pretty well with the Weaver and Wind Ranger. This is a very strong laning combo, and you do not want to lose a lane when you put these two heroes together, I feel. So probably top is going to be the important one, and honestly, mid, Robocy has a lot of pressure on not getting crushed here, you know, by this Slardar. Pardon the fun.
You and Kevin do this all the time. Purge is like so bad about like making these puns, and the worst part is he doesn't know it. He never knows it.
It's the same for me. I'm the same as Purge there. I don't think about it. It's not intentional, I swear.
Sure, it's not. Sure,
it's like the subconscious, you know. You tend to speak in a certain way, influenced by your surroundings.
Are dad jokes a thing in Sweden too? Like
Nope, nope, nope.
Really?
Maybe. Oh, we see a Gale.
Ah,
and
there it
it's
is.
almost
This is
done.
what we talked about. He's gonna back off, and still though,
so
it makes
slow.
it very difficult because that's slow, like we talked about, and then you just have MJZ continuously nice deny. This does leave him very susceptible though now.
Hook is off cooldown
because he's
soon.
all on his own. He's so slow. That's just gonna be a dead spirit breaker.
This is one of the grossest lanes you can imagine. Just a Veno Pudge. Like, what are you supposed to do? And even though you got the deny on your Grimstroke there, that still
You die
gives
too.
strength. Yeah.
You die. Yeah,
exactly.
It's awful. Like.
This bottom lane is not starting out in a good way at all. They're not getting to CS. They're not getting to play the lane. 5 CS only on Spirit Breaker right now.
I mean, you lose no matter what, right? Because you get the denial off great, but then you end up dying, and then the entire time you still have them farming, doing whatever they want, and you've got to come back to lane. Plus, when you have your support come back to lane, if he teleports down,
Yes.
that means his teleport's
A hook
not available.
again?
What are you doing there, friend? You can't do that. That's way too greedy. This Pudge is going to be massive.
Oh boy. And that means he has to walk to the lane as well.
Yeah.
Walk of Shame is on the menu for him. And that was you willingly like rooting yourself there. He
Yeah.
must expect if he stands still, Pudge isn't on the lane, you know, stand still channeling the Lotus, that Pudge is going to try and hook him. I thought he was going to
Like-
bait the hook at first there by starting to channel Lotus and quitting it.
It was a full committal. I'm concerned because RoboZ is, you know, he's definitely struggling against the Slardar, and he doesn't have the opportunity to really have any sort of rotations come out, right? Because this Weaver can't do a whole heck of a lot, and then like constantly that bottom lane, it's just a kill lane.
Yeah, and bottom lane is just a murder lane for sure, like you said, and and this mid lane is only gonna get worse and worse. It doesn't get better for the Void at some point. Like you don't hit level 5 and suddenly it's nicer. Slardar, if anything, just takes more and more control here. Even
He's
it's
just
bullying
ring
him
around
on
the Rosie
tower.
here on the tower. And there are creeps there. They go and they use the fort too to make sure that he doesn't take excess tower damage. But what do you do with this bottom lane? Is it worth it to try to rotate one of your supports up top at this point because you don't want to keep feeding? But then what do you do with your Spirit Breaker? Because he can't stay there on his own, really.
I think it's the big camp pull. You have to play around the big camp over and over. Don't get too far down on the lane. I'm looking towards mid, but I don't really see how you kill with like Grimstroke or Spirit Breaker coming in and helping the Void Spirits. They just,
Yeah.
There's no kill there. And they would love to go top, but then they would have to utilize the Warp Gate, which they can't reach, or use TP Scroll to get top, I guess. But it's all pretty grim for them already on Fantasy. He'll
They're
connect.
slow, and this is just going to keep on happening. And at least the Spirit Breaker does have that little bit of a charge to try to, you know, make some distance.
He didn't have mana this time on Pudge. He was missing. He needed clarity up a little bit there. So if he had Hook, he could probably just have hooked him during the charge as well. Since you're not really moving at any high speeds.
That's the one saving grace for them right now, is that Pudge needs to be continuously having mana.
Out of mana from killing you so much. Oh no, what a hook.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, like I said, you need to utilize that Warp Gate, and that just plays into Pudge's hand. You know, he gets to hook you almost under tower there. It's just
my
disaster on the
goodness.
off lane.
This is very, very difficult. Yeah, 71.4% accuracy right now. Woo!
Fantastic hooks coming out from Jim Park, looking very, very solid.
Poor RoboZ, he just can't do anything. Do you see a little bit of a skirmish here for the 6-minute rune? Gonna put some pressure over onto the Hoodwink. Should be able to get this kill.
Legion Rune bottom. Void Spirit wants it. But,
It's
it's
already got
controlled.
MJZ in position to snap it up, though, so that's a sad RoboZ. Empty bottle. Slatums, you know, putting out a little bit of that damage here. Does have to be careful. Has a charge on him, but you have MJZ. He's turning back around. He's going to be able to provide some protection. I don't know how much, considering that there are 4 heroes here, but they're still hot for it. They get a kill, even though they'll end up losing slams. They'll end up losing RoboZ. And now, of course, Knights here. This Venomancer just so gross. Are they going to just go for the denial here, you think?
Yeah, he has to. Gets to deny. Now running for Veno, trying to do something to him. Doesn't have any spell in
some-
Grimstroke. This is auto attacks.
There's so many wards up here, too. I don't think Zeke wants to fight into that. Like, maybe the Weaver? They dropped the sentry, though. Stroke of Fate. throwing out some of that swarm. They need to be careful. They could end up losing both these supports. We'll lose at least one of them, and it looks like Chris will be able to survive for the time being, but just some nasty, nasty stuff going on here in this mid lane. Another charge over onto the Hoodwink. This is a very action-packed lane. Like, continuing to give these plinks. Nice bushwhack. Needs a little bit more damage though to finish him off. And RoboZ, he just teleported in too, so already so very, very low. Slatum looking like he wants to finish off Drake. We'll be able to find it. The TPs just keep rolling.
Oh my
And
God,
what is
they're
happening? Here comes Jim Park. He's like, hey, I want some of this. I want some of these flesh sheet stats. Chasing after him. Just comes over, starts rotting all over. Poor he cannot escape a Pudge. He came to the mid lane. Pudge just followed him.
Oh my God.
And he's not leaving. Look at him. He's like,
Yeah.
where you at?
He knows
Where
he
you
has
at? Come
amp
here.
on him. He gets the
Oh, he gets the hook. Needs just a little bit more damage, but he has the ultimate. It's gonna drag him back. Needs just a bit more. And even the Wind Ranger now getting in on this action. It's just like, this is a disaster.
Oh no, Wind Ranger also in danger.
Oh, right into Park. Sees himself, the Hoodwink too. Everybody's here.
They're
Oh,
lining
poor
up.
Wind Ranger. They're just bullying the Ginger now.
They're toying with him at this point. They didn't even kill him there. They backed up and said, "Okay, Jim Park, shoot your shot, hit the hook," and he got
We gotta
it.
pad those stats, you know? We gotta make sure that you have a really good
Yeah, they're
landing
having
rate,
fun.
Slotums.
They're having fun right now. I'm curious.
Oh my goodness.
Venom
That's
ulti.
a very dead.
Void
Also
Spirit
probably
gets hooked on
dead.
mid. Dead again.
That everybody's dying. Literally everyone's dying. Slatum's to the bottom lane. He's just chasing after everyone. MJZ gets a kill on RoboZ. Battle of the Z's. I don't know.
For
This game
another
has
hook. Another
quickly
one.
gotten out of control, Waga.
What is this game? Oh no, the saddest
It's a
Windrunner
clown show.
ulti. He lands like 2 hits.
And look at Jim Park. He's waiting. He's like, come here. Come here. Oh, so close. Not going to be able to quite land it.
Yeah, not far off the mark. Slardar back. Also looking to run at people. Meanwhile, Pango
is
is like, why do I not have any enemies up here? What the hell? You guys are hogging all the fun.
Don't question it, Illich. Just take your farm and enjoy it.
Yeah, he's taking a tower up there on his own.
This is a circus right now. Oh my gosh. Clown shoes. Alright, might be able to finally get a kill on Slotums here. Get the silence off. Another hit. Okay, there we go. There we go. RoboZ finally gets his vengeance. Finally removes the fishman off the map, but
Man,
boy, does it take a lot of heroes.
everything that could go wrong went wrong, it feels like. 7,000 gold advantage at 9
Oh
minutes
my
now.
god. How many, what do we have for flesh heap? We got 10 flesh heap stuffs on Parker already. It's not even 10 minutes yet, Waga.
Yeah, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It is so quick, and they're going in, looking for more now. Pango's starting to move over, thinking about getting involved.
Alright, they'll find themselves a Hoodwink, a nice little hit and run. Yeah, but in comes Illich. They've got the vision, they've got the wards. He would like to get some kills underneath his belt too, as he's gonna roll around, finds himself that kill. This mid lane, the heat map on this game must be insane for mid lane right now.
It's
I just have to say.
A big red dot on the mid lane, that's
Yeah.
all.
Absolutely. Got a
Late
party
mail
wave here.
already on the Pudge, by the way. So he has a counter now to getting focus fired and a little bit of protection for himself.
He's got 1700 health already. Good god.
Yeah, he's getting enormous. And look at the aggression from the Venomancer positioning now as well, starting to invade the enemy territory, using these wards, shutting down any movement really from Dire. Mid tower starting to take some damage from this catapults.
Then just look at the way that they move here. They're in position. They're putting down their vision using their wards. They're also applying that poison. It's just, they're playing this so well. They're playing this so
And a smoke
well.
coming in for it as well. The Pudge on the way in smoke.
Shield craft, nice slow, plus the Veno ultimate. That Hoodwink bushwhack. There's the drag back from Park. A little bit of the sharpshooter. Follow up. That's a dead Wind Ranger. Slaughter. He's doing so much with the Slaughter. It is absolutely wild. We'll end up losing the Slaughter, but they find themselves Drake. They'll finish him off. That's a double kill now for MJZ, and they want more. Soulbind will get used over onto the back lines, but they immediately just cut it off. This is not looking good for this Grimstroke. It's not looking good, honestly, for fantasy period right now.
Yeah, they are just completely falling apart. It's rough,
They're
but at the same
getting
time, look at Quiz and how they're playing. They're really they picked all in fighting heroes, and that started, minute zero bottom, even before minute zero with that first kill they got on the hook, and they just never stopped.
Under attack.
You know, I say that they're getting memed, but also this is just a real legit strategy.
What a
Threads the
nice
needle.
hook.
Now he has a blink dagger. This Pudge has 7.7 net worth right now at 12 minutes in. Like, most people are just leaving laning stage at this point. We have left laning stage at like 3 minutes into this game.
Yeah, it's just all open right now. It's full on hunting season here for Curious. They are chasing after the Weaver. He's happy he has Shukuchi maxed out because it is not a safe world out there.
There's 26 kills in this game already at 12 minutes. Ah, I miss South American Dota, man.
They're
I
looking
love
for
this
Pango.
stuff. Who are they
Maybe a
gonna
kill?
grab? Okay, they'll grab themselves the Grimstroke. I think they probably wanted, well, there's multiples over here. And again, we get that Patient Zero. That split here with that ultimate. Real nasty stuff with the slow. Drake, he's gonna be first to fall. Robo Z. Oh my god. All
Dear
right, Jim
Lord.
Park. All right, look at him go. Give him the ultra kill. Ah, they're not gonna be able to
Give
quite
him the
get it.
rampage.
They're waiting. Look at them. Look at them. They're waiting. There. Oh, and that's a missing.
He ties to the sting. They're trying to pass over the kill.
I know. The
They-
GGs get called. This is just this game is done.
Yeah, it's
Unfortunately for Fantasy. This ends their TI dreams for this year.
man, Jim Park. What a game for him. Absolutely absurd. I mean, he was facilitated and set up by MJC a lot with the Venomancer. That was just a dirty combo. But yeah, they tap out. They know their beats. There's no coming back from a game like that. 13 minutes, 28 seconds, Moxie. God damn. That was fast.
I mean, the amount of kills that we had in that game, like we said, like laning stage ended so incredibly early. I do love the fact though, like you saw at the very end, the all chat, they're saying like, good luck, handsome, good luck, boys, love to see that camaraderie, no bad feelings. So really, excited and happy for the fact that Quiz is going forward. I'm a big Parker fan and MJZ fan, but unfortunately for Fantasy, they're out now.
Yeah, I feel like more people are going to be Parker fans as well after seeing all these hooks this game. I mean, you can't ask for much nicer of a showing here. He did hook a little range creep there, but almost every single hook was on point. It was extremely well played. He just had a flawless game, really.
I mean, this is scary when you think about we said it's kind of cheesy, a little memey and whatnot, but like this is something that they can keep in their back pockets if they wanted to run it. You could get your Veno, get your Pudge, just start getting real tanky. So that's something that future teams are going to have to keep thinking in the back of their minds, like, ooh.
If you see the Veno, you probably want to consider banning out the Pudge or get really good heroes against Pudge. I mean, that lane is
12,
the lane is
0
rough.
and 4. Oof. I want to know what his percentage was now for his hooks.
Yeah,
So
pretty.
I think we only saw him miss like 1 or 2 more after we saw the initial, what was that, 71% or 74%?
Yeah. Also, the initial, I think, may have been including the fact that he hooked some big creeps as well. I'm not even sure that was
right.
that was accurate misses because I didn't see him miss anything in laning stage. It was like all connecting.
It's like the Marana, who spoiled that shot? And it's like, no, intentionally meant to hit that creep there.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at this big boy. Oh man, Jenkins will be so proud of this guy right now.
Yeah, that was a pleasure to
64%
watch.
kill.
Even the fairy trinket as well for the extra bit of damage, because the flare's hook, it does a ton of damage. In that game, I wonder if I can see, 4,500 damage dealt with hook alone. Most of that on Grimstroke, it seems. Poor boy took 1,800 of it.
Yeah, that was a fun match. Not so fun, unfortunately, for Fantasy, but for you and I, it was kind of fun to watch and see, what was going to happen. But unfortunately, again, Fantasy, their TI13 dreams, their road, they end here for them. So better luck next time. And I'm sure you gained some fans from the people that are watching. But Guyas, the little guinea pigs are going to be moving on towards the next round. And we have lots of Dota for you today. We actually have 3 games now, 3 series coming up. And the next one is No Ping versus Mamuteros. So we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we will start with our second series.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We apologize for that longer than anticipated delay. Unfortunately, we had a player on Mamuteros that was not on time. So, unfortunately, Waga, that means they forfeited map number 1.
Yeah, they were given all the penalties at first, but they were taking so long that they even lost the first round in this best of 3. So they need to win 2-0 here, Moxie. Coming in already at a disadvantage here is Team Mamutero. No ping with just one game and they're going to be done here. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, we already have the draft going since we were a little bit delayed. We're hopping right into the draft as well.
Yeah, we're running right on in. Pretty standard bans coming out from both teams. We're never going to see a clockwork this qualifier. I'm sorry, Waga. I was really hoping that we would, but he's just too good, too strong. No Dark Willow, no Night Stalker, no Chaos Knight. The TA, your girl, she's just into the Shadow Realm at this point. Not allowed.
I like the
So many heroes.
I like the minus armor bans from No Ping here. Is like TA, SF, Venge. They don't want their armor to disappear, but still Mamutero, they get them with the Weaver. Still the bugs are here to take your armor away. You can't keep it. But no, you're absolutely right. TA is still in that ban mix as well. And we'll see what both teams going with here. Weaver and Zeus is kind of following suit to what we have been seeing. Heroes that can fight early. Aggression has been the name of the game. Always fun Dota to watch.
There's still a Slardar available for. Oh my God!
He's here!
He did it! He's actually gonna be here. Oh my goodness!
Praise the
Voodoo
Lord!
Fenestration.
We see him before every single series with that little bumper that we have. The Witch Doctor is making his appearance here. He looks so big and swole in the intro video we have as well. And we'll see if he is equally strong here.
I know, this is the patch of the Witch Doctor. I want to ask you, how do you feel about the Gree that he has?
It can be very good, but it's it's a kind of niche thing. I think as far as consumes compared to Warlock, I think Warlock's is probably better overall, the experience thing. This, it's gold that you lost anyway, most of it, and in 30 minutes it gives you 600 gold if you don't die a single time. That's the passive gold rate. I figured this out because I didn't die in 30 minutes. I got the numbers.
Yeah. Nice flex. Nice.
Yeah. Gotta do this for science. I had to stay alive. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice overall, but it's not like a huge thing. It can push you towards a key timing a little bit earlier. So if you're just a little bit off from finishing your key item, whatever it may be, it can help you.
It started me crazy the other day. I think someone called Witch Doctor like French Canadian or something, and I was like, he's not French Canadian. This is New Orleans, like Creole, like coming out of like the islands,
Yeah. Definitely getting islands Witch Doctor vibes, like
French Canadian.
French Canadian Witch Doctors. I don't know too many of them, but
yeah, no, I don't think so. But seeing again, the Darkopter ban, the Storm ban, we're seeing a fast pace coming out from the side of No Ping, which is what we wanted to see, right? Because they were just a little bit too laid back, I feel like, yesterday when we were watching them.
Yeah, it was the same as Fantasy, right? They had their kind of inactive support duos and stuff. And yeah, No Ping hopefully come in with, better preparation here for this series. At least they had 5 players here in time. So, they were better prepared than their opponents this time so far.
Yeah, Waga and I were laughing because you're like, what's the difference between Vamos and Vamonos? And Vamonos is, we're going, like, let's go right here, right now. Like, whereas, like, Vamos is like, let's go, guys. So, Vamonos to your teammates, bring that into your pubs.
Yeah, definitely.
Better be here. Let's go.
You need the whip if your teammates don't show up in time.
Yeah. The Darkseer pickup, though, that's a hero that we've been seeing more and more of recently. Gotten quite strong. Also just gives him a lot of nice, more, speed maneuverability on top of everything else.
Yeah, the Iron Shell works pretty great here as well on the Spirit Breaker. So it's the classic combo. A lot of times when we have seen the Spirit Breaker picked up in the series we've been casting so far, we've seen Darkseer be banned out as a follow-up action. But here they get the combination. Pretty nice. Looking over to Team Mamutero and what they're doing, the Weaver Pango, so nice minus armor and pretty strong laners. Caudal most likely going to be that mid. And then we have Mars.
It might be a Panda, though.
Oh, you think Panda might take it?
I think it might be a Panda. I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking, like, I don't really know Osito that well.
Yeah.
But he tends to be more like traditional, like a Lesh Razor sort of thing.
Yeah, it's probably quite likely since they have the Mars and Pango as well. Then those are probably going to split the mid and off lane between each other.
We've got both the supports here. You've got you just need a safe laner for the side of no ping.
Yeah, I think overall there's a lot of different directions they can take here. We see Gyrocopter, CK, Juggernaut be banned out by Mamuteros, taking away some of the options. But I mean, in their team, they really have the pleasant situation of being able to pick so many different carries, I feel. Even something like Faceless Void, we don't see him much at all anymore, but it would be very strong. Time Dilation against Weaver, Pango, Caudle is amazing, and he's a pretty damn good hero with Witch Doctor's Ward, with Iron Shell on him. Good work here.
Do you want to hear something wild?
What's wild?
So Tan on no ping plays Faceless Void as a support, position 5.
With a Times Square? Or does he play it with Chrono?
I don't remember actually. Like I
Okay.
just remember I was good looking through stuff and I was like, wait a minute, like look at the Faceless Void position 5. I was like, what is this build? What is this?
Yeah, I have seen
don't-
people do post 5 Faces Void actually in EU as well. I've seen some people do it in high ranking games, but I have not been super convinced by it. I looked at like Dota 2 Pro Tracker and it had good win rates, but it was
So
only
how many
like
people are actually playing?
it was like
right,
three
with the win rate?
people, three people playing it post 5, and 20 games between the three of them. But
Yeah.
it was like 60 or 70% win rate, so they were doing well at least.
Oh, they're picking the right games to play him at least, right? That's basically what it comes down to. Do you have the right draft to make this work? Are you
Yeah.
against the right team?
Exactly. You
All
can't
right,
really
no Tiny.
do it in any game just like that.
Trying to think, like there's the Ursa's been extremely popular. Most of the popular cores though have been removed at this point.
They're banning out heroes that quite easily deal with the Iron Shell as well. Like Sven kills off the creeps pretty easily, and Tiny has that extra range from the tree grab, so he doesn't get harassed by Iron Shell that much. Those would both be good options. They could also go for a range carry on Mamutero, and then you don't have to worry that much about the Iron Shell. They actually do ban
What
out
are you
Void.
thinking for like a ranged carry at this point?
Mm,
They don't care. They go for bear. I
Okay.
mean, they have an Osito. They have a little bear on their team.
They do.
He's the mid player, but
they do.
it's gonna probably be Salulas playing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double melee lane against Ursa now. If it's Spirit Breaker and Darkseer off lane, that's not very pleasant. They could still switch it up, though, and do like Darkseer plus Witch Doctor top, and then put Spirit Breaker with a carry on bottom, or on their safe lane, on no ping. Because double melee against Ursa, it can backfire pretty hard. So we will see how they want to lane this. Their next pick here is going to be very telling.
What's aggressive for HFN, I guess, to get like active early? Okay, I like this. You can do this with the Spirit Breaker, hop in, go for a ride.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you got that, and it's also just one of the best carries in the current patch. Lifestealer with the Corpse Eater facet is absolutely amazing.
okay, interesting. So Panda went for the recall talent on the Keeper of the Light. I really like this talent. You know, the Keeper of the Light can use it on himself too. Like, to
Oh,
get
really?
that. Yeah. So we were testing that out the other day. But that's gonna make it nice so that way, you know, Salulas, the smiley face, Salulas, is gonna be able to, do his farming and then just get called into fights whenever necessary, which
I
will
see.
be very, very nice. Anything interesting that people have picked? Now, the Bull Rush, pretty standard for Spirit Breaker, Quick Wit on Darkseer. Yeah, these are
I
all
feel like the
pretty-
big one, I've been wanting to see this from Benja's here coming out, the Mars with Bloodsport.
Bloodsport?
Yeah, because I haven't seen Mars that much in competitive yet. I've been saying that I want to see it, but it is the one where you isolate the vision, right? If you arena someone, then the opponents cannot see them, they cannot see their friends as well. So you kind of separate vision. And you were bringing it up how it would have been great against like Oracle to counter the saves yesterday in a game. Here can be obnoxious, if you get caught in that arena.
Question though, if the Zeus has Thunder God's Wrath
hmm
and he hits it, does that provide the vision inside the arena?
Yes, you can still get vision in ways. I've played against the Mars a few times, and I find that abilities that give you vision have been giving me vision still. It's just you don't have the teammates' vision in there, so you need your own way
Okay.
of seeing it. So yeah, Zeus is gonna still be able to do his things quite easily, at least.
Never sure with sometimes how these interactions work, but smoke's coming out from both teams. most likely just wanting to drop that vision right away. And of course, they have the annoying problem of playing with a Zeus, which means that Mamuteros are probably not going to keep many wards up very often.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of extra dewarding help. You do see wards being dropped here bottom. He did run in with the Caudal and break the smoke there, so perhaps he has a clue that they did drop a ward. I'm not sure if he saw it or not.
I don't think so. I feel like we would have seen pings.
Yeah, he didn't ping at all, so, you
Yeah.
know, most likely not. He has 2 sentries as well, and he didn't try to get a D-ward there,
30
so probably didn't
seconds
spot
to
it.
Ventez Mars, though, he's quite good with the Zero. It'll be fun to watch him.
This ward top is disgusting. This is Weaver just wants to do one thing, and it's disgusting. It's the cargo, it's the DHL delivery. He wants to go for it.
I feel like if I recall, Dismar is like a courier assassin. He's very good at this.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fantastic hero to kill couriers with. You have the Geminate attack, so it's essentially just one hit for him.
And so it begins. The voodoo
Voodoo Restoration is here.
Restoration. I always want to call it like with an N in there, and I'm like, there is none. I don't know why. All right. So the double melee lane in this bottom lane for Demon and Oscar. You think this is going to be a bit rough, yeah?
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure how much +5 Caudal is gonna bother them, but the Ursa, you need to overrun him with a lot of Iron Shells here, and that's what they're doing for the first creep wave. Double Iron Shell and trying to keep him away. But yeah, generally Ursa does really well against these melee matchups.
And for those of you just joining us, you may notice that the ticker on the top shows that No Ping has won game number 1. Mamuteros lost game number 1 because of the fact that they did not have all of their players here in a timely manner. Although, do get Panda just a quick little courier snipe. First courier snipe, believe it or not, considering that we have this Weaver here. But that is going to make it so he loses out on that extra blood grenade. Why not?
Here we see shenanigans happening. The Spirit Breaker pulling the creeps. Yeah, he gets his curse snipe on the Weaver. But Spirit Breaker pulling the creeps behind here. He's trying to connect half the creep wave. He does it perfectly. He doesn't want the entire creep wave. This way, he splits the wave, and they can keep this here.
This is an interesting way to kind of deal with this, the Witch Doctor, right? Because you've taken away some of his resources by taking out his courier. So he is going to have to play a little bit more carefully in terms of his resources.
Yeah, he's kind of low mana as well. He has a magic stick against the Weaver, but it's nice to have a hero like Weaver who has so high mobility, because the real danger of Witch Doctor is that he just slowly runs at you and burns you down with that 30 DPS. But
His
Weaver,
Radiance, yes?
Yeah, exactly. It's basically Radiance. But Weaver can just leave. He can just use his Shukuchi and he's fine. So it is probably one of the best support heroes against Witch Doctor, I would say.
Do have a little bit of a pause. Hopefully we can get the ball rolling again soon. But wouldn't be the South American qualifiers without it, right?
Yeah.
There's always a pause.
This time it's from No Ping, though, not the team that was late. So, at least we
Balance
waited.
in all things.
Yeah, we waited plenty for Mamuteros already. Now we get to wait for No Ping a little bit. It's their time.
So which lane really has to pop off for the side of No Ping here?
I think they need to have really big impact on top lane, and so far it's working out. They're 6-1 on Lifestealer against the 2-1 Mars, so Mars not having an easy time fighting for CS here. But I think that's the lane they really need to win. Bottom lane, just get what you can, get your levels, and mid is mid. It's what you expect. Pango versus Zeus, nothing fancy to talk about.
Oh, Chan, you're sitting a little low there, friend. Be careful. Respond though. Just put some harass over onto Benaz. Demon continues his shenanigans here, but only manages to kind of pull over a couple.
It's just trying to help not have a static lane against the Ursa here. If they get a few levels on the Iron Shell, then the lane becomes easier for Darkseer as well.
Sebas just got his bottle delivered. Of course, the water runes are up. It's just going to be an even split, looks like, for both these mid laners.
Both of them gonna get bottle refills. They both got it in time, so even Steven CS 11 and 1 for both of them.
That's a phrase I haven't heard in a while. Even Stevens.
Even Stevens.
Dire's courier has
It's
been
quite common on the mid lane that it goes that way. Another
There's
courier.
Another courier snipe. Yeah. It's up to 2 now for Dismar. Only 1 for Panda.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold actually for the team, though. The fact that, you know, 3 courier snipes in 2 minutes for the team, it adds up. Extra CS coming in.
I'm curious. So, like, in the previous matches that we've seen, they put a lot of pressure. Not this team, obviously. This is the first time they're playing him. But it seems like the name of the game is really try to just shut HFN down.
Yeah, that's what we
Dismar
saw.
here does have to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage, but the first blood will go over to Benhaz.
Big bonk there coming in with the God's Rebuke. Nice amount of damage after the bugs already minus armored him. So you're really amping up a little bit the combination in the lane there.
Yeah. Did he get? Yeah, Dismar getting that XP right beforehand too, because they got Tan first.
Yeah,
He's
always
good.
nice getting something. Bottom lane now going on Ursa for the first time, trying to do some damage to him, but Kodo is around, ready to help. He does have Blinding Light ready to skill up if he wants to. He hasn't skilled up Chakra yet. Blinding Light very good to push them away.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like, you know. Oh, well, there goes his boots.
That one karate punch to the face for that courier.
There we go. There's the first courier snipe for the side of Noping. And while this is happening, Dismar finding another kill on Chan top. Benzes has to be a little bit careful. Does have that maledict on him, but fairly tanky. Again, we see that double bracer that the offlaners are tending to favor.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit here. The Weaver giving him a lot of a headache for Witch Doctor, and now it's going to be Weaver actually stealing the pull on the big camp here to pull it towards his own creeps. So both teams were trying to use this pull, and because of Witch Doctor dying, it's going to be Radiant getting advantage here.
Aside from all the courier snipes, it feels pretty calm though for this beginning game between the two of them.
Yeah, it is a walk of shame for the Witch Doctor though, back to top lane. So, you know, his game
That's a
feeling a
smoke.
little bit rough. Yeah, solo smoking out to lane. That's usually a core move. Don't really see supports doing that so often. That's -1 smoke.
This is just because it's very important that he gets here to support HFN so he can hit the creeps, or?
Yeah, he didn't want to leave his lifestealer alone. I honestly think lifestealer would have been fine. He wasn't harassed at all while he was alone, so the smoke may be a little bit of a, you know, an overplay, let's say. You paid money and took away something you could use in mid-game instead.
Seeing some nice stacking come down here for Panda. He's got these multiple camps ready for his Ursa, or for himself if he chooses to go for it. Most likely, though, for his core. Again, a very
Demon.
selfless support.
Picking up the creeps again, taking them for a little stroll into the forest here. Bringing them to Oscar to farm in a safe location. And we'll see if Witch Doctor can keep his positioning a little bit safer now. That top lane has been very, very dangerous for him to step out at all. Because they're quick to go on him.
Do you think it would be worth it to take a value point just in the paralyzing cast to help for survivability, or?
I actually don't think so if you go for the facet that he went for. I think Maledict Max is what people have been doing a lot, and it works. Oh,
Mid lane,
Roll.
Osito, he's already got the Rolling Thunder up. He's gonna roll right past Sebas here, get himself the Arcane Rune, and roll himself away to safety, so.
Nice, he gets the power rune, so he'll be happy, and Zeus wishes he had a refill as well, but there's nothing for him to drink as Dismar coming in, stealing that bounty rune away.
Oh, and another courier. At least this time the courier was able to deliver the package first.
Yeah, got it on the return trip.
is under attack.
Oh, it looks like they're tri-laning top right now, too.
Yeah, they want to get a kill on the Mars before he hits level 6. They have a catapult wave pushing on the tower, but maybe with Zeus ulti they can do this. Have that bonus.
Maybe. Good spear away on Demon. Dismar's nearby. Teleports are coming out, too. They don't want to allow them to do this. They've got the bugs. It's a decent amount of damage.
Oh,
Oh, my
boy.
goodness. With the return run here of Panda, they'll be able to take down 2 HFN. Would like a little bit more. Would like to get this Wisdom Rune, and he does manage to get it, but he's going to end up having to jump into a creep. Try to run himself out. The tower, though, the damage, it's there.
That was a nice try. He got level 6 from taking the Wisdom rune. infested into the one creep that followed along there and then tried to run away. Nice attempt, but I think the moment that spear disconnects the charge of darkness, you gotta think twice about diving like that. That was a very deep dive. Very satisfying blinding light or illuminate coming in there, just blasting people.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get both of them there, but only got one, and then his teammate grabbed the other one. Either way, 2 killed.
Good start here for Radiant, having a nice amount of fights going their way, and all those couriers as well. But this is just Witch Doctor maximizing the value of his Gris. All right, that's all. He's getting already 253 gold in that. Wow. Sure, it's gold he could have had. Yeah.
Sita. Let's hit with the Maledict, but
Radiant structures.
no follow-up yet.
Gets the rune, gets out. Yeah, I'm always gonna call it Gris because for me, you know, this is pig in Swedish, and this is a piggy bank. It effectively is. So it's just piggy for me.
Oh, that's funny. I did not realize that was big.
I definitely don't think it's referring to being Swedish,
No.
but you know, it makes sense. I smashed a piggy bank when you cracked that thing. So
I think the Islanders definitely. I don't think they ran into too many Swedes down in the Caribbean.
Not famously Scandinavian, no.
But I like it. I like the fact that we have this little nugget of wisdom here.
Now you know it's a piggy bank.
Now I know. Yeah. Can't say I ran into that when I was doing my Swedish Duolingo.
No piggy bank
Says-
translations.
No, unfortunately. We'll charge over onto Osito. The Spar's here, but I'm just gonna push him back.
Yeah. Gonna have to be a little bit careful here. He actually checked for a ward there as well. That little move by Weaver, walking in. He didn't get hit by the tower, so he knows that there's no cliff ward on the high ground there. But there's a cliff ward right next to it. So he's checking for how aggressive he can play.
He's getting quite aggressive against Demon. Does have the charge though if he needs to get out. But that's just gonna open up this tower for them to take if needed. Although Chan nearby, Sebas too. Try to knock down this Weaver a little bit. They've got some vision.
Holding the
Got the
ulti. Oh,
Maledict.
too early. He used ulti and Shikuchi wasn't over yet, so he didn't get the kill on the Weaver.
Oh, Rolling Thunder onto Chan. Want to just get rid of this Witch Doctor. He's in a perfect position to pinball himself around.
More value. Okay, Moxie, more value. He's adding
More
so
value.
much gold to that piggy bank.
Ooh, Sebas, he's gone pretty far over the river. He wants Panda. Demon will be able to be the one who cleans up. Oscar is here, drops the wall. Osita needs to be a bit careful. See, goes with the swashbuckle.
The
Should be able to
barrier.
finish off Sebas. Can they get more, though? Can they go after Demon? Venta slowed down so much, and they've already used an earned charge here.
Oh, there are no
Maybe just a
creeps.
little bit more damage, and there it is.
Wow. That was a really nice turnaround for Pango. Getting the triple hero shield crash just gave him so much barrier. No way to kill him anymore. Turns around that fight very easily. And a little bit of a mistake there at the start of the fight for the Zeus as well before it all went down. Using the ulti right before Shikuchi ended. So then, of course, it doesn't hit.
It was very close. Very close.
And top tower, we focused a lot on mid, and so did the players. That means that it was a happy boy on HFN just hitting that tower top.
I feel like our cores on either side of the teams, like they're both just being allowed to hit creeps.
Yeah.
And it definitely, HFN, especially after the other match he had yesterday where they were just running at him constantly, it's got to feel good to be able to just, take objectives, hit creeps, not have to worry about anyone showing up in their lane to pressure you.
He's having a great start, and I would be concerned if I was him against an Ursa free farming as well, because Ursa matches pretty well against the Lifestealer. But the fact that he took tower now kind of gives him that one up on the Ursa, who hasn't done the same thing yet. But yeah, dive on mid.
Lump over onto Demon. He does have charge. Opts not to use it though, so he'll end up falling.
The chakra is really nice to give over to Pango as well. You reset the swashbuckle and the shield crash very effectively. So
So good.
maxing out the chakra, Panda, showing us how to play the POS 5 Coddle that really nobody else is playing right now, I feel. So showing a bit of understanding here.
Always been a big Panda fan. I like watching him play. Seems like he has a very self-sacrificing sort of support style.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I
he's not
remember.
super greedy.
Yeah, I remember from when he used to call himself Panda Mu, and I remember he was definitely trying to enable his teammates as much as possible. True support.
Swarm not quite connecting, but this one is just being very annoying here on the side. Time lapse. Nice swashbuckle onto 2. Drops down the shield crash. Oscar making his way over though. So just so much going on here in this mid lane. They really want this tower. They're gonna see the teleports come out. Osito, he's got the rolling thunder. Was trying to use it, but no, he's gonna end up falling here.
Oh, nice.
And
ulti
perhaps
there.
they get this far too. They've got the dust, they've got the vacuum, they've got the damage.
Just pushing themselves a little bit too aggressively on the tower there. Just the 2 of
3
them.
HP on this tower, Waga.
Yeah, probably worth a deny here, as you know, Weaver or Pango will just run in and get it. See if they get rid of it now or if they just use it to bait. No deny yet. Faking it. They're definitely, definitely should do it. Zeus can TP anywhere else as well and join in. We already have a
Uh-oh, bad
relic up
boy.
on Lifestealer.
Bad boy Chan, you gotta restart your camera, homie.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to see your beautiful face. But I would like to see I have not seen an Arena of Blood. I want to see that. And he's getting so close now to finishing this Blink Dagger. I think that that's got to be coming up soon.
Yeah, I think this game, it's like the calm before the storm right now. We see a little bit of
Right.
skirmish mid, but it's very low investment, at least from Radiant so far. Just Weaver and Pango playing alone. But we will see everything start picking up in pace once the Blink Dagger comes in on Ursa. He has 600 gold, needs quite a bit more, but once he gets that, he's definitely going to get involved. And of course, the Mars 200 golds, that will be the first timing.
I feel like Mamuteros comes online a little bit faster than this draft of No Ping. Not by much. Like, it feels like No Ping is definitely... They're good for, like, pickoffs, right? Because you have that Zeus global presence. You've got a Spirit Breaker who can chase across the map. But I feel like maybe Mamuteros with the Arena and the Pango especially, like, they have really good team fight to start pushing those objectives as a team as 5.
No, I agree. And I think the timing is, like you said, a little bit more delayed perhaps. With the Radiance, they can start doing stuff with the Lifestealer, but, you know, so far, the Darkseer, he has his Greaves. It's a nice team fire item, but it doesn't come in as a significant swing, like suddenly we're starting to gank because of the Greaves so much. It's just going to be continuation of the game as it is. Meanwhile, we're probably going to see Mamuteros just activate more.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to keep in mind that's very, very valuable is that the Keeper of the Light went for the recall facet, which means that, you know, we've got Salulis down here. He's farming. He can be farming really anywhere, and Panda's like, all right, we're having a fight. Come on up. Like, you can just recall him so easily. Like, that's going to make a huge impact, I think, on the way that he farms and also is just actively participating.
Yeah, I definitely expect him to be, you know, brought into these fights by the Caudal, and that can really catch you off guard. You're like, oh, Ursa is pushing on the side, you know, he's nowhere close, and suddenly he just blinks you from Fog of War, you know, from a smoke of the Caudal or something. We'll see what they can do with this. They definitely have great heroes to just rush in and get on that backline, and that's what you want against the Zeus, which No Ping are playing, like Zeus, Witch Doctor. These heroes, if you have the right mobility to get in there, it can be a good way to counter them.
And also on the plus side, I like the mobility. Don't forget that you get the move speed bonus with the recall. And again, you can alt cast, you can teleport Keeper of the Light to the ally. Don't forget with this recall. So it's a little bit different than what people remember from back in the day.
I've not seen a single Caudal since the patch, to be honest. So I completely forgot that they made it. Yeah, in all the games I've played, and I played quite a lot, I don't think I've seen a single Caudal. So I haven't seen the alt cast, but that's very interesting. It's like Travels level 2.
Yeah, it's very cool. So, like, you know, if you have a problem with the split pushing AM or something, if you can just push those waves out and then just rejoin the rest of the team. Pretty valuable.
Yeah, it might be a bit slept on, that ability, honestly.
Well, we're telling you now. We're the first ones to tell you.
Yeah, you do get
Don't
a big.
sleep on this ability.
You do get a big trade-off though, losing the solar bind. You know, that's what all the mid coddles are
True.
all about. The solar bind is a super frustrating spell to have on you. So, but this is a different playstyle.
Yeah,
Really
as we
broke.
said, you know, this is a very self-sacrificing support player. So getting those bugs drop down on the Roche. Our first one at about 14 minutes into the game. Lightstone makes short work of it, and it's going to be Osito who grabs the Aegis. So
Great
I'm
timing.
What do we have? That blink dagger? Yeah, we've got the blink on Bentez. I would not be surprised if we see a smoke and an attack.
Yeah, probably will see that. We saw a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom rune, so nothing particular happening there. Darkseer farming up some ancient camps as well with this Iron Shell. And Deep Vision being planted by No Ping, looking like they want to keep an eye on the opponent's ancients too.
I love how Dismar plays this Weaver. I love how he's just so annoying.
Yeah, always in there, always in the enemy faces. Very pesky.
Reminds me a little of the way that Schofield plays. Although Schofield sometimes takes it too far with his throwing his body at the enemy.
You gotta really, you know, tell that
There's a
line.
balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how you have to play that hero. Just find exactly your limit. Mid, a lot of damage onto the Pango. He shows for a second, and the Phylactery Zeus slaps 2 nukes on him.
Working on that Sanj for Osito. Again, like, I feel like they're being quite passive on the side of Mamuteros.
No ping, drop a
and I feel
ward.
like-
They want Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to grab him here. Yeah, Demon immediately following up. Plus that, there it is. There's our first arena. And look at this Ursa. He's doing so much damage. He just rips apart two. Ends up falling. But they managed to get a couple hits here. As now Van has, okay, push back. Followed up with the Eliminate. Trying to keep people healthy. Trying to also nuke them down. And now the follow-up on Sebas. They've got the blood grenade. They also have that infested Cardi they have to be careful of because it's rolling around like mad. There'll be a buyback on the Spear Breaker. They don't want to end up losing Sebas here. And they do end up losing him, but they get a kill on the way out. So now Osito does not have that swashbuckle to get himself out of
Oh,
a
he didn't
bad
get high ground?
situation. He's going to try to get... No, he get the bash! He's stuck up high! Doesn't have that teleport available any longer. He's trying to hide over in
3
the corner with that Voodoo
seconds.
Festeration, plus HFN with the Radiance will ensure that they get the Aegis.
He can hop
And now,
down.
I don't know if he's going to be able to. They've got more TPs coming. Sito's in a very awkward position. He's going to
He's a
try to
piggy.
run away, little piggy. Run away, but this is not looking good for this Pangoliers. They're just going to chase him down. He puts up a good fight, but there it is.
Dear Lord, he took a long time to kill twice though because of the barriers that he was getting there, but still an amazing fight. It doesn't look like it, but that was a team wipe. No ping. They finally brought down the angle. It was a little bit late. Coddle, I don't know if he just didn't realize Lifesteal was there or if he was that committed to going that aggressively because Lifesteal was just sitting in the Cardi right next to him like, yeah, stay there, buddy. I'll kill you in a second.
Dire's middle tower.
Very possible. I mean, they had an Aegis. They had a Blink Mars. I'm surprised that they didn't get aggressive on that and that they let them just jump into them.
They wanted to finish the blink on Ursa, right? He was 50 gold off when they went on him.
That's it.
So that was the big timing. They did
Okay.
at least get a lot before Ursa died, so he bought out the blink and he got the kills. So it didn't really hurt Ursa's game. In fact, it may have helped him. His net worth is really high now. But yeah, you would ideally want to have your Ursa to bring down the Lifestealer later on because if you don't have Ursa, you don't kill Lifestealer, I feel like, on
Right.
Radiant. Like, Weaver isn't gonna do it, Pango doesn't do it.
Dire's top tower is under
They're converging over towards this mid lane. Possibly going to run into Sebastian, but they have a nice ward here on the side. So they see Panda making his way over.
Recall in. Pango's here.
Coming into the fight. Does getting into position, goes for that arena, but they've already blown up Dismar. Thunder God's Wrath coming into play too, as they should be able to do enough damage to take down Oscar. And the roll on out Autobots. This Ursa does not like the way that he is getting hit around, but Flying Light, no, they'll end up losing Ursa, and now they will end up losing Chan. Osito's still alive. Dismar poking away, Panda handling up the Illuminate. Needs one more hit. They've got it. They'll take out Demon as HFN running away now. Almost a full team wipe for No Ping.
Yeah, they did force out a buyback, I guess, or force out, but you know, Weaver did use his buyback, I suppose. Very, very messy fight, pretty costly there again. And while Lifestealer does live, that was a lot of kills fed away. And we saw the arena come in to big effect there. Really nice catch immediately.
It's sometimes hard to remember the fact that they cannot see inside there. Like,
Yeah.
we have God mode, we see everything, but
Yeah.
the other team, they cannot see inside.
They used the rage to go into the arena. So you see how it catches two heroes. Lifestealer's like,
Yeah.
oh, I should go in here and help. So he actually runs in and starts fighting off the opponents. But, you know, it's too late. The damage was done. Two teammates already dead.
That Thunder God's Wrath did so much damage there. I was thinking, like,
Oh, it's because he was so close to everything. The live wire, you know, he does more damage when he's close to enemies
Right,
now.
right.
So if he's right in the middle of the fray and pops an ulti, he just shreds people with a
spooky
ulti.
stuff. Spooky stuff. I'm surprised it went as well as it did for the side of Mamuteros because they were like right underneath a ward. Like they saw them coming.
Yeah, they even got the charge onto the Weaver immediately and bursted onto him. But I
Yeah.
think Weaver is a hero they're okay losing. It would be worse if they lost like Ursa or Mars immediately, or Pango even. So yeah, it worked out pretty well because of the Infest charge being on a pretty low priority hero.
Yeah. He's a cucaracha, right? He's
Yeah.
a cockroach.
Indeed.
He's a cockroach. He's just annoying and keeps coming back to life, and it's okay to lose him. He'll come back.
We see a charge towards top here.
Charge with a life stealer bomb. This is a very susceptible panda, and I don't think he can really show on the map alone at this point.
I like that they're enabling these Lifestealer bombs early, like getting with the Infest bombs early is... Oh, mid? The
Yeah, Tom's
Haster Witch
thinking about
Doctor.
it.
Having ideas. Still hasn't cracked his neutral, by the
See,
way.
it's a little bit deep of a dive here. They even drop the wall. While they're really committing, they want to give it to this Pangolier, and they get it. They find it. So this mid tower belongs to the side of Noping.
These aggressive moves are working out fantastic for them. Might
This
even
is what we wanted to see.
might even see H-Bang go for an early Aghanim Scepter this game, just for more infests, lower the cooldown so he can, you know, charge around more, or even use it to disarm the Ursa. They get double Wisdom Rune too. Big win for them.
Yeah. I feel like the Ags on Lifestealer is so gross. I mean, there's a lot of things that are gross in Dota, but just like to have a creature inside of you, like eating you from the inside out, like, ugh. Don't like it. Just thinking about it, ugh.
Their draft is missing a Pudge as well, and then they could do the meme of Pudge,
Right.
Lifestealer, and Witch Doctor.
Right.
Go for the full AoE damage build.
Can hear that
Recall.
recall going out. Just going back to his core, though.
Ring ring. It's free farm calling. Calling down to bottom.
Oh, that's a good voice line, dude. You should do next time you get a voice line, you should definitely use that. Ring ring.
Yeah. I mean, he's happily farming away on Ursa now, but he does need Basher in this game, I feel. He needs to be able to stop the Lifestealer, stop the mobility of heroes here, and he's working away. Well, his team, though, going aggressive.
The Invis Rune over on that top spot. Waiting very patiently. No one's showing, though. So they're hoping someone was going to approach this way. Osito leading the charge. To Smart close behind him. They're sitting on the high ground. They must anticipate that something's about to happen.
Definitely.
Still have the Invis Rune. Got vision. Look at the way they're moving. All right, they're going to go grab Sebas. They just want to get rid of this Zeus as fast as possible, so he's not available for this fight. They drop the wall in, but not able to do too much. Again, those Infest bombs, so they have their eyes on Panda. They know they've got to get rid of him. He uses the mech, uses the dust, uses everything, and Panda still will end up falling. They've already lost Chan on the back lines here. Demon a little bit separate now as the Rolling Thunder coming on through. It's hugging the tower pretty tight.
Invincibility. He's fine.
Yeah.
No dust, no problem. He gets out safely. I think Noping probably have to be happy with that fight, considering how bad it started. Getting your Zeus immediately killed, you know, getting a 1-1 trade after that is fine. But yeah, nice move still. They found the perfect target. Benjaz has been really on point with these arenas.
He's an excellent Mars player. He always has been. It's been interesting to see like that they dropped the Oscar dropped the wall into the arena, not having any vision, but just assuming like I don't know how many are in there, but we're gonna We're
Yeah.
gonna try it.
I mean, it's one way for him to get his own vision. If he drops the wall in there,
That's
he can
true.
actually see stuff. So,
Well, they're in Fest Bomb. They're going for Ursa. He's got that blink. He's got a BKB too, which I'm sure he wants to hold on to, not have to use. But oh, there's just too much burst damage. Goodness.
out of nowhere, you know, the Zeus ulti on top of it as well to ensure no ulti for the Ursa coming out. And he's going Lincolns. He changed his mind immediately after that. He's like, you know what? It's not Basher I need, it's Lincolns. These charges, you know, it's not okay to be Ursa and fear getting one shot like that.
I mean, no one is safe on this map when you have that sort of mass damage. Posita here rolling back and forth over on Sebes. Does have to be careful though. Has a charge thrown on him. Dismar waiting. He's got a Yules. He's gonna just throw out that Spear Vessel. And there it is. There's the Illuminate coming in from Panda. He's got the Glimmer Cape. He's trying to just get himself some distance. It's pretty difficult though, because HFN just hot on his heels. They've got the dust. They'll dust up the Weaver. They've dusted up Panda, so even if he had the Glimmer Cape available, not gonna be really useful for him. But now Demon separated from HFN. So still chasing after Panda, but not gonna be successful. HFN will be allowed to live today, thanks to Demon's sacrifice.
He's going to be fine on Lifestealer, still happily farming away. Not a very good fight for them, though. Mamuteros again striking and, you know, finding that Zeus. They really got his number this game. 5 deaths. And, yeah, it's even when he thought he was safe, he had a shield rune ready. There's Dismar with that Yule Scepter, you know, the Dispel available coming in.
They know that they're headed to Roche. They got a scan going and everything. The question is, do you take a fight? I guess, okay, so they don't have Rolling Thunder for another 15 seconds because you don't want to take a fight in the Roche pit when the Pango's got that up. 10
Yeah.
more seconds on it. HFN coming forward first. He's going to get spotted. He's going to move his way over there. Too late, though. They've already got the Aegis on the Earth, so they've got cheese on Osito. Now they just have to run. They drop a ward, wanting to make sure that they can keep vision. And he jumps and wants to blow up 10. We'll be able to find it. Wall gets dropped with a beautiful arena, capturing multiples in here. This is looking scary. They're getting that Aegis on the Ursa. But he's coming back up again as they see Sebas. They want to remove this Zeus. He does so much nuke damage. They'll chase him down, get the kill. They end up going back around Demon. He's infested. He's like, I gotta get you out of here, Mr. President. Goodbye. We don't know this Oscar guy. He's just gonna get left behind. Doesn't connect on the swashbuckle. He's gonna use his Shivas, and there's gonna be the follow, a little bit of a surge. Can he make it out is the question. They're trying to cut off all of his entries and exits. They need something to cancel his TP, and they just do not have it.
Whew, he gets out. Pretty nice escape for them still, but like every single fight, the Zeus is dead, you know? He is the main target for them, and they did spend the Aegis in that fight, but they kept the cheese alive even, so really, really good fight for Mamuteros still. Just building on their advantage. Here comes a charge.
They don't have the Zeus up
No
just
infest.
yet to add that extra, but... Rage is gonna try to fight. The TPs are coming out. Osito's here. They're still chasing after this. He's got the cheese though. So
it's backpack.
looks like he's going to survive. Osito, the Rolling Thunder, or trying to roll his way away rather. Looks like he's going to be alright, but Dismar, perhaps he's gone a bit too far. Does have himself the Yules though. He's gonna try to run out. A good vacuum back into place. We'll grab him and Ben Hess. And now Osito, there it is. There's the actual roll through as he's kind of getting caught in this corner. This is looking a little bit suspect. You can see Panda trying to put out the Illuminates, trying to get out these heals. A good spear, but not good enough to save their Pangolier.
Yeah, just can't really fight that. The Ursa ran back to base, got recalled back into the fight, but things already went south too much. You need to connect at the same time, the Ursa and the Mars jumping somebody. And good fight for Noping. They needed this. They were falling a little bit too far behind, but now on the back of HFN being so strong, they can actually man fight really, really well. Also, he's changed his mind again on the Ursa. He's going for an MKB instead. So, not going for the Lincoln Sphere.
How do you feel about that? Do you like this choice? Does he need to be more defensive or more aggressive? Because that seems to be the question he's got.
I guess it's really good against Lifestealer's Radiance. You know, it's hard to trade. He wants to be able to win the man fight against Lifestealer. That's the mentality. And without Radiant or without MKB, he probably doesn't. It seems scary though. No Lincolns in this game means those ganks can come in any moment.
didn't quite manage to get the dust onto Demon. They were plotting pretty hard there. Maybe baiting Panda a little bit as well. There's the MKB though. It's completed for Ursa. So if he can stay alive to fight, he's going to be doing some massive damage, but that's the question. Can he stay alive for the big fight and not get picked off early with a Lifesteal Infest Bomb plus Zeus's ult?
Yeah, it's, you know, it's dangerous for him to even show and split push bottom. Meanwhile, Lifestealer, no fear in the world. He doesn't have Aegis or anything, but it doesn't matter. He just hits into this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, they're running after this Weaver. He's charged.
Uses the Yules offensively here. Panda making his way over. Justmark just gets blown up.
He dies in 3 nukes from Zeus. Just full HP gone.
They bring the Ursa up here. I don't know if you want to do this. Nice vacuum into the wall. Panda's getting sliced into pieces. I think Ursa is not happy with this. He's going to try to manfight HFN. He's going to please bash. Let's continue. There's just so much being thrown on top of him with all 5 heroes here. He just could not do it. I'm not sure if that was the recall that was needed there.
Yeah, that was a little bit grief, I feel.
Costly.
Yeah, because they didn't have any other core there. The Mars wasn't there, the Pango wasn't there. This is just 2 supports feeding and bringing the Ursa in to join on the feasts. It's, you know, not really what you want to have happen.
No. They'll take themselves the Radiant Tormentor.
Yeah, gonna be invading here and get as much value as they can. It's 40 seconds, no Ursa is very good green light for them to do whatever they want.
Yeah, Demon's happy he's got that extra increase of this Charge of Darkness speed. Just feeling very, very strong right now on the side of No Ping.
Yeah, not gonna high ground yet as well. They need the Aegis, of course, but Lifestealer is getting ridiculously big at this point. Even that HP is building up. 650 bonus HP from Corpse Eater right now. This facet is so nice.
It feels really strong.
It's one of the best ones. It's definitely one of the best in the entire game. Because, you know, no matter how the game plays, you're eventually just going to have a lot of HP. It's not uncommon to see Lifestealers with like 5,000-6,000 HP nowadays, even without building a heart.
We'll say the saving grace from Mamuteros right now is that the high ground that they have for defense is quite good, right? You've got the Illuminate, you've got ways to clear it out using your Pangolier, using your Mars. Whatever you need.
They have good spam. Yeah, really good nukes for the high ground. The problem is, though, they need to get back out there and contest things and be active. Yeah. Mars is saving up for a Hex, by the way, so he has big hopes for a key item to help against this Lifestealer. But he still needs to get, you know, 2,000 more golds.
I have to say, Oscar has been on point with his positioning for a lot of this. He doesn't have a blink or anything like that. He's just running in, finding these vacuums.
Yeah, and he didn't take the most common facet as well. He went with a quick wit, so he gets an attack speed increase from int. More commonly, we see the heat of battle, where he gets movement speed for every hero nearby. But yeah, he's in there punching. Angle, got delivery for you.
Yeah, it's tanky enough, but it's a lot of burst damage. Plus, with that Nimbus, just too much for someone who doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah,
I don't even know if he'd be able to hit it at that point, honestly, though, with the amount he was getting bounced around.
Yeah.
And the charge is coming. They've got a ward there, too. It's like, nice. Uses the Eliminate to keep himself healthy.
Oh, this is just shoving all of them back into their base, though. Ursa, Mars, and Caudle all are so far back. Weaver is doing some split pushing top, but he has to be so cautious about it as well. Very dominant control on the map right now by Noping.
Oh boy, that is just gonna be a very bloodied bear. I don't know if he makes it out of here.
He's not even clicking the VKB.
Good. He's trying to just run. He's trying to make as much space as possible. Maybe he can teleport out. They're not giving up this chase. Oh no, looks like he's gonna be able to go. They've turned their attention to Panda, and they just don't have the detection for him. So both of them, surprisingly, survived this onslaught.
I don't know what's crazier to me, the fact that he lived or the fact that he didn't even use his BKB throughout all that. He was like, nah, we're good. I'm just gonna run. He did have the shard, and he got chakra from Caudle there. So he kept hopping with the Earth Shock, applying more and more enrage to himself. Definitely helped him out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, little bug.
Yeah. especially with having the Nimbus now. It's so hard to stay alive and do like split pushing. You can't show on the map.
Just squashed. Yeah, it's very good for enabling the charge to come in as well. You can now Nimbus to spot people, and of course would be great to have against the Ursa there when you run away. Mars still needs his hex. He's still a few hundred gold away. He's at 4.8 right now. Needs 400 gold.
The charge is on. They see themselves a bear. He's got to get out of there. Luckily, not an infest bomb, so. You see, he's trying to get the space, get the recall. Yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah. No teleport across the world for a Spirit Breaker ulti.
They're a little late with that Nimbus, I think, too. But they've got the Lifestealer race car going now. This is going to be a dead panda, most likely, unless he gets
so
himself
fast.
back to the base. Very fast. Look at us.
He has a lot of friends
He's trying to
nearby.
bodyguard. He's trying to bodyguard, but he can't. It's just too much damage. But maybe they can turn this around. Maybe because they're a little bit split off from the team, they can make it happen.
Mars?
Harpoon gets thrown out. Beautiful Mars Arena. All right, there we go. There's the kill on HFN. They want to get Demon, but he's used his BKB to get out. Chan left behind, gets sliced up by Osita. Or sorry, now he uses his there. Roll forward after Demon. Do they have the dust? Do they have the detection? It's not looking like they do.
I can't quite catch more. A little bit hard to get them, but 2,000 gold almost for that Lifestealer kill. Massive momentum swing, and this was what they needed. This is exactly the kill they wanted. Good patience from them to sit behind and finally bait out. And I think, you know, I was talking about this yesterday when you and I were casting. Sometimes counter ganks are so much stronger than ganks themselves. And this was a nice counter gank. They just sat behind him. It was very close to their own base, so very safe space to fight. And punished this over-aggression from Noping.
I like this too. They picked up a gem. They've given it to Benha, so that way they can try to reduce some of this vision. Also keep tabs on people, especially like the Spirit Breaker or whatnot. And because they had that victory, they're able to push out top and they're able to put pressure on Roche.
Yeah.
See their second.
Oh, it's an Aghanims too for them. That would be so nice. Give that to Ursa so he doesn't get chain stunned. Did he actually take on someone else?
Yeah,
No.
he's got it.
Yeah.
He's got it. He's just gotta use it.
Yeah, he definitely wants this because now if he gets charged by Spirit Breaker, he can live. So he doesn't need Lincolns anymore.
Maybe that was the plan the whole time.
Yeah, calculated. Also, they have 2 cheeses now.
Yeah, that was what, third?
Yeah.
There it is. Choo-choo. Here comes Demon. I'm gonna try to mess around here with Osita right into the back end, but there it is. Beautiful arena here from Nentes. But on the outside, they've got the amount of damage coming out from this Witch Doctor. BKBs are used. They're trying to make some space. Oscar still chasing over here. Really wants Ben has followed up with Demon. Just slamming away over on the bars. A really nice spear, but it doesn't matter. In comes the Zeus ulti. Gem on the deck.
Yeah, the BKBs coming up there. BKB on Darkseer and on the Spirit Breaker, and then Rage, of course, on Lifestealer. So Arena looked really nice, but it didn't really prevent anyone from moving around or doing what they wanted. You really need to connect the disables. The Blink Hex or the Spear is... it didn't connect this fight.
Do you have buyback on the Pangolier? No buyback from Mars. Still holding on to the Aegis, too. And again, they do have really good means of being able to shove out the waves, but...
First, I guess Rattle
down the men.
This looks hard to defend with 2 cores dead. I don't know how they set up as well with their heroes. Ursa's eyeing it though with his Aegis. I think they're waiting for Pango and then attempt.
Yeah, 10 seconds and he's up. They're going to end up losing this Other Axe, I think. Although, all right, they're going to jump in. Another wall getting tossed out. Dismart, he's blown up. So they'll lose the Weaver. Does have buyback. In comes the Pango. Still does illuminates, trying to heal up as they make their escape here on the back end.
That was good. Clean push, and then they smoked back, which is, you know, just gonna get them to safety. They could go for a re-go if they want, but there's still Aegis and double cheese on this Radiant here.
They smoke. They're fake backing, I think, aren't they?
A little bit. They're just holding high grounds, checking runes. They're keeping the Ancients to themselves, but since they're showing Lifesteer top, it's pretty obvious where they're playing.
Right. So All right, we've got the Abyssal completed now for HFN. And he's got his race car, Demon, waiting patiently. The damage over here onto Ursa. Turn back around Voodoo Switcheroo, though, buying some more time. That punch. All right, Aegis is down. We'll wait patiently. Cito has got his ultimate. He's rolling on through the BKBs. Do get dropped, though. And the wall in the middle of everything. Again, the Serena coming in. They need to get the lockdown, though. They're just getting sliced in pieces. Needs to go use that cheese. He does, but it's not going to be enough. Osita, he's left alone here. Trying to use the roll-up. Trying to do what he can. This is not looking good for him. Still holding on to his own cheese if he wants to try to run out. Couple more hits here. It's going to be the buyback coming out for Cordell. He's just not going to be able to do much of anything other than try to shove out the wave here with this Mars. This is looking rough right now for Mamuteros.
Man, that was dominant. They killed him through the Enrage in the first kill there. He used Enrage, but he still just took so much damage. The auto attacks coming in from the Lifestealer hurt for a lot, and the rest of the damage adding up as well. So he didn't even have Enrage after Aegis.
This is looking tough now. Like the initiations are just so good when you have the Spirit Breaker and the car here as they pop back for the panic. He just popped back. He's dead. That's a dieback.
Yeah, they're dead for a long time.
I don't know.
No signs of stopping here.
This might be the end.
Yeah, they're going Throne. They can't go
What
for
can
Mega
they do?
Creeps. First up in 25. That's a little
I
bit
don't
too
know if that's
slow.
enough, though.
Yeah, I mean, he will be up, but the towers are falling before then.
And they need like some sort of lockdown. Like,
Oh,
look
no,
at
Weaver.
this.
Dying as well. Use the spy back. I think now they can reset on no ping. Are they just gonna keep going? They're thinking about it.
What can they do? I feel like they handled the Ursa so easily last time. He's
Yeah.
gonna be up, but like Mars Arena, he's gotten some great arenas, and it just hasn't felt like they've been
Witch
able to do
Doctor.
enough. All right, we say that. Again, the wall gets dropped down. He'll end up dying. HFN is just fighting through this. He has no fear right now. He's got the harpoon, the jump back in from Osito. HFN, all right, he's starting to feel a little bit scared here. Gonna back out a bit. Sabas doing all the nukes that he can. They'll kill the Ursa. Osito now running for his life. Benjaz on the back line, just getting beaten by Demon. They'll lose Osito, and now Benjaz will be the next to fall. As Dismar trying to run back into the base, he cannot. It will be a no-ping victory. And they have won 2 games now, which means that's the end of Mamuteros.
Yeah, because of that late show and the fact that they got the first walkover win since one player was late, that means they did it. They won the series. And man, that last fight, I'm taking it back. The Darkseer was in there just slapping people with a normal punch. He was going crazy.
Feels like such a silly name. Like, I understand there's, what is it, the math behind it, but
But
still,
behind what?
the normal punch.
Isn't it just the Saitama meme?
But there's also, like, I think somebody said that there's actual, like, math behind what the normal actually means because of something. I don't know. It was a while ago.
Okay.
But yeah, like, you see some of these wall vacuums. They look just so good. And, I mean, it got to a point where, like, when your Ursa can't be on the map by himself because there is a Lifestealer in a Spirit Breaker and you have a Nimbus getting dropped on you, like, that just bodes so scary for you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they wanted to be able to split push with him so that they could use the recall and be able to, you know, play big map. But you can't do that against the Spirit Breaker if the Lifestealer and Spirit Breaker play so well together. And the Zeus ulti, should, you know, mention the kill potential from the 3 of them was really high.
Yeah, and we saw some really nice arenas from Betjas, but it just
the
didn't
first hit
feel
bash
like...
on Caudle in the corner there. I missed that in that fight. Sorry.
But it just didn't manage to get enough damage, get enough lockdown or whatnot. I don't know. And part of me goes back to when, again, they were waiting for the Ursa Blink Dagger, but I feel like they had more than enough where they could have gone on the aggressive with the Aegis, with the Mars Blink.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree, and I think that's what we're seeing a lot in this qualifier. Teams waiting for key timings. That's how we are used to playing Dota. You want to wait
Right.
for, oh, I have this in like 800 gold. I just need to farm it, and then we can go. That doesn't work here. That doesn't fly in the South American qualifier because people are just going. You don't have
Yes.
time. You want to farm 600 gold? Okay, we kill 600 of your teammates. You know, like you don't have the time. You really don't. People need to play with a very aggressive mindset or start counter ganking harder than they're already doing because the other team is not gonna be patient for you.
No, indeed, they are not. And I'm really glad to see that HFN took a very active movement. Yeah, in fact, he is our standout player here.
Yeah.
Just the way, because like in the past, that's kind of the running joke. Like he's so good at farming. He's such a good farmer. Before Ektor came into the scene, like everyone's eyes were on HFN because he was Pain Gaming's, the core. But you can't play Dota that way anymore. You have to be aggressive. You have to join up with your team. And so it makes me really, really happy to see that he is adapting, that he is, utilizing, his supports, especially with like a Spirit Breaker or whatnot, and getting out there early on.
Yeah, I think he did it way earlier than most lifestealers that I've seen play into like Spirit Breaker combos. He actually did take the time and say, you know what? I don't want to farm. I want to go and kill someone right now. And they paired up and did things across the map. And because of that, they opened up the territory and started farming more and getting that advantage. So, sometimes by not farming, you're going to set yourself up to get more gold anyway.
I mean, that has been the name of the game of these qualifiers today, right? We saw earlier the Tiny, it was a position one Tiny, went for the crash landing. Like, name of the game is aggression here in South America. So you better bring it. You better be prepared. And unfortunately for Mamuteros, they're out. They, like we said, they had to forfeit game number 1 because a player was late, and now they lost to Noping. So Noping, congratulations, going to keep on going through this lower bracket, see if they can reach a victory and get one of those coveted spots, one of 2 for South America. But that's going to be it for Waga and I today. We're going to do a little switch over. You're going to have the wonderful Aries and Mr. Fear joining you for the next 2 series. So yeah, get up, go stretch, and when you come back, plenty more South American Dota.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
We're back with the road to the international with the South American closed qualifiers. We've got our third series of the day coming up shortly. It's going to be Aries and Fear bringing you the action. Fear, you had some quick games this morning. I was looking back, seeing what was going on. I mean, it's 3 a.m. for me. Wasn't able to watch those games. And I wake up, I see there was a 13-minute game.
That'll happen.
That'll
happen. I mean,
you don't want to get eliminated like that, right?
Well, but you did. So obviously you don't want to, but unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of strange too, because like that was fantasy gaming. They started up in the upper bracket too. They went against Heroic. Sure, tough opponent, right? They're probably favored to win it all. You go into the lower bracket, you get stomped there too. Gotta do some soul searching after that one, but it's, you know, Dota's not fair. You gotta win games if you want to move on, and they didn't win enough games, so there they are. But hopefully this series we get something a bit more competitive. We're already seeing the Shadow Fiend coming out. Very scary hero to play against. We saw even yesterday some answers to this hero just weren't good enough. We'll see what Lava can bring to the table here to try and address the hero that is oftentimes banned in the first phase. So a little bit surprised to see it go through. They decided they don't want to play against the Weaver and Clockwork instead, which are still very strong heroes. I think Witch Doctor should be perma-banned. TA also a very strong hero in its own right.
What's this Invoker hero doing here, though? I don't think I've actually...
They're going up.
It's rising?
Yep. His hero's getting more play. He got some buffs recently. Mid laners are seeming to favor him a bit more. Yeah. Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he's got a 51.6% win rate from the mid lane. And he's just been getting a bit more play and action. So I'm curious on which facet he'll choose. I mean, it's what most people are going for. I'm not playing much Invoker myself lately. But according to the stats, it's like 50-50. That's kind of weird. Like, most people are going elitist over agnostic. But the win rate's 50-50 for both. On the pick rate is a bit more favored in elitist at 57.6% versus the 42.4% that is for the agnostic. And they both just give your orbs different abilities, essentially, with the new facet.
And I think the other big one, right, is just the passive, where I think he... Well, yeah,
that denies
XP. Yeah, that one. So, but I mean, they buffed it 15% to 25% now, which is a pretty big increase. So I feel like it's only a matter of time till these Invoker specialists pop out of the woodworks, and because all his abilities cooldowns were nerfed as well, all of them through the entire board, all 10 of them slightly reduced. So I feel like it's only time this hero pops back into the meta. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, it has been, and I think he will have his fun in the sun eventually. And I think right now is actually the time. This hero is becoming more popular. Like, the popular mids right now, I kind of wrote down, are just gonna be like SF Storm, and Ember's getting a lot of play, Invoker's getting a lot of play, same with Leshrac. TA, of course, Zeus, Void Spirit, and Pangu stocks are also on the rise here. That hero might be potentially broken. Ended up having a chance yesterday to play it after watching it to get a bit of a feel for it. And I didn't really realize, but his level 10 talent adds -4 armor to his lucky shot. So it's like doing like -11 armor or something, or 12. I forgot the exact number. If you proc it, it's pretty absurd on how much minus armor you can get rolling with that hero now. But it's not in this game yet.
Did you play mid or off lane? Because I know you were saying yesterday you felt like it was more leaning towards an off lane hero now.
I actually played it carry,
okay.
But it's the same kind of deal as like carries, offlaners are the same thing. You know what I mean? Like laning versus 2 heroes is nice because once you get a 2-hero shield crash, you're actually invulnerable. It is way too much barrier you gain, and it's also an insane amount of damage. We might see it this game, but then again, we might not. They're gonna pick up the Doom instead. And Doom versus Brew, we've seen this one. If you can get a good Doom on top of that Brewmaster before he gets the ultimate, always pretty nice. Same with Invoker. These intelligence heroes are always pretty good. And of course, it is a bit of a counter to Pugno's healing as well, with his defensive capabilities. Will not be as potent against a Doom target. I'm actually really liking Fusion Esports draft here.
Same.
I think they went against the SF yesterday, and they kind of got clapped by it, by 40R. So today they're like, all right, that looked pretty good. Let's go ahead and try that one out. The one thing I do worry about Fusion is the way they lost was it was a bit scattered all over the place. Their teamwork didn't look like it was all there. Hopefully they got a nice rest in and they came in today, and because their laning and their play, everything seemed pretty crisp. It's just like the way they were taking team fights and the decision making that they were doing didn't seem like it was just up to snuff.
Okay. Well, if you look at their lineup at the moment, then do they have easy ways to take team fights, or does it look a little bit difficult where that communication does need to be on point for them to execute these fights?
Well, with Doom, your communication always has to be kind of good, right? Because with the target you Doom, you have to commit. Otherwise, you're just going to disengage. However, Shadow Fiend, the reason why he is so good right now is you just kind of blink in there and use your ult, and the whole screen, everyone on it gets feared and takes 1 billion damage. So at least that's pretty easy to execute. And they're going to ban out the Alchemist. We did see Wits, I believe, play this one yesterday. It looked pretty good. He was godlike. Of course, he ended up losing the game, but that was like the closest series of, do I want to say the tournament so far for SA?
Probably, yeah.
Probably was, yeah. So that was the most competitive game of the whole SA region so far, and he was godlike on the Alchemist, so I don't mind him getting rid of that. Lifesteer gone as well. These BKB heroes can be a bit annoying to play against for heroes like Brewmaster who just want to get on top of you, so don't mind these choices.
I know, like, traditionally in the past, heroes like Sven has been looked at just because his cleave ability to deal with the Brewmaster. Are there any others?
Yeah.
Like, when you look at Brew, is that how you deal with him, or is it like kind of lane counters more? Like, how do you deal with the Brew?
Well, I have a list of heroes that I personally like to play against the Brewmaster. So the Faceless Void's pretty good against them. You can just get away. Weaver, Troll, Shadow Fiend's always good. Lifesteer, Alchemist is another one, and Clinks is a little underrated. People don't play it. Anti-Mage. Some of these heroes just aren't really good anymore. And if you want to look at the cleaving heroes, yeah, like these Dusa, Sven, Gyrocopter, Luna heroes can do it. But unfortunately, every single one of those heroes are just kind of bad right now. Like Sven, I don't know who decided that they hated Sven when the new patch came around, but they kind of just ruined that hero. And it's like just barely, it might be barely pickable, but I think against Brewmaster, your lane is just going to be too hard. You just start with, minus 25 base damage. Have fun. Good luck getting any CS. And if you go for the other build, well, you're playing versus a Brewmaster. He can just dispel the barrier, and the barrier is like not really that cool for carry Sven. And you lost your ability to get bonus strength on your cleave as well. They just completely removed that. So the hero is just too weak, but they're going to go for the gyro. That's the other one I talked about, which is the cleave damage. That's what you kind of called it, right? That type of AoE cleave here, like Sven. Gyro's the same thing, right? You got the flat cannon. They can help you deal with that a bit.
Now, because of course there's some flex from Lava with the Tiny potentially being carry. They banned out the Troll and the Techies, so unsure what role this is going to be for Lava Lost with Fusion. How are we feeling?
I think it probably should be a carry, because I don't think Tiny Brewmaster is going to be a strong enough lane to contest a Gyrocopter plus Venge lane. So, yeah, I think you just want to fortify your lanes a little bit here. They're going to pick the position for Snapfire. That way they can just try and contest this lane here. And Brewmaster is definitely one of those heroes where he's feast or famine, right? Like, he either owns a lane and he's out of control, or he's just struggling to find anything. He doesn't recover very well. So I do like this idea to just make the pivot and pick a strong laning hero with Pampalona's Snapfire here. And this lane, it can go well. Like, you can win this lane very easily if you do the right things. And it comes down to play. I guess it's a skill matchup. The one lane I'm very curious about is this Invoker. He's going for Agnostic on this one. And we'll see if that is what he needs to beat the Shadow Fiend. The king of this patch, I want to say, is probably SF. Well, maybe that's Witch Doctor, but SF is like the most played hero in Dota right now, I think. At least at the higher MMRs. It's because of how powerful he is.
Interesting thing about the mid lane, if I remember, KXY was someone who had some talk around him multiple years ago about rising up in South America, one of the earlier ones. I don't know if you may know if it was him, or it might be, I can't remember if there was an extra, because some of the other players have very similar names, and I think it was KXY, and it seems like he's had a name change. He's going by Faker now.
Right,
so,
that is correct.
That is, that's, of course, I feel like it's only fitting that he's playing Invoker. That feels like if Faker was ever to come over to Dota, that hero would suit him very well. So, of course, Yeah, we'll see with the name change. Sometimes it gives you a buff. I've seen in some regions like Southeast Asia, the name change doesn't give you a buff and you actually really fall off. Sometimes it gives you a buff. Maybe this is just a reset for KXY, and going by Faker now, he might be able to pick up the reins from the star over from another esport.
We'll see. I mean, he's had this name for quite some time, at least over a year now, since he made the switch. But we'll have to see how this game goes. I'm very curious on the Invoker. I haven't really played this hero since like the beginning of Dota 2. I used to play a lot of Invoker, but since then, like not so much. And like you can't even recognize the hero anymore if you don't really keep up with it. Like it's been changed so many times, especially this new Invoker, the Agnostic. What it does is your Quas passively gives you DPS on your right clicks, right? So it's like a dot. And now the Wex will just give you attack speed if you have them available, and the Exort will give you bonus attack damage. So I think what they're trying to do with this new Invoker, instead of you're so centered around your abilities and skills, right? You're more of a right-click hero. I think you go for like a Witchblade, and you're just sitting there right-clicking people and doing DPS that way through your orbs.
I think that was a build we were starting to see picked up a little bit with maybe a couple months ago when Invoker was getting played occasionally with like the Witchblade. I know, who was it? I've seen like Koifa do it a lot on his streams, but really importantly on pro games, I saw BZM even going for this build where it was like Treads, Witchblade, he'd go like Hurricane Pike, BKB, and just like you said, transition into a little bit more of a right-click threat instead of just having the threat of his spells.
Yeah, and he's going to start with the W right away, which is going to give him, of course, it not only does give you the bonus attack speed on top of it, but you still get the abilities to unlock. And he's going to go with the mana burn here, as alone will just nuke out that entire first wave. So I'm not deal with any of that.
I was looking at the Gyrocopter with his innate ability. Speaking of the Gyro, Wits starting with a tri-lane down bottom, and Wits is taking a lot of damage with the 3 heroes from Lava. Looks like they're not going to be able to get the kill, however, but what?
Okay, yeah, interesting. They're good. Just a little bit of harassment. My eyes are pretty much glued on that mid lane, so I didn't even notice. They probably blocked the lane back to get lane equilibrium for this Brewmaster, really prioritizing a lot of resources. And they also just probably think that Tiny at level 1, you're not going to do too much to harass this hero just because he's so tanky. And at the same time, he's not under a lot of threat either to be harassed. So I think that was a pretty good decision to just like quickly get over there, give a bit of advantage. And these small little advantages can mean a lot to like shifting how a lane eventually progresses.
How important is it with the fact that bottom lane, I know a lot of lanes it's quite, there's always the talk about the small camps and the large camps being open, but how much of a difference is that, especially with the Gyrocopter being in your lane where you naturally shove it with the flat cannon?
I mean, it's mainly going to be what you see right here. They're going to play for this pool as much as they possibly can. He's going to shove it in, and then they're going to battle for this pool camp as well. But I think, generally speaking, for a Gyro, you can't really crush lanes very easily if you're going to spam the flat cannon. You really have to choice to make is, do I want to just push the lane out and go neutral because they're just shoving it way back into them? Or do I want to go for more kills? And they kind of have shown what they want to do here. They just want to keep shoving the lane out. Over in top lane, Mike will be going down.
Is he going to tick out?
He tossed the creep.
Okay.
I mean, if he would have thrown the Doom would have just killed the Buck in one more hit there. So maybe it's a good thing that he missed that toss.
Yeah, probably would have lived as well. Would have been able to run away, I imagine, on the Doom. So at least he's able to stay alive, and everyone's having a pretty good start. It does look like Brew's actually, I mean, only 5 last hits at the moment here for Adrian down bottom. So Prada along with Wits off to a pretty good time. Mid lane as well, 15-2 compared to the 12-1 with Invoker and Shadow Fiend. So they're also enjoying the lane.
All right. So these orbs on Invoker, even if you don't have them like active, you still get the bonus stats, right?
That's what I think. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain. That's what I make of it.
So.
Though.
I thought it was per orb you'd get that amount of attack speed while active, but I think it just passively gives you that flat amount. That would make sense. Okay.
So the other one is your active orbs, the elitist.
Right.
And this one is the passive. But at least what I can tell. I mean, it's a little bit the wording's a bit weird, at least on the agnostic, just because it's never been like that. So I feel like my brain defaults to it being the active ones.
Right. And you know, like this Invoker, his innate ability, right, of getting 25% more on denies. Well, if you only have 2 denies, that really doesn't do a lot for you, right, in the mid lane. And I think SF is one of those heroes that's very hard to deny against, just because he has so many nukes and ways to deal with that. But it looks like Faker might get a couple more denies here. As I mentioned, he has those denies. He's going to triple up on his denies.
You
That'll
feel like
allow
they
him
should...
to hit 5 first.
Do you think because of the innate being the denies now, where there's going to be a bit of a trend to top lane, actually? 555 eats the bushwhack and should go down this time, unfortunately, with the tiny toss a little bit too late. So Ryu will strike first here. Fusion Club get on the board. Back to the Invoker. Do you feel like this Invoker, like, we're going to start to see it transition a little bit more to Exort, just because, like, you're not getting that passive extra damage with it, and then that means, you know, maybe you're struggling a little bit more to find denies in the lane?
I thought that's what it would kind of go as well. That's why I really wanted to see what he was going to do with it. But I think you have to just like make a choice, right? And I think for the laning stage, because of the denies, yeah, having that extra damage would be like really nice to have. But I think he still realizes at the end of the day, he has to make space for his team. So he has to go for this Quaswex build with the urn and run around and try to make kills happen on the map. So it doesn't look like he's purely focusing on just trying to win his lane. Because there's overall objectives and there's like check boxes that your draft kind of needs to hit. And I think this game, he has to make some space. This Brew is going to be farming a lot.
Speaking of the Brew, is still at a bit of a tough lane, needing a bunch of spells between Prada and Wits. Double Bracer here for Adrian. And one coming out shortly. So a lot of stats for the Brewmaster to be able to continue to play the lane, but getting experience, but still is not having the funnest time with being able to secure CS.
And they're going to go again onto the top lane here. Really struggling. This Hoodwink yet again, just dominating laning stages.
Maybe this could be a nice rotation out of Faker, though. He wants to turn for Michael instead, feeling like he doesn't have the damage to kill off the offlaner, so we'll at least get a kill. Rotation out of him. You've got Pampelona already trying to soak up some experience mid. Looks like the rune will go Alone's way. Wait, when? This is a very early Feast of Souls from Alone. We saw yesterday, right? Like, not even leveled up until, like, 20 plus?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the ability. It's actually a pretty good value point. It's either you get 1 point in it or you just get no points in it. Because, like, the downside of this ability is definitely going to be the fact that you lose 5 souls as Adrian. Oh, that was close. Good cookie there, right? And get him out. But yeah, the point is, like, of the Feast of Souls, like, you rarely use it, but maybe there will be a chance where it comes into play, because it really does not feel good to lose 5 souls.
I wasn't paying close attention if there was actually a play where he used it into the mid lane or whatnot, but it's always interesting to see the little adaptations and people's reads on how to play the hero, and you're even just one skill point like that, just a value point compared to some others.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it, like, but I think you just don't put more than 1 point in it. It doesn't make, like, for tennis attack speed per level, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really worth it.
You were speaking about the lane zone, the draft for Fusion, and saying yesterday, you know, that was one thing that they did a pretty solid job in. 2,000 net worth lead. I mean, they are just botting pretty much all the lanes. Mid, of course, Invoker went pretty well. Doom is incredibly high up there in the net worth. They're going to try and rotate the Invoker down, but he doesn't get anything out of this movement, so wasted time from Faker. This tower is getting beat into and already down to under half health here for the T1 tower mid.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make rotations on Invoker. You leave a hero like Shadow Fiend alone. His ability to just push the lane, and then he has great right click on top of it to just take your buildings. So you want to make these rotations if you're Faker, but you're taking a heavy penalty on like your building. So now you're in a situation where you're going to smoke again. They're going to leave Pugna mid lane, and they really need to connect with this one. Because if they don't connect with this one, Faker's going to be sitting there like, I really wish I just went Exort and played for my own game here, because these rotations, they're not really working out, and they might find one hero here.
Oh, whoa.
Spells missed.
I mean, they'll find it, but man, with this spell's not cute. But
I don't know if they're gonna kill him. I don't think they will. This guy has 20 wand.
Oh yeah, true.
And they just used everything. Like, they missed the scatter blast, they missed the tornado. I think they would have had to hit all of them against this 20 wand to really survive here. But, you know, maybe they can chase them down. We'll have to see. But I just don't think this is going to be a kill. And missing spells does hurt in a situation like this one, especially when you desperately need to turn around this disastrous laning stage. Like, you gave this Doom a free game because you decided to try lane bottom, and that investment did not pay off. Like, if you look at the Brewmaster, he's lowest net worth in the game right now, and he got to start with a nice little tri lane to help him out there, but it did not seem to help him out whatsoever. Shadow Fiend will reconnect here, and we'll see if they can get Prada here, but I think this looks like a little bit of a tough kill.
So Prada's still going to be able to turn around with the stun. Wits and Michael even tip in. Faker's going to continue the chase, but
oh, they got the right click.
Just was able to get in range for the kill, and now Adrian. Well, they're going to try and move over towards the gyrocopter. Wits in some danger, but the level 6 is online. Now with the extra damage from the cooldown, they're going to try and step out of range. He's got the facet, which is going to help out with some of the damage.
Oh,
now
he got 6.
Adrian, he's got his split as well off that. And now Ryu, this is a really late rotation. Along with Alone, they feel forced to make these movements, but is it going to reward themselves in the end? Ryu able to snipe down Fake Up, and now this Shadow Fiend in some danger. Adrian's primal split's going to expire. Once he pops out, he's got a gift of a missile to the face and fusion. I mean, they kind of even in the end, but I mean, that's 5 heroes down bottom. That was a heavy commitment, and you still lose, I think, 3 in the end.
Yeah, and the Shadow Fiend, like, didn't skill his ult yet, just going for full greed farming with presence of the Dark Lord, so thought he might die there for a little bit of that greed there, but in the end, he did not get punished.
I love how you were saying, like, you think the Venge is going to survive? That was the calculations we were doing, and then just that turned into a shit show. Like, just a bunch of crap happened afterwards. Like, we just did not see that happening.
I mean, that Gyro just hit level 6 after getting a kill. So did the Brew after getting a kill too. And now all of a sudden, all these ultimates are just online and ready to use, and turned into a big trade. But it's still definitely favored the side of Fusion there, as the SF was the big breadwinner in that one, being able to kill the Invoker and the Brewmaster there. They did lose their Gyro, of course. So, of course, Invoker did get a little bit of EXP, which helped him out. But I think they want to keep going. You have Vessel online. Yeah, Faker, he's already ghost walking the top lane. He wants to go after this Doom. Doom is online, though, so they're going to have to get a perfect chain stun on him, which I think it's definitely possible. Yep, they're going.
I'd just like even to burn some of the mana for Ryu so he can't cast the spells. Tries to get the Doom off. It's not going to be in time. The cooldown from Wits is huge, though. That's a lot of AoE damage, but he's got no one here. It's actually just Michael, but it's not going to matter. Wits with the rotation for the gyrocopter, but the carry, when he wants to be farm, when he wants the boys to be rotating, but Alone Shadow Fiend, I mean, just completed the Blink Dagger. Maybe that was 20 seconds earlier. He might think about TPing over, but that is, all right. Some things going Lava's way.
Yeah, the positioning from Prada just wasn't there. The Gyro came from the gate, but Prada went the other way. So if there was a swap there on the Gyro, maybe that doesn't look so bad, but losing your Gyrocopter to this Pugna plus Snapfire that just got their level 6 is pretty bad for Wits after having such a good early game, and with 2 deaths in a row has now catapulted them down towards the Brewmaster's net worth. Imagine that. So now not feeling so good on this Gyrocopter.
The Brew, who was alone to be able to take a tier 1 tower, and already has 1 component, 1,000 gold in the bank towards a Radiant. So they're hunting Wits. Imagine a third death in a row onto Wits. This would be devastating.
He's so good.
Oh, Pride's got 6 at least.
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like it's going to be enough. Unfortunately, Agent didn't have the mana for the split to potentially continue the dive. So Wits, Baker might...
He might be greedy for this. Oh, yeah.
He is going to be greedy.
The Glyph might have given it away,
Glyph,
though.
Yeah.
But it's still a pretty good Glyph, though, because he doesn't get a farm that wave. So they still scared him off. Look, he's not going to get that wave or the next wave going into the tower there. He has to go back to base again. This is not helping his network. This is a hero. Well, I mean, hold that. Blink Dagger online. Pugna does go down.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, as I was saying,
This
this
game is-
Gyrocopter is not a hero that wants to be scared to farm. You always want to be ahead with this one. And again, the Doom is going to go off.
And the Brewmaster, so okay. Got some catch up and now back to the bottom of the net worth. As Faker is kind of stalking here with the Invoker, but unfortunately his heroes keep dying one by one and unable to set up for a defense. Looks like they will come through at the last second. Faker's going to run into Ryu. Should be a kill connected onto the Doom. Alone's going to try with a
Okay,
turnaround, but
okay.
Faker's still got some spells and now Alone
He's
is
in trouble.
in. He's committed and he is gone. This is sloppy stuff from Fusion. They've given a big avenue for Lava to re-enter this game.
Yeah, that was like zero respect there for Faker. He didn't use his Invoke yet, so Tornado was still available. And I was going to say, the good news for Fusion is even though Witz's game is absolutely terrible, that this Doom and Esif, they're free farming. They're like at the top of the pack here and they're doing great. And then they just throw that one right back to the way of Lava. So scratch that advantage. This game is like completely even now.
At this watch though.
Oh, that's a good
think
sentry
they know
placement.
Invoker's
They
here.
fake. Yeah, they have a sentry there.
Ryu with the jump in as well. So they're going to be able to catch up the Invoker on this attempt to try and steal the Wisdom. And I believe it was actually near the Watcher. There was a sentry with the Watcher vision, so they saw him moving over. So the TP's already started to come through, and that then extra place sentry.
Lots of back and forth there. I'm very curious on Faker's objective, though, for doing that. Maybe he's trying to sneak the Wisdom Rune? Probably. Because there's no way he was going to get a solo kill there by himself. His team wasn't really joining him. But they are going to use a smoke now on... Oh, Pugna was just smoked. It ended. Guess that was for nothing there. I'm not able to find an opening quite yet there. But Invoker is back with those boots to travel. TP top. He has been pinged out. Let's see if they want to make a move here or if it's just farm time. I think if you are on the side of Fusion, farming is pretty easy for you. Is this brew actually a kill? I don't know. We're gonna try.
A try.
It is.
Okay.
All right.
Wow. Oh my god, that is so much damage. Level 2 in the Requiem here for Alone.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep underestimating this spell. I should just assume that whoever he goes on just instantly dies. He's actually putting points into the Feast of Souls. I don't think he's casted the spell even once yet, but he's preparing it.
What's he preparing it for?
I don't know. So maybe one day thinking about using it.
I was going Manta.
Nah, he...
Oh, okay. Okay,
No way.
accidental queued up. He searched Yasha and one of the Yasha Kai, but
Yeah.
that is kind of nice. I mean, 555 gets a double D ward. I mean, the first one was about a minute ago near the new ward down bottom of Radiance, like near the small camp, and then he got another one in the lane. So a little bit of vision that Fusion wanted to play with to potentially set up on the Brewmaster bottom as he's farming towards a Radiance is not going to be there. And now actually Faker even clips Michael on the teleport out. So, and Faker is going back from Midas too. So maybe seeing that this game might slow down soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Invoker, when you go Quaslex, you generally want to go for this Midas build. That way, in case the rotations don't work, you can always have a fallback to get your farm and your levels. And as you can see, he's running around the map a lot, which is definitely impacting his net worth. But he's doing it in the hopes that this Brewmaster is going to get to this Radiance and then start catching up in the net worth department.
Oh man, I think I just saw Ryu miss 6-7 creeps under the tower.
You know, why you gotta call him out like that?
Sorry, dude. It was on camera as well for like half of it. Alone mid lane. This be a big kill. He's gonna show for a second. They got the blink as well from Tiny. So the carry leveling it up early on, and he's gonna be rewarded. And this is a pretty early blink.
Yeah. We're seeing this twice now. Some favoring of the early blink over the Shadow Blade. It doesn't really slow your farm down too much, and you eventually do want to buy the blink, so as long as you don't use this blink to play like a mid-tiny, right, where you just always are on the run looking for kills. I think that's where the shard comes into play for the carry tiny. You always feel like you can be farming with that shard available.
So, wanted to speak about this for some time now. With this counterpart, the Gyrocopter Wits, how do we... Firstly, what about the facets on this hero? Is this kind of the one you go down with the cooldown, even for a Gyrocopter? And, sorry, as a carry gyro? And the innate, have you done any, like, theory crafting on any, like, crazy itemization that can be done with the chop shot?
I've not done it quite yet, but I'm going to eventually get into that territory. It's just... There's a lot of stuff you can do with it. Like, it's not about disassembling and selling. It's going to be more about disassembling and farming patterns. But it's really sad that Gyrocopter right now feels like there's only really one viable build, and that's like just the Aghanims build. So I don't know if there's like anything super cool you can do outside of that. I'll definitely theorycraft it later. As far as the talent goes, or sorry, the facets, that is the one. The facet goes. It's really just a preference at this point. Before, the other facet where you would use Rocket Barrage would give you move speed if it hit creeps, then you're just always hasted. And that was 100% the best facet no matter what. Now, it only works when you hit heroes. So at this point, I think it's really a 50-50. I'm not sure which one is entirely better, but I think they both have their uses if you want to go for it. The secondary strikes, it just gives you a bit more damage on your ultimate. It's not bad. The other one will give you a bit more move speed if you're hitting a hero, but as a carry gyro, you're oftentimes hitting creeps, right? And you'll come in with a call down to support. So it makes a lot of sense to go for it this game or just as a carry in general.
Kind of with initiation off the back of the double damage rune. A quick and easy kill into the hook. This is 4 heroes though, and they're going to be scouted out moving through the portal, so a lot of information here for Fusion. In fact, they actually haven't gone through the portal just yet. And Fusion, they've picked up the Yasha Kai here for the Shadow Fiend. BKB picked up from Ryu as well, so they are getting some pretty big items to potentially look to take a fight. But you also said, you know, this is a team with their lineup. They're content with farming. So do you feel like you even want to force a fight now for Fusion with these items, or you can just continue farming? You don't really have to up the tempo.
I think you're chill farming here because you definitely want your BKB on Gyro, because we've seen in all these fights he just dies to AoE damage at this point. Some Snapfire is just going to press ulti on him and he's going to die. So he needs to finish that BKB, chill out and farm. Shadow Fiend, this hero quite literally has infinite scaling. Of course you do want to get some kills to get some more net worth, but unfortunately BKB is available. He's thinking about it, but he does not want to. You know, he's just getting whittled down. No, so, yeah. No. That's only level 2 some shit. Alone? Let's go.
Occurred, okay.
But they found him.
Maybe we get the jump over the top.
The greed is real.
BKB from Alone, yeah, he's really showing a couple times about not really respecting Lava, and now this is at the front of the T2 tower. They've got a glyph, but looking like a micro down in the end. This is a nice objective for Lava to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, that's your SA Flare right there. He just wants to make some crazy play to annoy you and make you feel like he's better than you, but the risk of playing like that is, as it shows, you can get punished really, really hard. Until he does get that BKB, he is not going to be getting that ultimate off quite easily. Tiny is a hero that can ground target his stuns really quickly. Same with Invoker, right? Like, against some heroes I talked about, like maybe like Snapfire and like Brewmaster, you can't get your spells off in time. But when you have instant cast heroes like Tiny and Invoker, you got to be really careful with your positioning. And I think more than anything, you got to prioritize farming this BKB, because you have free reign once you have BKB, and you don't want to give away too many kills before you have it. They're gonna try and defend Roche here.
The gyro club though.
This Roche is slow.
So I could all go uncontested. 555's in a pretty good position with the Pugna. Scouts him out. They're actually going to swap him down to the low ground. They'll get the kill to start. It's taking some time, which is exactly what they need on Lava to get Roche. They're going to re-smoke again. Tiny. Blackbird it up, charging forward, Aegis in hands. Cooldown's going to try and block Adrian with the Doom as well, but the Brew is gone. Heavy committal to take care of the offlaner. And now Tiny jumped into the middle of the team fight over to the northern side as well. Importantly, Faker, he's been initiated on. But Evoker's going to get blown up from Alone. Alone committed the Requiem early on, and now they can kite the Tiny. Mortimer kisses
it's
point
gone.
blank. Paint Balloon is going to try and deal with the Shadow Fiend. He'll be successful. Doom killed off as well. Great toss onto the artillery raining down, and now they're grouped up.
Oh, they got the
Tiny looking for
cyclone.
the combo. With the buyback out of Adrian, they're going to be able to hold Wits into place, and an incredible fight from Lava off the back. At the Aegis advantage, they're going to find 4 big kills.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Like, we're kind of seeing not having these BKBs and what it means for these fights. The Shadow Fiend has to do an ult that is less than desirable there. Same with the Gyrocopter, can't really get into these fights here. And then where I feel like the decision making, I talked about it yesterday with this team. It seems like they're still struggling on realizing what their power spikes are and when they should be fighting. Because in this game, to me, it's very clear. You can give that Roche away if you want to. You need to farm your BKBs up, but they're causing that was minor bleeding and to be a gaping wound now for this game. You still don't have your BKBs. Now you gave away 4 more kills, about 4,000 gold swing there. And now you're playing against an Aegis as well on this Tiny.
And a DD now. And they're actually going to smoke aggressively and look for a pickoff. Just Michael showing in the lane. Tiny will continue to stalk his prey there over by the outpost.
That's damage.
An easy combo. That is a
Throwing his corpse on the golems to help him farm a little bit.
Rider now too. Faker's going to be able to get a glimpse of the Vengeful Spirit stepping out the base, and alright, toss Pampalona in. I think it's and they're actually going to walk up high ground. DD Nether Blast. This tower falls fast. Oh boy.
Yeah, Lacquerty Tiny, it does hurt. It was nerfed recently. I think it did like 80% damage to buildings before, and now it's just like 40. Like, it's literally like halved, but it still is insane. Okay, this might be a little greedy.
Well, what the hell is it? That's crazy. Toss back Ryu. Are they going to be able to punish the greed though? Bushwhack connect from Michael. Decrep's going to try and do what it can, but that's Aegis down early on. It still had 2 minutes to work with. That was... It's okay. At least he gets out and doesn't completely die, but that was very, very aggressive.
Yeah, just how these players like to play. They like to play on a knife's edge here. Either it looks amazing or it looks a little bit silly. But he had some wiggle room to play with, right? You got the Aegis. If it would have worked, they would have killed the Gyro. Then all of a sudden you'd be like, wow, this guy's so good. You gotta take big risks sometimes to make a big play.
It's another phylactery build as well from the Tiny. And this time he's playing like far ahead. I thought maybe, you know, with him being at this stage, he might look for the Daedalus, considering how good of a game he's had. But
yeah,
I mean, like at least it's sorry.
The Conda build is just more burst damage, whereas the Daedalus build is more like sustained damage. So he really just wants to burst heroes. And against a hero like SF, it's not so bad because you have to keep in mind like the tree throw with the shard gives you 100 bonus damage on it. And of course, if you add the Conda crit on top of it, you could burst SF in like one go. But you do have to commit your tree throw if you want to like do the whole burst damage. But he feels like he can get it done, and he might be right about it too. Like, he's definitely really far ahead and very farmed.
See what Fusion are going to be able to do in these upcoming fights. 7,000 deficit. You've got Ryu working towards the Octarine, alone importantly with that BKB completed. See if they're going to be able to combine their spells together, because so far this game, the lane started incredibly well, but since then it's really been lava through and through with a lot of these fights and skirmishes that have occurred across the map.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue I have right now for them is where's your damage coming from? Like, who's going to kill this Tiny? He's at 4,000 HP, 36 armor, and what is he sitting at? About 37% status resistance, too. And 50% slow resist. So, like, you can't really slow this guy. Your stuns aren't going to last very long either. And then you got to chew through 4k HP. Now, I'll tell you one thing. This Gyrocopter with just a BKB and Ags, he's not going to be the one to do it. That is for sure. Maybe if you can get a Doom on him and a Requiem before the BKB comes off, that's a lot to ask for here. I mean, I guess he doesn't have a BKB, so that's your one saving grace here. Maybe you can just catch him real quick in that scenario. We'll see if the smoke can do it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Did see lava smoke under this deep observer ward, but unfortunately, not going to be able to use it to their advantage. It's a nice scan, however. Got any wards to place on the high ground to assist with this jump?
Radiant's courier has been
Just a courier with dust sitting there. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like nobody will find anyone. Or will they? How aggressive do you want to be, Dad? How aggressive do you want to be? You have no Aegis, my friend. Yeah, ping that Rax. Force him back to base. This is the correct call. But you gotta be a little bit careful
He's
here.
already here.
Wait for them to show. Okay, you see the Doom now. So the shenanigans are now over. There was one ward they were able to place on that venture for fusion there. It's pretty deep in there. Maybe they can at some point smoke to it and find a hero farming, but their triangle is completely warded up. There's 2 wards, seeing everything going on there. So if they want to go there, they're gonna have to use a smoke. And this Shadow Fiend, he wants level 20 badly. That's when you get the extra fear line.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Fusion desperately hoping them to walk into them.
The choreo. Okay. Octarine now for Rive.
Dire are
Two heroes aren't with the team on Fusion. Seems like they want to fight, but the other 2 are wanting to farm. Alone's trying to get that 20 like you're saying, but it's still a little ways away.
Yeah, I think Prada is just babysitting Wits here to make sure he doesn't get ganked. That he's going to block that gank and trying to get some extra vision out too. I mean, they can't just sit there as 5 heroes, right? Because if you sit there as 5 heroes and the other team just farming your triangle, farming the whole map, the net worth is going to get out of control here. But they are desperately hoping someone does walk up to that high ground there. But at the same time, Lava, they want to get up there. They don't want you to sit there and turtle, so they're going to go ahead and walk on up there, try to do some D-wards. And who's going to have the better positioning here? Can they blow up 555 first?
It's still 2 heroes away from the team. Ryo's going to be able to land the Doom onto the Brewmaster, but the Brew just
Pugman.
disengages. No one is there to assist him. They're going to TP in late. But Prada, of course, yeah, you keep Ryu alive. But Brewmaster is now, I mean, the Doom's expired and Tiny can find the jump in over the top. Alone's going to go for the Requiem. Have they got the damage though? Down to about a quarter health left. Glimmer Cape's going to be able to protect the Tiny momentarily. Looks to step over, trying to continue to battle. This Tiny's falling low to the Infernal Blade, but it's not going to be enough.
Got him.
The damage that we were questioning was not there for the boys on Fusion, and now they've committed to a team fight that they will not be able to win. At least Wits and Alone make it to the high ground, but all the damage that you were missing, it's healed back up now from 555, and they're going to enter the high ground.
And you don't have Doom anymore. You don't have Requiem. They were able to heal up the Tiny with the Pugna. And
Swap
they're gonna
back.
try and go again, though.
The buybacks, it's actually not too bad here with Wits trying to get a couple crits out. Do they have what it needs in the end? Decrep, get him out. Everything used to protect the Tiny. Wits forced to turn to some of the supports. Adrian will TP, but Pampelona will not escape.
Yeah, the Hurricane Pipes, the Glimmer Capes, and on top of it, Pampelona's build, which we haven't really gone over too much, just Greaves and Pipe, keeping this Tiny alone. Not to mention just the raw slow resist and status resist. Like, you have a bunch of slows, right, on the side of Fusion, but they're not really that effective against a Tiny that has a 50% slow resist on him at the current point in time. So he's able to just walk it off. And maybe the
Running
Shadow
straight
Fiend level
back.
20 is what they needed. We saw the last Requiem. It barely mini stunned him, right? But with that extra Requiem fear line, perhaps that'll be enough to give the damage, not only the damage, but the time for him to be able to just get locked down. And we also didn't see Wits really inputting much damage in that last fight. So he's going to have to really just finish this Daedalus before he can start cracking through the armor of Tiny.
How much of a factor could this level 20 talent as well be from Ryu if he goes for the Infernal Blade damage? Because it's going to be up to 6.5 if he goes that route against the 4100 health of the Tiny.
I almost see nobody choose that talent, but it could be good. I think most people just like having like permanent Scorched Earth running. But we'll see if he goes for
If
it.
this, like if this is a game though, like we're saying, you know, the damage could be lacking for them against Tinies. Is this a game where you could see it be considered?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely consider it. I don't think he'll go it though, but I definitely think it's worth the conversation. Sometimes you're just on autopilot, right? Because your first 2 talents you got are improving your Scorched Earth, so you kind of want your last talent to also like help with that, your first 2 talents. But either way, team fight will happen here.
Wouldn't they
Battle
protect
for the
their
high
ward?
ground.
Looks like 555 is still going to be able to get it in the end. They do not want to heavily commit for the Pugna.
And they're just backing. I think they decided we lost our ward. We lost Roshan. And honestly, this isn't really a bad call, because you can always defend your high ground. But taking a fight into an enemy when they have a ward available and you do not might be too much to ask for. So they're going to go back. They're going to show. They realize their mid barracks is under siege. Go ahead and deal with this one. And that is makes Roche free for the taking for lava here. And that is exactly what they'll do. They'll just go ahead and grab this one up real quick. Fusion are just chilling for now, waiting for that good fight. I mean, they thought they had it on the last one. It's just a Doom, right? He blinked in and doomed the Brewmaster, but they just walked it off. They're going to have to be able to do that, but actually commit to the fights. That might require them to use Venge as their initiator.
He's
Okay.
going to run straight to the Shadow Fiend. Let's see if they got
That's
the
the
burst
burst
with the
damage.
soundtrack. They do, without a doubt. He is going to start the fight. And, I mean, looks like the 4 other heroes are going to be able to escape, but this is alone without a buyback. He just bought out for the Scepter, and Michael might have very close to getting caught entering the high ground, but no Shadow Fiend now for 60 seconds.
Talk about the damage. That's the Conda right there. Like, without the Conda, he probably wouldn't have had that burst damage at the end there to bring him down. But this Tiny's just a monster right now. His net worth is just out of control. He's just going to go high ground again. And there goes the swap. They're going to try.
Back. And they're going to be able to do it.
Once.
All right. Daedalus from Witch showcasing he might actually have the damage that is required. Now with the jump in, Ryo's going to commit the Doom, but again, how are you stopping the disengage from all the items the supports are built up? Michael's going to be able to get out of the Sunstrike radius. Meanwhile, these barracks are still falling.
And that Doom didn't... Like, I don't even know if you can Doom Tiny. With the amount of status resistance that he has, it's like your Doom duration is reduced by 40%. He just has to back up for a quick 6 seconds, and then he's good to re-engage again. Game's looking harder and harder by the second here, but for Fusion, I think your only real hope here is it's got to be alone. He's got to hit a really big ultimate, and we just haven't seen it this game, not even once. He does have the Ags available, so that'll help. But he doesn't have enough souls right now. He actually needs to start farming some souls. He's getting pinged by the Hoodwink. Like, go get your souls, buddy. Or you're playing versus no BKB Tiny. You've got to have some impact in this game.
Does how fast the Tiny just died, though, the barracks give you some confidence that there could be some plays where you swap him back again into your 1-stun Infernal Blade and the Daedalus from Gyrocopter? Is that something that can be discussing now?
You are definitely discussing about killing him. However, as if you're Tiny, you should be thinking in your head, I need a BKB. As he has queued up a Rapier and a BKB. Hopefully the BKB comes first. It's like, do I want a Rapier or do I want a BKB? Thinking.
I say, I should be thinking about a BKB, and I just see a Rapier in his first quick
they got
fight
the
jump
Doom.
in. Ryu, Doom out with the Requiem, but the instant Glimmer Cape as well. They don't have detection. It's going to step over the northern side, but now they have it. Swap back in the middle. Have they got the catch? 4 stuffs galore and the status resistance. Tiny, the grand escape. I mean, there are multiple fights continuing to break out. They've done their job to keep the Tiny alive. It was an all or nothing play-in. You were saying, do you really want to Doom in this status resistance? It's not going to last on. Prada runs into the Sunstrike. Not enough damage, but they are hunting their prey. Witz's artillery is raining down. It's a beacon of where he's retreating. And now Adrian was able to snipe Prada as well down to the south. Tiny's not done just yet with a tree throw. Blows him up inside the base. 1,000 crit to the dome. As lava going for the jugular, full set of barracks bottom. This will be Megas.
Yeah, that was a close attempt, and you really have to just credit Lava how well they were with all of those defensive plays made. The Force Staff, the Glimmer Caves, they were all there for the Tiny. None of them were Tiny. He went all damage this game. So they managed to just go ahead and save him. The Pugna was double force into the Glimmer Cave while saving him. That was their last chance in this game. Unfortunately, they couldn't really make it happen. So Lava's going to take game number 1 here, and it wasn't really a convincing fashion. We did see Fusion in the early game really show signs of life here, and things are looking a bit good, and I honestly favored them for the most part of this game to like take it home. But I'm missing something from Fusion here, and it's just discipline. Your communication, your deaths on alone this game really cost you. Your decision at this Roche fight specifically cost you really hard. You're fighting into a lineup where you don't have BKB on SF, you don't have BKB on Gyrocopter, you just gotta let it go, farm your items, and take the next Roche fight, right? That should have been the correct call to make here, but instead, they force this fight. They end up dying again, putting them back further behind, letting this Tiny keep catapulting ahead in the net worth here. You lose all your cores, and I think for me, this is like the deciding moment of this game. Of course, there were moments where Alone in the middle lane also kind of got picked off, trying to just be a little bit cute with his plays here. It's not the little leagues anymore. You gotta clean up your play here if you're Fusion, if you want to stay in the road to the international here.
I know it's hard for us to know, and you're potentially speculating, but does, at least with how the fights are occurring and the kind of disconnection we're seeing from Fusion, do you feel like there might not be like that one vocal person on the team that is telling them what to do? Because it kind of looks at least like they're in two minds on how to play the map and how to take fights.
Well, it's either one or two things. Either you don't have that person making the calls, or you have too many people making different calls, right? So it can be a combination of both, but you do need like one solid voice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's the conda right there with the tree throw. Gets you the support kills you otherwise wouldn't get. But yeah, I mean, it can be a combination of things, but to be a good team, you have to be on the same page, right? That's all it really comes down to. And they just weren't able to do it in the last 3 games I've seen them play so far. So they got one more chance right now. Backs against the wall here. Yeah. Like, they gotta bring it back, figure out a way to win this. But on the side of Lava, though, it was a pretty clean game overall. Like, the laning stage wasn't great. I'm sure they're not happy about how the early laning stage went, but the way they were protecting Dad's Tiny with all these defensive abilities and their itemization was really, really good. I really did enjoy that. I think their itemization on Pamplona, going for Greaves and the pipe, gave him that sustain. On top of that, then Pugna's like, all right, I'll take care of the Glimmer Cave, and I'll take care of the Force Staff as well. Even Faker ended up going for a Pike this game. So he was that final Force Staff that we saw on Dad in that last fight. He's going to get the MVP, it looks like, or the standout player of the game. He played really well. Showed why Invoker is still a really good hero. Doesn't beat SF mid, apparently. At least not the build he went. So still have to find a hero that can deal with SF in the laning department. But overall, Lava had a good game.
Yeah, Lava had a good game. It's just a question of, can they clean up a couple of things. Importantly, the lanes is really the big one. You know, this is what we saw from Fusion yesterday. Looked pretty decent in the lanes, and now today, you know, if they're able to continue with the early lead that they had, then, you know, potentially could have got them over the finish line in the end, but not to be. So, you know, we're gonna have to see what Lava can do. Yes, it's a victory here, but, you know, can they try and shake themselves up with some better lanes? And if so, this could be another 2-0 here in the closed qualifiers for South America. But just game 1 for our 3rd series of the night. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we've got more Lava taking on Fusion.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Fusion had some strong lanes, but were unable to convert that into victories. Lava showcased their strength in a lot of the team fighting here. Now, if you heading into our second game, what would we like to see some adaptations for Fusion? Because I mean, we had your question as well yesterday, right? With their loss in the third series that we covered against Midas Club. And now we're back here in the same position, one game now away from being eliminated. What do they need to do?
It has to be play related, right? Because they won all 3 lanes this game. Just simply put, they won all 3 lanes. And I mean, I have to put a lot of it on Alone, on his Shadow Fiend. He tried too many cute plays this game, and it ended in him dying every single time. Remember, he tried to blink on Invoker top, he got tornadoed, died. He tried to triple raise the Pugna, wouldn't have killed him anyway. Just kind of trying to style on him, died. And then from there, just got really far behind. And it's not only all on him, of course, because in that top fight too, Doom also did get picked off. And same thing for the Gyrocopter this game. He tried to make rotation through the top gate. They just kind of threw away their big advantage. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, that's just kind of what happened in the game. So they need to really just like settle down, take a breather when they're winning the game. Think about what are the steps we need to take to close out the game, and try to keep the minimal like solo plays to a minimal. You don't want to go out there and try and get solo kills all over the place. You're playing versus good teams. They're going to punish you for it. It's not a pub, right? So they really just have to focus on just their communication as a team, and they need to slow down. Just that's the big thing for me. Just slow down your gameplay and just like play for the objectives you need to play for, and just don't try to do things that you don't have to be doing on the map.
Okay. Let's see if they're going to be able to make these quick adaptations here in between games, as we will get our draft up on screen very shortly. Lava going to be playing on the Radiant side with first pick. We got Fusion on Dire with second pick. Already a little bit of a change. Fusion not having first pick, they're going to try and get rid of the Shadow Fiend. Let's see if they also get rid of the Hoodwink as well. This is something that Lava might go down. I believe yesterday in game 2, Fusion didn't have first pick, so they banned the Hoodwink, I think, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a choice, because I think so far Witch Doctor and TA have banned in like every single game without a question. And then from there, you kind of get to like pick your poison. Something's going to make it through. These Dark Willows, these Hoodwinks are in the game are super annoying. Weaver is another hero in which can be played as a support very effectively, but if you pick the wrong lineup, it could also be a very good core. So you got to ban that out because that has a lot of flexibility. So there's a lot to ban right now, and you've got to pick your poison, really. And they're going to do a bit of a respect ban here on the Faker Invoker here, as they did not like what he brought to the table in that last game. And I will say he was pretty annoying. He was all over the place with the Ghost Walk, bought the boots to travel. Sure, he died a couple times doing it, but he was out there making space for his team and really helped that Brewmaster come back into the game.
So it does mean the Tiny slips through. So I wonder if Lava, your potential Hoodwink ban into Tiny, maybe they want the Hoodwink themselves.
I feel like we're missing something. Not sure what it is, but...
Like hero-wise?
Yeah, I think there's more than just Tiny and Hoodwink that are in the pool.
That's what they banned last game.
Yeah.
Zeus was banned out last game. Clockwork was banned out last game, first phase as well.
Yeah, Clockwork, that's the hero. That's one of the guys that you always seem to forget a little bit about. And Pudge didn't get banned, but I don't know if teams are really super prioritizing that hero too much yet, but I'm pretty sure they will. I still think Pudge is incredibly strong right now as a support or as a core.
Hopefully we see some more Pudge specialists come out.
Clockwork is back. I mean, this is the hero of the region. Like, if I would think about most all South American teams I play, or played against rather, they'd always play Clockwork from the beginning of time. And this is the first time Clockwork is getting through, it looks like, in this qualifier so far. Permanently banned up until now. So we're going to get our first Clockwork experience. And these are the Clockwork specialists. This region loves this hero, always has loved it. Even when it's bad, they still pick it. But now it's good, and they pick it. So I'm expecting some great things from it.
Okay, so we see the response with the Stolen Spirit from Fusion will get slipped through. I mean, wasn't banned in the first phase previously. In fact, it was completely avoided in the previous game. So
Yeah.
this is going to be your hero for alone. Once again, drafting his hero very early on.
Yeah, I mean, probably his hero. Usually this hero will just go mid no matter what. I wouldn't.
What are you trying to say, Fear? Is there flex? What's going on here?
I
Come
mean,
on now.
I don't think there is, but this region surprises me sometimes with their
Okay.
unique and innovative ideas.
All right. I mean, I remember someone has tried Storm Spirit 3. I actually think it was like 1-2 years ago when I was casting some Southeast Asian games, and I think I have not seen that attempted anytime soon.
All I'm saying, nothing's impossible. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. See the Phoenix as well, another one of those supports that is very popular at the moment. I don't think we've covered. Maybe yesterday we got one game. I'm not quite sure though, but yeah, China's
China loves Phoenix. Like that's like
China loves Phoenix.
Like if I were to give a hero a region, China would get Phoenix, SA would get Clockwork. So like that's just how it goes. I mean, obviously both regions can play both heroes, but there's just a heavy importance I feel in the China region for picking big team fighters, and Phoenix is like the biggest team fight support there possibly is. And Lava's going to continue down the route of like not really team fighty, but they want to kill you. And I think that's the SA in general. That's how they've always liked to play. They want to outplay you. They want to kill you on the map. They want to just always be running at you. And they draft for that too. Like your Skywrath, your Tinies, your Clockworks. These heroes love to skirmish.
How does that hero fit into the skirmishing power that we're currently seeing from Lava? Is the Slaughter going to be able to kind of compete in that area as well?
I mean, yeah, Slaughter doesn't really have any cooldowns, right? And he does help a lot for the Phoenix. I think in general, a good Phoenix draft will always have at least one way of stopping a hero like a Lifestealer or a Juggernaut from just killing your egg, right? So that kind of blocks that aspect just a little bit. And I honestly have been pretty impressed with Fusion's drafting. Like, I've had no complaints with the way they've been drafting in these games. It's been pretty spot on. They just really have to work on the execution, because, like, the Slaughter Phoenix, it's just a solid combination. Like, you can't pick Jug or Lifestealer anymore, right? To just counter this egg, it's not going to be so simple anymore. So now you're going to have to play a different type of game. I guess Troll really sticks out for me as a hero that you got to be prepared for Lava to pick here. But then again, I don't know. We'll have to see. It doesn't look as good of a tiny carry game for me right now, but it could go mid.
So I was going to say, what do you then look to try and put the tiny mid lane and go for another carry?
I think tiny mid versus Storm has always been pretty good, and this just looks like a phenomenal troll game. It looks like such a good troll game. See what they're thinking. His dad is apparently drafting, and he's going to be calling the shots on his own heroes here. And they will go for the troll.
Very cool.
I mean, I think any carry player at like higher brackets could tell you this one. Troll versus Slaughter, very good, and versus Phoenix. It's just more of the question of, did they want to do the tiny mid? And it looks like they're down for it. Maybe the offlane tiny could be a thing too. We do know it's not going carry. That's all we know. And we know Clockwork and Skywrath are supports. I had to hesitate there for a second because, like, is there an angle for the mid Skywrath mage, like 9 style against the Storm Spirit? Could be interesting, but I doubt they'll do it.
So the moment Lava very, very heavy into like the single target burst with all 4 of their heroes, do you just like double down with this last pick, or do you try and go for some team fighting hero in the off lane or something to try and fix, I guess, some of the weaknesses that they currently have in that area?
I mean, they didn't really have a lot of team fight in the last game either. It's just they do team fighting through honestly outplaying your opponent's like 4 staffs and itemization. So when you were thinking about your last pick here, what do we want? We probably want an offlaner, right? And you're laning with a Clockwork. So the one that comes to mind is probably Darkseer. What looks really good for a game like this, because you can potentially fight back into the team fight in that regard. They're going to ban out the Underlord. I wouldn't be surprised if they banned Darkseer here. But Clock could go 5 actually, and Skywrath could be the offlaner. Or position 4, sorry. Because Clock Troll is strong. I'm not sure what the best possible hero is going to be. You can list a couple heroes that are popular in the offlane, like Beastmaster. You don't want that versus Phoenix. I mean, Centaur, is that one still in the pool? Centaur and Venge. Yeah, Centaur Venge look actually pretty decent for me.
Okay.
If you want to go
See,
down
one
that
more ban
route.
from Fusion.
Because like the tried and true, right? You press egg and Centaur just ulties away from it. That's always going to be good. You're going to lane Skywrath with a Centaur. That's a solid lane too, right? So I'm kind of fine with that. I mean, they kind of are taking similar heroes away with the Axe there, but I feel like you don't really want to play Axe into a Phoenix. It's not really a fun matchup. It's hard to kill heroes in that regard. So I'm expecting most likely a Centaur to come out here.
Okay. So then what do they need to ban if they're looking for a Centaur? What is probably some of his worst lane matchups or game as well?
And Lifestealer is probably his worst matchup. And that's still in the pool, so maybe that's worth considering. But they might be... I mean, they ban Razor because they have Troll, right? So do they want to ban Lifestealer against Troll? It's not particularly good versus Troll. I mean, a lot of the heroes that are good versus... Like, carries don't really counter Troll. That's the thing about Troll. It's usually like the mid heroes like Zeus and that do a lot of range damage to from afar. Like some Drow Rangers are generally pretty good against Troll, but Drow is just like not in a good spot as a Dota hero right now. So I don't think they're going to particularly go with that route. And Weaver's already banned too. You could go Faceless Void if you wanted. But they're going to ban the Lifestealer. Probably pick Centaur here, if I were to guess. But they could go Mars if they wanted. I think they just want something else that can just skirmish and fight more, and ideally has a little bit of team fight.
Like you said, I mean, Centaur gives you the ability to stampede away from the egg. I mean, you have another hero to play with the Sky. You already have Tiny Clockwork, but Centaur Blink as well. That's a lot of initiation from Lava. I feel like there's double value out of Stampede too, because Troll can sometimes be kited in fights, but the ability for him to even help close the distance, that's actually one hero that I think slipped by. And so we're going to see it now in the offlane.
Or mid, I don't know. It depends if we don't know where Tiny or Pango's going. They both can go mid and they can both go offlane. I think I prefer the Pango into the offlane though, because Tiny seems pretty hard against Phoenix in lane. If you ever get the Fire Spirit on you, it's going to be really hard to hit with that tree. So I think Pango could definitely CS with both of his abilities. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, it is a team fighter. It's a hero I didn't really think too much about, and he's coming up more and more on my radar. Oh, you want to know something really stupid? I mean, I guess I did call that Faceless Void pick too. But you could also go for the what is it? The time zone? Yeah, time zone, I think it's called. It actually just stops Pango in its tracks in it. It's pretty good. It's effectively the same thing as the Chronosphere. I don't know if it's actually worth getting that spell ever, but if there was a moment to get it, this could be the game. Nah, never mind. You're versus Troll. You actually gotta lock him down with a hard Chrono. But it's a good Faceless Void game here. And Pangolier, I've been wanting to talk about this hero because when I first read his abilities, I didn't know what the hell it meant, right? So I'm going to go to the Pangolier real quick, and I'm going to like read what his innate ability is. Nearby enemies have a reduced chance for their random effects to happen to Pangolier. Like, what the hell does that mean? That's what I first thought, but then I figured it out by testing it. Like a Maelstrom proc, a Bash, these type of things. 40% of the time, they just won't work on Pango. So Slaughter's Bash has a 40% chance to fail on Pango. And like,
so now the Void as well, you picked into it.
Yeah, the Void, you also can, and know what happens when that effect triggers? A question mark just goes above Pango's head. So it's pretty interesting, right? So like, yeah, he's harder to bash. You can't crit him. You can't Maelstrom proc him. You can't MKB proc him 40% of the time. It's actually an innate ability that I didn't really understand for a while, but it's incredibly good.
And because I know you were speaking in the last draft saying you played the Pango carry. We were talking about yesterday, like this is something that you wanted to try. How did it feel? I know carry role is a little bit different. You were discussing like you feel like this hero is an offlaner. Firstly, how did the hero feel? What was kind of the item build for you? And what are our thoughts on this hero now with some of the changes?
Oh, so basically you don't go for Diffusal Blade anymore because your attacks in general, you're not playing around Swashbuckle. So from what I did was just Echo, which is what most everyone else is doing. It's like some Echo, either Ags or Echo into Manta, and eventually Ags. And you just double jump and hit 2 heroes, and then you have a shield that is like 200 HP barrier. And they're going to try and get Prada here, but it will not be successful. But yeah, the hero feels a little bit nutty, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. It feels like you're just always doing so much damage. And if you look at his level 10 talents now, +4 lucky shot armor reduction. So everyone always went to swashbuckle slash range, but now it's all about the shield crash. You don't really care about your swash. You're maxing your W. In most cases, you're actually getting a point on lucky shot at level 4, and you're just right-clicking people. And you're just sitting there just like reducing so much armor. And the armor reduction was increased in 7.36 to have do 9 minus armor. So if you add that with the talent on top of it, you're just like reducing a lot of these heroes, just all their armor. Hero like Faceless Void will just have 0 armor against them. And when you're playing against like a troll or something like that, that can be very devastating. There's a lot to talk about this Pangolier, but I'm sure he's going to do really well in the lane and kind of just show you why it's so good. But Faceless Void is a good pick against it, because every time you do your shield crash on him, you kind of just time block it off, right? So that harass won't necessarily be there.
Have you played the Void as well? Because I just saw one of his, the facet, the temporal impunity. It kind of sounds like you immune for a second, but is that actually, how does that feel? Is that valuable? Or does it kind of sound better than what it is? Okay.
It's one of those situations where 1 out of 10 games you might notice it.
Bottom lane, 555. Actually, once again, they're going to start with the tri lane. He's going to get first blood. So it was Lava actually last game that we saw with the tri lane. Now Fusion, they're going to replicate that, and they will definitely, without a doubt, be rewarded.
Yep, very good. I mean, the one issue with Faceless Void is that last patch, at some point during that patch, he was like the best hero in Dota by far. So they took the approach of making his early game weaker and weaker and weaker, but he still kind of keeps his late game dominance. Moral of the story is Faceless Void doesn't win any single lanes in Dota. So it's going to give Pango a free game, which is a little bit concerning. But they do have like Faceless Void and Phoenix. It's going to be another team fight heavy lineup from Fusion like they had in their last game. And it's going to be another big skirmishing type of lineup as well for Lava. You're really just going to have to, if you want to play these big team fight lineups, you got to have good communication. You got to have good team fighting. And that's what they're really going to have to focus on this particular game.
And what do we make of them actually sending Prada down bottom? The traditional position 5 with the Phoenix playing with the Slardar instead of the techies?
I think they just made the call because the Phoenix can actually harass the troll in the laning stage. And I think Phoenix can get out of cogs a little bit. Yeah, it's so annoying. This is like, it's absurd.
Did you see, I don't know if he meant it, but he brought the Hellbear over as well. So he got stuck inside the cogs and it clapped for extra damage on Prada. I don't know, that was kind of fun.
I think in general, just Clockwork is a very funny hero to watch. The fact you can just kick your cogs and there's all types of things. You can jetpack around. I don't know. This hero triggers me, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. I got PTSD against playing as this hero, getting stuck in cogs and him kicking 2 cogs at me, burning all my mana. And here we go again. Oh, that was a really good job by them. But will it be enough? They might actually get Ryu here.
Looks like it. Ooh, had a decent stick. 555, not going to have enough damage on Prada. So unfortunately, in the level 2 with the Phoenix, might actually give up a kill. Hit a dart, gets him lucky and snaring the cogs back up. Stepped in tower range, but not going to matter in the end.
All right.
I do want to speak about this mid lane. I don't know if you've seen this crash landing. I mean, you probably have, but I was watching a game yesterday. Yeah. Blitz was actually streaming, and he was laning versus a Tiny who went the crash landing and maxed out toss. I did not know how much damage this did. It's a ridiculous amount inside the lane if you just start spamming. That Tiny went like, he went crazy. Like when Bottle's Soul Ring as well was just like mass spamming this toss, and I was so surprised how much damage it was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does a lot. But you know who else does a lot of damage? Stormsteel. And
that's true.
And right now the Storm is beating him a little bit in the harass department. The fact you can just chuck remnants at people now, it's very, very obnoxious. Especially for heroes like Tiny who have got to get in close there. But yep, the tosses are going to keep coming out. The remnants are going out. The 4-minute water runes are also out. That looks like they might just trade at 1 apiece here. Alone level 5. So the Fakers, well, he's got 3 creeps. Going to go in.
Cogs actually 555 is going to be able to hit
kicking him.
Heroes inside. Cogs bounce back once, the second, and kill for them. So this is a very trade heavy lane. We see the Wraithband stick early on for Dad. You've also going to force out a lot of regen as well. Of course, Ryu's got a brace, so going treads, but we're seeing a lot of skirmishes top lane as well. Now Michael, he was also getting chased down, but apologies, Shield Crash was already used. Faded the Observer.
Yep, just a little bit of trading here. Pango, no surprise, winning the top lane, but not by a lot. Is the thing. And see, every single time you put a spell on the Pango, he just jumps and hits 2 heroes. And guess what? That's a level 2 sticky bomb that shoot through half of the shield. Like, it's absurd. Because this shield is an all damage barrier. It's no longer just physical damage. So you're eating spells, all types of damage, and they're going to go in. I think Techies might be done for here. Swashbuckle in 1.
With the silence.
Oh, he missed. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Got a Lotus.
The kill in the end. Maybe can go for a deny. Jukes down to the south. Actually pops the urn. Is he going to think he's living through this? I guess Shield Crash up shortly, and he will live through it.
And he might have to use that extra urn charge there to keep him in the lane. I know he doesn't want to use it. Oh, he really doesn't want to use it. He's going to TP back to base and save that for a kill opportunity later on. I guess he does have a double wave coming his way, so it does make a lot of sense here as we gear up for the 6-minute rune. 4 heroes in the mid lane. It looks like Alone will be getting that illusion rune.
Double null for the Storm Spirit. I don't know if this is a bit of an early commitment as well. I think I've been seeing Storms go for 1 null more recently.
You missed the patch where they went 5 nulls?
No, I don't miss that. No, that was so stupid. There's, yeah, I mean, there's been some interesting ones. Yeah, we it's not as bad as the 5 nulls, but just the Meteor Hammer for the efficiency.
I mean, I think
That's
he
kind of
should get a Meteor Hammer.
yes. I think that is way too good on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I think that's the usual build here, but Alone gonna go for his own build for now. Just going Shreds double null. We'll see if he makes a pit stop for the Meteor Hammer after that, though. Plenty of time to decide what to do here, as he is, I mean, doing really well in the mid lane. I mean, him getting that rune is meaning he might get the mid tower, too.
Oh, wow. It's in deny range almost.
Silence is there, but you don't have the damage.
Okay. One thing to quickly mention, Lava were able to steal the Wisdom Room, 555 on the clockwork, because wrapped all the way around. So he's already level 5. Pampalone is already level 5 as well. They're about to get the Wisdom. There's going to be some really early level 6s, which could be important. I mean, these are some huge ultimates. Faker, unfortunately, a little bit too late to stop Prada from being able to steal the double bounty. It will be a kill. And yeah, I mean, the extra experience for the clockwork, and the fact that your clock and Sky are going to be hunting across the map together pre 10 minutes could be they actually might not have a way to address that on Fusion, and if you start to get these kills, all of a sudden could snowball out of control.
Yeah, I think right now, especially this Sky at 8 minutes is already level 6. Clockwork, he's going to get a little bit more EXP too, and he's getting close to level 6 as well, and it could be devastating because the sport's level 4 and level 4 only, and yeah, I think it's actually going to be very devastating. If they play their cards correctly with these level 6s, it's going to be a big problem. But for now, they're going to rely on Alone here. What is that damage?
What?
That's the Crash Landing plus the Amplify damage rune.
Oh my god, and he should be dead too if they want a hook shot. They might not need it. 555 can actually chase him down, and they've got Adrian actually with the wraparound, so yeah, we are going to see Lava be able to pump out a lot of early game damage here with these heroes. You get the deny on the tower. It's unfortunate it goes down, but I suppose a little bit of gold to get closer, Faker closer towards that Blink Dagger.
What a rune to have on that Tiny there, because like if you keep in all things considered, right, the amplified damage is 15% more spell amp, and then you have the crash landing, which is giving you what, bonus 40% as well on your toss damage. And then we're not done there. We had a level 2 ancient seal giving 25% more increased magic damage, right? And that storm just evaporated.
I already like kind of what they've done though for Fusion, the importance of setting up these river wards to be able to scout out Faker on rotations to the side lanes, because this is about to be a game where you are going to see the Tiny constantly moving. And I guess to go back to that tower going down mid lane, it is kind of important because it can help shove the wave out, and it might be obvious that, you know, someone's moving just with the creep wave being close towards Radiant side of the map. But see if they're going to be able to convert on these kills, because they will scout out Michael inside the jungle. Mystic Flare, first one of the game, and a kill. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to secure the rune. It will be a regen down bottom. Still going to go for it. All right. He's going to go. No one's playing with 555. Faker's going to start to move over.
What did I just witness?
Okay, I don't know what I'm... Alone gets the kill. He's out of mana. Faker is also out of mana as well. They're going to start to TP in the techies. Alone who's just standing still. He's just, I don't know, pretending to be DC with the wraparound from Ryu. Wits is here as well, so the Faceless Void wanting to rotate early on. The neutral creep is not going to work in Faker's favor, and Wits gets the double kill off the back of the early rotation for the Void.
He's playing with his food there. He's just like, yeah, come here. I'll just stand here. I'll make it easy for you. Bait them in. And then that's exactly what they did there. And a little too deep, but the rotation on Dad here. Chronosphere is available. But it's just doing some sightseeing, I guess, here. Going back to the top lane now. Respecting the fact that Tiny was going to respawn soon, and Pangolier did have a TP available. And the Pango is actually going for a Spirit Vessel this game. I haven't really seen this adaptation of the build yet, but against Faceless Void, this is one way to make sure that the damage you do to him doesn't get fully backtracked.
I guess maybe as well mitigating some of the Sunray, but it's very early on, and Sunray's, like, I don't know how much actually that comes into play.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different. I think it's fine though. You are a universal hero, so the 6 to all attributes is always kind of nice. Not really going for that right-clicking type of build. Almost always saw the Echo Saver, but I don't hate it.
Faker. That's
dead again.
nice kill. Alone and Michael combination together. Michael's now got level 6 here for the tech. He's going to set some mines up to try and secure with a power rune. Alone's also going Orchid, so this is another bit of a different style here. Some the new item builds that we're getting out of some of the heroes.
It's like the new old build.
True.
Used to be a staple for this hero, but just the mana regen has been nerfed too many times for Storm to really want to pick it up in most games.
It's an interesting one though, because we do see at the moment like Storm is a very snowball heavy hero like it used to be with the Bloodstone. And I wonder, because Orchid also kind of goes down that route of being very snowball heavy. And I wonder if just the extra regen you have with Galvanize is enough to warrant you going for this item. Alone, I don't think there's any way you kill Faker. Wits is here though.
I think there's a way.
Himself, but with the help of the egg, along with Ryu's jumping, there is a way. And Adrian, he's going to be too late to respond, and Egg even holds him for a second as well. So Lava unable to find any counter kills.
And this game is looking really good in the communication department for Fusion. Like they're on point right now with all the rotations right now. This is something I haven't seen a lot of, but they're gonna try and go onto the Storm here. But there's not enough damage here. The Mystic Flare being on cooldown, not gonna help him out too much. I was very curious on like what facet you would get on the Skywrath Mage too. And he went to go for the one that gave him just the defensive one, I think is what it is. I'm gonna go read through it real quick. Like Shield of the Scion, okay. Every time Skywrath deals magic damage, he gains magic damage bear. The other one is every time he does magic damage, he reduces his ability points.
Oh, okay.
Orchid's here.
Shield crash. It's not going to matter against an Orchid once Alone shows that 14 minutes in. And he's actually even going to zip on forward for more. He's lacking the mana to follow up. And Palona's going to be able to get back to the tower. Man, what happened to this early game? I feel like we're seeing multiple times now. The team that wins the lane, something's just going on where they're not converting that. You know, this was a really early level 6 from the clock in the sky. We haven't seen them play together. And just Fusion's rotations with the team fight heavy heroes have actually rewarded them to have a 4,000 net worth lead. Now they're taking aggressive camps away inside Lava's jungle. Like, this is looking very dominant from them.
Yeah, I feel like there was definitely a lot of potential for this Clock and Sky. They were the big breadwinners of the laning stage, but Tiny, he struggled mid. Like, he almost lost his tower at 6 minutes into the game. He's sitting at 0-3 right now. And I was like a little surprised too, but this troll eventually tapered off in the laning stage too, and Slardar was free farming in bot lane. Sure, Clock and Sky were doing good. Panga was doing good as well, but that's expected. But I think you're right. Just not enough rotations happened with 555 and Pamplona on the map here, especially onto that Storm Spirit when they had the opportunity to do so. I mean, they still have an opportunity to do so. You have no Dispel available on the Storm Spirit. You just have this Orchid, so you are squishy. And this level 3 silence will kill you. They just got to get in position to find them. But so far, Alone has just been at the right place at the right time here. And the big issue of this game now, we haven't really mentioned it too much, is Ryu. He's been quietly farming away, free farming. Does have a Blink Dagger available now. And he's actually pretty close to a Yule's too. This is a very scary Slardar.
See the teetering around the mid lane here for Lava. Between Arcane Rune, huge for Storm if he's able to find it. Zip over the top, Faker wants to initiate. I mean, it's everything committed for the Slardar, and they're not even going to get the kill. That's your Blink Dagger reveal. And once again, Adrian's here, but it's a late rolling Thunder.
He's in the air.
To look at it, a little bit awkward inside the Chronosphere. Adrian, is he going to be able to escape with the Blink back up from Ryu? Should be able to dive under the T2 tower. And that is 4 heroes gone. Adrian, yeah, is dead. Alone, still had the Arcane Rune to work with. I mean, this game is just, it's completely out of control now. 7,000 net worth lead for the boys on Fusion.
Yeah, you're not feeling good about this one because you're against the superior team fight, right? This is supposed to be your time of the game. You're supposed to be running around Tiny and Clock and Sky, getting all these kills and pickoffs. That way Troll can have time to just hit creeps and farm it up, but it's just not working out this way. Faker's game is just, every time he goes in, he's just dead. Or sometimes he's just dead anyway, just trying to farm a wave. And it's not over, but this game is not going to get easier. As long as Fusion, this is the big if, they can keep consistency here going. Patience and discipline is going to be the name of the game here.
Oh, he's able to activate the battle trance early on. They're going to send him over towards Fusion where they're trying to set up 555 with a hook shot in. They're going to target down Michael. Quick and easy kill. This is still the one thing for Fusion. You are reliant on your team fight abilities. Supernova, Chronosphere on cooldown currently. Faker's got the blink up in a couple of seconds if he wants to stalk, but Fusion is still playing with 4. Faker's going to find the toss back. There needs to be more damage. They're all grouping up on top of the Mystic Flare, and Faker's just gone. And now Dad enters the middle of the fight without the battle trance. This is your Battle Fury troll that wants to be farming, but he is dying along with his core now, even without their ultimate Fusion. We'll find a good trade for them. They're going to wrap around onto 555. Alone comes through the river. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Yeah, that's the last thing Troll needed in this game, was to die there. Like, he desperately wants to get to his BKB. And you have to keep in mind, that was a fight with no chrono and no egg. You just slightly miscalculate your damage there. And I think, no fault to Tiny's, this is just kind of how the hero functions. You got to go in there and get a kill and then go back out. But the problem is, when he goes in, he doesn't get these kills. He just doesn't do enough damage right now. And we're going to see here like some toss back, which is anti-synergy with the clockwork. He actually knocked him back with the cogs mid-toss, which I think probably would have saved his life there. A little bit unfortunate there for that to happen. And yeah, as mentioned before, that was your fight with no chrono, no egg. Once this game gets underway again, it is going to be against the chronosphere up again. But you do have some avenues. Or do you? Does Faceless Void? I mean, Faceless Void is really close to his Manta style. Once he completes that, well, your option of bursting him with a Skywrath is going to be dead and gone. Storm, he's not even going to bother for any dispel. He's just going straight into an Eternal Shroud, realizing most of the damage that is being outputted here by the side of lava is going to be magic damage. And he might just be right. It might just be enough to save him, even if they go on him with everything, with the Sunray. Potentially, he will just survive that one.
And I think the most scary thing about this is the fact, like, how do you scale this game? Because you're playing into team fights. This is a big thing for Fusion, where like Lava are very pick-off. Yeah, they're very pick-off focused, single target, and this damage can tend to fall off if you are going to itemize as they are. I mean, you know, Eternal Shroud, another one from Ryu. They are just trying to do their best to tank up against the burst from Lava.
And if you just look at the damage output here, well, Sky, see you later, buddy. But maybe they can get a return kill here. He's got an Eternal Shroud. I don't know.
You're not killing Slaughter. Yeah, he's not dying, and they're already responding on Fusion. Alone is here. TP's coming through to the outpost as well. Alone's going to try and get the jump in. And with Ryu's extra fault, that's all the control they need to kill off Adrian. They might even go for 5-5-5 if they really want to. Ryu's considering it, but everyone else was a little bit too far away to be able to convert on that opportunity, so they will back on up.
I wonder if Pangolier at this stage of the game is kind of regretting his choice of items here. I haven't seen this vessel being too fruitful, honestly, and we're seeing in these fights, without this Echo Saber, without treads, he's pretty squishy. And I think the whole point of like this new Pangolier is like you get in there with Echo Treads and you use your shield crash and like they just can't kill you. But every time they see him, he's just dead here. And maybe even the Slardar, the troll, he's gonna maybe have to ult for this one. And if he doesn't want to ult, he's just gonna die. But even if he does ult, I think he's just gonna die anyway because he's tickling right now. It's a tickle monster.
He's just gone. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what he does. And now Faker and Pampaluna are smoking to try and get wits. This is before the Manta is completed. They're going to go for the maximum amount of chain control, and finally they're able to get some sort of kill with their pick-off lineup, but Faker will still go down nonetheless. They're actually looking to roll in. Adrian doing whatever he can to keep the Tiny alive. Michael sacrificing his life, or maybe Faker's out to blink. They got the vision though. Ryu's going to be able to stalk him. No TP for you. Stopped at the buzzer. And now, I mean, Adrian, he's kind of stuck here. Pampaluna at least will be able to TP, but they found the Pango. So, yes, you killed off the Faceless Void Wits, but in the end, that is a grave cost for you.
And this is why Storm Spirit is oftentimes feared as a hero right now in this patch. The infinite scale. I'll keep talking about it. All these heroes that have the infinite scale, they're scary. I'm sitting at 22 galvanized stacks already here for the Storm Spirit. If you allow this hero to snowball, he might be the best in the business of snowballing in a game. As he's gonna take a look at bottom lane here with the Faceless Void. Hit by the Whirling Axes. Alright, luckily those Whirling Axes hit. Oh, Wits, he's thinking about it.
Mana now for alone.
Yeah, I think he just may give you a freebie.
You have to use the chrono. Okay, yeah, that is a freebie. There you go, and that's a big streak as well.
That was the definition of a freebie there. Like, I think the moment you realize you zip into like the Whirling Axes, you got it back. He missed like 4 or 5 of his hits there because of the mischance there, but he decided to still stick around and be like, nah, we got this. And then maybe a little bit of miscommunication that we are seeing from Fusion from time to time is going to result in potentially a Roshan here. You do have Chrono available.
Get some kills. See if they're going to be able to use their ultimate together. They're lacking the Phoenix currently. 555 still going to go down, but now with the Chronosphere inside the middle. Wits can't right click because the Cloaks and the Rolling Thunder.
Where's Phoenix at?
Messy in the end, but yeah, without the egg, you see the synergy is in there. He's starting to come towards the tail end of the team fight. But the BKB from that also doesn't get any kills. Now Ryu's going to counter-initiate. Back into the trees they go. And they're just going to leave the troll? It looks like they are. They want nothing to do with trying to protect their carry. Now Alone is back alive. Out of mana already. Unable to get that jump with the fresh mana pool, so looks like Lava will make it away, but there was a potential opportunity. They thought like they were going to be able to take Roche, and now that's a fight where Fusion can look to enter the pit with 2 points Corrosive Haze. It should go down relatively easily.
You're just too far ahead at this point on Fusion for those little mistakes to matter too much here. Luckily for them, they will still get this Roche, even though after a bit of a interesting team fight, to say the least here. The Chronosphere wasn't the greatest, but maybe it did buy just enough time for that Slaughter to not die in there by canceling out the Rolling Thunder. But that's not exactly how you want to do it, and you kind of see in this fight here. You start this fight, you get a triple Chrono, but Phoenix is still walking there. Witch doesn't get a single hit off of that Chronosphere. They bait out the BKB. I think this is maybe where you potentially say go back, because if you look at the Storm spawn timer, that's 5 seconds until he's up, and they have a tier 1 there, but they overcommitted it just a little bit too hard. Kind of like the bane of the existence of these teams in the lower bracket here in the SA qualifier. The patience is just lacking. Control ended up soloing the Tormentor with his ultimate. A little bit of injection of gold going to the Clockwork. He can now fly around in the jetpack, making him further more of a nuisance.
AD now as well for a lone Storm Spirit.
Is this Slaughter going to be killable when he finishes his Ags and the 1,000 gold?
I don't know, he's already unkillable by the looks of it.
Well, he's going to be furthermore unkillable.
3,100 health and is survivable. 11,000 net worth lead. And let's see if they're going to be able to take ages and continue to hold the map here from Fusion. That smoke unfortunately not connecting from them.
Not bad at all. I mean, getting these kills on Storm really help a lot, though.
Like mid lane. Showed for a second, and that's all they need. A glimpse onto Hero means Alone's always going to be there across the map.
This really isn't Faker's game. Sitting at 0-7 as the mid Tiny. Going for a Kaya Yasha. Is that the build?
I don't know.
What do you need faster cast times on Tiny for? Am I missing something?
I don't know. That's an interesting one.
Definitely gonna assume I'm missing something on this one. So I don't think he would build it without an idea in mind. We'll just have to see.
Ooh.
Chrono.
That's not gonna make it. The time is not long enough. Chrono's gonna have to be used here from Wits. And with the Orchid, it's really lacking some damage. I mean, this is where the what the innate from the pink lead looked like was actually coming into play with no Maelstrom along with the bash procs. Now they might look to jump right a bit. You got to be really cautious, man. If it's not a quick initiation, Fusion is starting to clump up with their heroes down bottom. It's a big blast off from Michael in the middle. It's going to give an opportunity for the Supernova. And now they're all stuck inside the car. No, it doesn't work in their favor. Dart is forced to try and turn, do whatever he can, stands his ground, but it's not enough in the end. Moments of peace into his death, sent to the coffin. And now Rai, they've got the ward in the back line as well. He's going to be able to catch up to 555. Look at the mana on alone. Looks like he's lacking it, so will not be able to follow up here with that initiation with a slider, but another tower's going to go down. Another good fight from Fusion.
It's definitely getting into that unplayable territory. Yeah, this Slaughter just sitting there. Plus 22 bonus armor. Does not care about this Troll Warlord whatsoever. He just tanked the full ultimate and maybe lost 25% of his health. And it was funny enough about it. He didn't even try right-clicking him back to bash it. He's just like, I'll just let you hit me for free here. Realize it's not going to do much of anything. The Galvanize continues to be weaponized here in this game as he's sitting at 9 mana regen permanently. Oh, there's a troll top. Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do indeed. Oh my lord. Or galvanizing up Pempalona as well shows himself and a beacon for a freebie on alone. Like, all right, you pop out for a second and look at them already setting up bottom. Fusion not even giving them a moment to peace to be able to find the opposite side of the map. Oh, okay. All right, not bad for Adrian.
Very close. Yeah, I mean, this Pango build, it's like full defensive mode now. This is not the way that he wanted this game to go. He wanted to be more aggressive with his Vessel, but it was forced into just being... Honestly, this is like the type of offlane Pango we see time and time again just not look good. Where you're just like really squishy, you can die easily, really trying something new. I think just maybe a mistake to potentially go for this Vessel here in this game. It's not been paying dividends whatsoever. But they're going to try and smoke right away here as Yasha and Kaya is available for the Tiny. Still waiting to see which this is going to accomplish here.
To the new tech.
Certainly.
Product, not a bad kill. A lot of their team fighting prowess.
It's good.
Now they're going to turn to Riot. We've seen this hero is not an easy one to be able to bring down without a doubt. They're going to do everything they can, especially with the troll wall locked onto the slider. BKB battle trades, maybe this is enough. They just don't have detection.
They can't kill him.
Away now, Wits. They brought enough time for this Faceless Void to be able to come across the map and drop the Chrono. Alone still got Mana as well to catch up to 555. That TP's a Hail Mary play.
Oh my goodness. This Slardar is beyond a problem. Like, Troll was hitting him for a solid 15 seconds in that fight. And they still couldn't kill him. They got the Vessel off too, slowing down his regen, doing percentage-based damage. None of it seemed to matter. Your Phoenix died first in that fight. Void was so late to that fight, but because Slardar took so long to kill, it didn't really even matter at the end of the day. And Scotty is now online for Wits. Yeah, you're going to see in this replay here just how tanky this Slardar is. He has 3 heroes on him, and it just isn't enough. And alone in the backline, poor Tiny, man. Like, Faker just hasn't had a game here. He just hasn't got to play Dota. Now sitting at 0-9 as the mid Tiny. I heard big things about this crash landing Tiny, but haven't got to feel the impact quite yet.
No, we definitely haven't. Right? Should be able to run into 555. I know, we saw previously you couldn't kill this guy. And I don't know, Fear. I don't think it's going to be any different this team fight as well. This Slardar is okay. And he's actually starting to run down some of the Lava members, and they might just call it quits here. They're going to buy back on the clock, but no one else is going to buy back. Adrian is gone at the front of their base. There was not even... there was no contest in that team fight. And yeah, they've had enough. This game is over with. We're going to go to our first game 3 here at the qualifiers.
That is exciting, though. And it's very nice to see, especially for Fusion, to finally show some fight, right? And not just like have a game where things are going good and then a throw or two might happen here and like, oops, what happened this game, guys? They pulled it together and they had a good showing in this particular game. And I really do think every single game I've seen of Fusion, their drafting has been on point. They just really need to focus on their play, and I think they did it in this draft. They really focused on making it happen, and I feel like if they outdraft Lava like they did in game number 1 and number 2, I'm going to call game number 1 an outdraft in my book at least. They just got outplayed. If they can work on their play and continue to draft like this, I'm going to favor them in this particular series here. But for Lava, they didn't show the same magic that we saw in game number 1. Like, maybe it was just one of those games where everything was going correctly for them. The 4 staffs were on point. They were getting away on slivers of health. Didn't happen in this particular game, but I think a big issue with this one is Faker's Tiny did not get a play Dota. He ended this game with 0-10, I believe, not able to find a single thing for his team, and that was the big one. And big shout out for me is going to be Ryu's Slardar. At first, I wasn't watching him too much. Like, oh, it's a Slardar versus a troll. He's not going to have a good game. Well, he proved everyone wrong. He had an amazing game, even into a hard lane, so good job there by them to make that one work.
Yeah, very impressive. I don't know what's going on, because this seems like it's another game where the team that wins the lanes doesn't convert it into a victory, which, because we saw Lava, I mean, we brought it up throughout that game, kind of the big thing. I mean, you mentioned Faker having a poor game, but the fact that 5v5 along with Pamplona weren't able to combine together with, they both had their ultimates at like 8 minutes into the game. I mean, that burst from Mystic Flare and, you know, the potential hook shot for the tiny rotations or the Pango, we did not see these pickoffs work. And when you go for this lineup that is very, very pickoff focused, we are going to see that the outcome is going to be exactly what we saw in this game, where Fusion, just their team fights are so overwhelming. And, you know, we're going to have to see. Maybe this is game 3 elimination. Maybe Lava now with their draft, you need to also consider about going down the route to have some team fight, have some scaling, because if you get to that stage where you miss your timing on these pickoffs, and all of a sudden, it's going to look like a very difficult road to overcome.
Yeah, having more team fight will always make you feel like you can make more mistakes, right? So it depends on what route you want to go, because inherently you're going to have the advantage with drafting the way Lava does in the early game and the mid game. You just really have to connect with some of these rotations. I think you nailed it pretty well when you said the Clock and the Sky, who had their level 6s at 8 minutes, needed to do more. I think they needed to smoke up, and they needed to stop the Storm Spirit. They needed to make sure that this mid Storm Spirit that ended up with like 40 Galvanized stacks by the end of the game, he needed to not get to that point. You needed to kill him a few times, make sure that his mana regen stays low so he can't farm, he can't kill you, and issues could have been resolved by that alone. Ryu, honestly, he did pretty well in the laning stage. Phoenix did die a couple times, but they never really stopped him from farming. So going into this next game, definitely think Lava have to think a lot more about either the rotations or pick a bit more team fight, because this one was kind of it got to the point where it was just like a beatdown because you couldn't fight back.
Yeah. So, I mean, a great adaptation for Fusion, and I think in particular, alone as well, the mid laner for Fusion, because we saw in the previous game with the Shadow Fiend, he really struggled, wasn't able to have a game. We didn't see him have that performance that they were requiring out of, but this game was completely different, and this guy is a young person, very emotional, so to go 17-2 in an elimination series hopefully is going to give him the confidence that he needs, along with the team needs, to get them over the finish line. So we're going to go to our first game 3 here for the qualifiers of South America. When we come back, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of those teams. Will it be Lava? Will it be Fusion? We'll find out shortly.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
And for the first time in the South American qualifiers, we're going to be going to a game 3 here in the lower bracket. One of these teams are about to be eliminated in the road to the international. Is it going to be Fusion, or will it be the boys on Lava Esports? We're about to find out. Lava, they're going to be playing on Radiant. We got Fusion on the die side. Fear, you've been praising Fusion, honestly, for their draft so far in all 4 games we've seen from them, even yesterday in their losses as well. You were saying Fusion have been having solid drafts. We're going to have to see if Lava can create their own good draft as well now in this final game.
Well, they started what they felt was the problem in the last game with the Phoenix. First pick in that one overall. Looked really good in the hands of Fusion there. And we talked about what adaptations will be made for this game number 3. And I think they felt the same way you felt, where maybe we just pick up some more team fight. And that's a step in the right direction. And it looks like Fusion, they'll just take the Hoodwink as a response. These heroes don't have a lot of interactions between each other. However, they're just strong supports in the meta right now. They'll deal with the Phoenix later with their core picks most likely. Maybe you'll see a Snapfire or something like that come out to try and deal with it. We will have to see.
10 seconds remaining.
Let us see indeed on what the response is going to be. How you deal with the Phoenix, and if Fusion, if they're even going to be forced to go for some team fight heavy heroes as well to be able to combat that.
Very interesting. They banned CK. Phoenix is pretty decent against CK, so I wonder what that implies. I mean, CK is just a strong hero in the meta right now, so I kind of get it. But at the same time, you have a Phoenix, you shouldn't really be afraid of illusion heroes.
I don't know if these are auto bans against Wits, because they did it last game as well, the CK Alchemist. So exact same bans last game.
I mean, he's proven he doesn't only play 1 or 2 heroes, right? But either way, there will be some more heroes in the pool that potentially can deal with it. Do you want to just like steal their lineup entirely and take like a Slardar here? And be like, yeah, your lineup was pretty good. Let's go ahead and just take a couple of the pages out of your book there. And Disruptor is a hero that does add a little more team fight to the mix as well. Don't get to see a lot of Disruptor anymore after all the nerfs that did happen to this hero. He was a bit too strong before. But yet again, not a hero that I think hard counters a Phoenix or anything. I'm sure the Glimpse is great if you use a defensive dive, but it's not like the Static Storm is particularly good against the Egg. So we'll see. Just a hero that they want to prioritize for now. Instead of the Slardar, they're going to go for the DK. This is also another combination that is very popular, but it does not give you that BKB Pierce stun, which is also very nice to have. Last game, we did see Fusion have the Faceless Void and Slardar to make this Phoenix Egg pretty much unkillable if it ever went off and the heroes are in the vicinity. Not necessarily the same thing for the Dragon Knight, and it does leave you a little exposed to heroes like Lifestealer and Ursa. Later on the draft for Fusion, they're probably eyeballing those heroes.
Sure. This is a hero over in China that was contested very heavily. I think there was 14 games with the Dragon Knight, 50% win rate in the China qualifiers. So this was over there with first phase ban material as well. If it was getting let through, they were drafting it very early on. Had a lot of priority with the Corrosive Breath. Fusion, though, they're going to respond with Alina into the Pangolier. So we're going back. It looks like probably Pango off lane. Lena's going to try and play into the Dragon Knight. So one powerful thing about the DK is you've got a very strong lane. At least Lena would be able to farm there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that lane goes anymore, because with this, and they take the Lifestealer for themselves, so you can't actually pick it. But Lena's the hero that can kill the Egg, for sure. But the problem I have with Lena in general is like she just seems like so squishy. I do think I like the mid Lena more than the carry Lena in most cases here. But I don't know how the mid matchup goes. I know DK used to do really well versus Lena mid, but now that you have like the slow burn facet and DK's health regen was like 4 at level 1, now it's like 2. They halved it. I'm not sure if you can survive the laning stage anymore against Lena, so maybe Lena does counter DK now. I feel like DK's gone through so many phases of him countering heroes and getting countered throughout the years that you really have to keep up, because he was countering Razor last patch in the mid lane. And you'd be like, wow, I didn't know DK is supposed to get owned by Razor, right? But that hasn't been the case for some time now. But now that they keep nerfing the DK, maybe he's coming back down to earth a little bit. We'll have to see. And they banned the Razor anyways. But I guess when you do have a life stealer, it does have like a double purpose there.
Yep. Slaughter ban as well. So not going to give them the Slaughter once again. So we're not going to give Lava this time. And of course with the life stealer combination as well. So in your first bomb, it's a classic one. We'll try and see if there's any others. Maybe traditionally you'd think of like a Mars with the Phoenix, but Mars versus Pango can feel a little bit awkward just rolling Thunder, but probably looking for some AoE control to protect the Phoenix Egg.
Yeah, I mean, they need something that ideally just jumps on the Lina. It could be the DK plus Lifestealer. Like, you can just infest and go on the Lina every single time, and that's pretty scary to play against as a Lina. So you already have something. But the question is, do you want that BKB Pierce ability? I mean, Fusion thinks they need it. They're banning out the Axe and the Slaughter. But, like, what's left at this point? There's not going to be a lot. You have your Legion Commander, I suppose, which isn't really that bad this game. Versus the Disruptor, you can remove the Thunderstrike. I could see potentially work out. Lanes with the Phoenix. I don't know how badly they want it, but they'll think about it. But either way, they have last pick. They will get a choose. Because this DK could just be their offlaner too, right? And they could just pick a new mid. They've got options.
The matchup versus Lina, I saw it in the Riyadh qualifiers. It's completely fine. They both farm.
They both farm.
I was concerned that the DK might.
But was that the
vulnerable
D patch? That's the real question.
There's a D one?
Was it B?
Yeah, it was the most recent one. Yeah, it was the most recent one. Yeah.
D is too much.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Because, yeah, in the most recent patch, they nerfed his region by half. That's a lot. So I was curious about that. All right, so should be 50-50. Maybe you just have to buy a bottle now on DK. Something like that instead of
Was
just
it the most
rushing
recent?
versus.
Oh, maybe it wasn't actually. I'm trying to remember.
Because I think that patch
after.
was big. It was a big patch for DK. He got really nerfed. Like, they nerfed the poison again, and then they also just nerfed. You used to start with 4 HP region at level 1, and they just moved it to 2. So it's a big move there. There's your BKB piercing ability. It doesn't necessarily stop you from hitting an egg, but that's fine. I mean, it kind of looks like a free Ursa game. I feel like if there is a hero that you want to play in this game, it has to be Ursa. And I'm very surprised that they picked Doom and didn't ban the Ursa. So he'll get his Ursa, but they probably did know that, and they just let it through anyway. They just think they can counter it. But this is a very, very, very scary bear game. If he buys BKB, he unkillable, and he kill everything.
Uh-oh. Okay, so if this is looking like an incredibly free Ursa game, the moments where he's worried, like, can you kill him early on? Lava rotating? Have they got a way to actually even shut the Ursa down before it gets to that stage, or not even that? He should be able to come online and then carry the game for Fusion.
It's kind of hard, right? Because, like, you're gonna get your fire spirits, and you're gonna put on Ursa, but then he's just gonna press W and not really care. I don't know. It's a pretty hard game to play against Ursa. Like, I think this is like the best possible pick against their lineup that they could have done. There's like literally nothing that was better than this. So it's still winnable, of course. Like, as a lifestealer, you have plays, right? You're gonna free farm most likely in your laning stage. I say most likely, but I could be wrong about that because we've seen how these hoodwinks just shut down every single laning stage we seem to be watching. So maybe he won't free farm. But if you do get to that Aghanim Scepter, it is very good against Ursa. Status just does work against it, so you kind of need to time it really well, and it can annoy him a bit. But we've seen in these particular games that a lot can happen, and whether a hero's perfect on paper, is the execution going to be there? That's going to be the big thing.
And another big thing as well, like, again, you've been really praising Fusion's draft. You like this Ursa pick a lot. Overall, besides, I don't know, what's Alone saying? Go Popeyes, no invite. I don't know. He's saying something. Yeah, overall, like, you really like the bear, but what about the 4 other heroes compared to Lava? Do we like this Fusion draft as much as what they've been doing prior?
So I think, oh, both these guys warded the same spot from the smoke, but I think they ended up seeing it. Really like Lava's draft, to be honest with you. I think it's very well rounded. It has a lot of ways to get on top of Lina. The support's kind of unaffected with its lifestealer. The only issue I have is that if Ursa gets very farmed, I think he just tears apart the whole Lava lineup. Like, that's the only issue. Like, very rarely do I see a last pick this good. So, yeah, Lava's draft is still good. They can still easily win this game, but they have to be very, very careful about how farmed this Ursa can get.
Let's see if they're going to be able to shut down the bear or not. Some Wits, looks like Alone will get that D word, like you were saying. Let's place their prior. And Bounty Faker's going to be able to snag that too. So, at least in regards to Wits' lane matchups, Adrian has gone for Windlace and Stick to start. So, expecting he's going to take a lot of spells with Prada and maybe looking to just drag waves potentially with the Windlace, or at least play distance against the Ursa.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to. Because if you get too many... you don't have a stun, right? So you can't really take this Ursa off. And that's like the only concern here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if this Ursa, even at like level 2 or something, grab a point and overpower. Because that is what's going to just hard counter the Phoenix in this game here. And of course, mid lane... We'll see. When you get around level 3, 4 on this Lina, if you can push out this DK or not, is going to be the question of the day for me. Because with the most recent nerfs to the DK, he's not as survivable as he used to be. Like, you don't get the Dragon's Blood anymore as well, where you can just like hit level 3 and put 2 points in a Dragon's Blood, right? That doesn't exist anymore. So this lane matchup is going to be slightly different.
And then bottom again, we've seen the Pengo a couple times. Last game he had a free lane. Are we expecting this to be similar, where the Pengo is able to have a pretty good time?
As far as I'm concerned, any lane that has a hoodwink in it is going to be fine.
Okay.
I think that hero just in general, I don't know if it can lose a lane. I'm not sure if it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. Seeing this hero be incredibly dominant. Of course, once again, going for the tree bounce. That's a top lane. Adrian getting chased down with some Prada. This already has to be a concern if you are getting first blood in the lane of the Ursa, who you are expecting to be the ultimate force this game to win it all. Then giving the boys first blood is not a good start.
Oh, it's definitely not. That pretty much cements that he's gonna free farm. Unless he like runs into their tower and feeds or something. I don't know, which is possible. He'll probably free farm. So a good start for Fusion though. Up to 1k gold lead already. I'm trying to keep an eye on Faker here. He's kind of getting a little bit low. It's okay for now. And yeah, that's Hoodwink for you.
Hoodwink and go now level 3 as well. Lacking a little bit of mana, but it looks like getting the kill importantly before the Lotus. Should be able to secure the one down bottom. Wit's got the one up top as well, so Fusion going to be able to find both the Lotuses here to work with inside the lane. Does look like Lina's having a pretty good time. 21, 17 and 3 though. Faker's double bracer now importantly level 4, so see if that region's going to kick in. Is forced to go for another set of tangos though.
I mean, it looks like he's doing fine in this lane. I don't think this lane's going to get any more difficult for him. So, it seems even with the nerf to DK, it's still good enough to deal with the Lina's harassment. That was like my only concern about it, so that's definitely good news for Lava that the DK is doing well against the Lina. Of course, you're not stopping the Lina. Like, I think in the later patches, DK would just shut the Lina down, but in this one, I think it's just more of like an even lane now. And they're using a glyph for an aggressive dive in the top lane here. But it really didn't achieve what they wanted. Fire spirits are down.
Prada was enough to send Adrian away with that Scorch Earth. So now they're not going to be able to continue to recontest with this extra creep wave that went under the tower. So Wits will free farm.
I think that glyph being on cooldown might be an issue later on in this game because heroes like Lina and DK, I suppose, if you ever leave them alone, they'll just take your tower. And again, Michael on this hoodwink, he's making him hit the trees. It's not like the weirdest innate ability.
That's so weird, actually. Yeah, what is this?
15% chance to redirect your attack into a tree, and that's what happened there. Like, Dad clicked a tree instead of hoodwink.
So it's just okay. That's so weird. I don't remember. Was the Scurry? Did it have the base evasion and then more evasion if you were near trees, or was it?
Yeah, I mean it had the base evasion and then also the towns that would give it more evasion. But I think you had to be near trees no matter what for it to really work.
Adrian top lane. It's a Fury Swipe start going. Wits is going to sink his claws in, and now Pampelona. So of course okay with the dive, but a second death now onto Adrian's Doom. This is really getting into some dangerous territory. 2,000 net worth lead for Fusion.
Yeah, and they kind of showcased in that fight. Even though he had the fire spirits on, he gets at least 3 free attacks, right? And that was enough to end up killing the Doom there. And Doom, full defensive mode this game, just has to go for a Windlace boots. Ursa now picking up a Windlace of his own. Gonna be level 5. If the Phoenix ever leaves the lane, Doom's just dead. Pretty certain of that. And
now, not that the Phoenix is a very good rotating hero to secure these runes, but try it. Mid lane actually glimpse back. Alone's got no mana. Enough for a Dragon Slave, and especially with Michael nearby as well. Losing a Dragonite, which was really the one person that was having a pretty solid lane so far, is really going to make it difficult. And again, we're seeing, because of the good start top lane, Adrian can't even play solo into the Ursa.
all right. And your glyph is on cooldown too, by the way. Because you used it for that dive on the top lane, and now you're going to lose at least half of your tower's HP in the mid lane. Would have loved to have that glyph available for that. In bot lane, going on the Pango. Rotation from the DK, and they will get him.
Not bad. Faker moving. Just ultimately, the game's going to reward them a kill. Prada's doing some crazy stuff with the disruptor as well, trying to snipe it.
Is he gonna get it?
Might get it. Never mind. Okay, the Pampelona has to TP in as well. That is 2 supports now stuck top. Which, let's see what they want to do with Fusion. I mean, this can give you a lot of freedom to make plays across the map, knowing that a couple TPs are now on cooldown for the supports.
Yeah, you're not really too sad about that. Like, you're giving free farm to both of your cores, right? Just because you drug 2 supports there to come kill you. Ursa's free farming. Ursa's taking the gate. He's actually going to make a play on this bot lane. They really want to kill this lifestealer. He's not level 6 yet. This could be problematic.
To the bushback.
I mean,
he's really close to level 6. Yeah, but okay, no, he died so fast with the Fury Swipes. And again, mid lane actually now. Alone doesn't even need the Lacuna Blade to be able to get the kill. Now actually going to try and use it onto Pampelona, but lacking the little bit of damage that was necessary for the finishing blow. But that is where the Dragon Slave is able to come into play. Faker's going to try and chase him down, but
oh no.
Once he by himself, it's not going to be a possibility. Up to 3,000 net worth lead now.
Yeah, all 3 cores now are on the rise here. You do have some good team fights still available on Lava, so this isn't the biggest setback in the world, but it is a problem. This god tier Ursa game is not being stopped, and this lifestealer, well, he's having a rough one. He's definitely not thriving in this lane here whatsoever. Doom also struggling. Of course, the DK was doing okay, and yes, but with his death, really slowed him down a little bit, but they're going to use the smoke out now. Could be a big kill in the bot lane if they can get Ryu.
We'll go for Michael instead, though, and might not even get the kill into the hoodwink. Be lucky with his positioning there. Dragon Tail still connects. making them work for it in the end. They're going to be quick with the TPs. Faker, do they get a glimpse of him? Prado a little bit too late with the ward. Try and stop the TP with the glimpse, and Ryu, unfortunately, with the Rolling Thunder is not really going to have much benefit out of it as well, so kind of puts that one on cooldown.
It's a lot of hate there for the squirrel, just finding him while he's stacking just to kill him there. But they do get him. They do indeed get him. Glyph is back online. We got the amplified damage rune hitting this mid tower. 2 supports and Alina. Looks like he'll be able to hold it off with Faker just by himself there. Now, what is the play? What is the play? Looks like Phoenix just wants to play around this DK as much as possible, realizing that this Doom cannot be helped. There's no way to help the man. How far away from Blink Dagger on DK? He's getting closer. About 600-700 gold away.
Is that what we think they're going to be waiting for on Lava until they make their next aggressive play?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what we're gearing up for. Just wait, guys, let me get my Blink, and then we can potentially kill Lina, which would be a really good kill. Lina with the Boots of Travel online, going for the Aetherlands. Currently has a bottled shield rune, so that one might be a little bit of a difficult kill for now. But yeah, Phoenix plus DK can easily kill Lina, as long as she's not hasted or has a shield rune, I think. Maybe even with a shield rune, they can still kill her. It's not like she built any HP items. Just 900 HP only.
Big concern is Wits is free farming. It's Ursa. It is going to be an incredibly fast Battle Fury timing, and it's a ticking time bomb, honestly, with how you're saying this is a hero that will carry the game, and Wits, it really seems like he's going to get to that stage. So like you're mentioning about maybe trying to hunt the Lina, do you even feel like maybe instead they need to go top to somehow get a kill into the Ursa and take the tower, somehow slow him down with maybe even a Doom committed, or is it just it's a bit too late for that?
No, it's not too late. I think being able to kill Ursa or Lina are good. They're both big issues in this game. Because if you don't kill Lina, she's going to do a lot more damage in the now. Whereas the Ursa, he's like an investment for the future. So like, I would like them to stop the Lina first before the Ursa. Because the Lina could still like carry this game as well if she continues on this pace. You basically have 2 issues you have to deal with. And you're going to have to deal with both of them. But when is the question? It doesn't matter to me. Like, make a move and kill one of them. They're going to have to. Otherwise, they're going to get out of control. Doom is TPing mid. There's the dagger.
The jump. Oh, nice static storm. And Doom, he's going to get sent packing. And now the blink reveal.
Ursa's here.
It goes awry. And now Witch is going to be here to be able to deal with the supernova. Oh, no, man. That was what you needed, the blink reveal to get a big kill. And now you're unable to find it. Tower goes down. And what a cool kind of read from Witch as well, like anticipating they were going to make a go with that blink dagger mid. He was already rotating to the lane. Looks like Dad's going to be able to find a return kill onto Michael. Faker is still nearby as well, so a secondary one here for the Lifestealer.
That chase was a little too ambitious there onto the Crystal Maiden, and they get punished on both supports there. But yeah, good read on the Ursa, but even better Static Storm by Prada. He literally drops a Static Storm, stops the Doom from going off, and he stopped the Phoenix as well from being able to use the egg. Just swooped right into a silence. That's really what turned that fight for them.
So big stats that Wits is already farming at the Ancients.
Oh, he had stacks too.
12.5 minute Battle Fury. Yeah, he I think it was a triple or a quad, so he's already 1100 gold on his way towards a blink.
It's a big bear. It's a big, scary bear. This is the type of bear you wouldn't want to meet in the jungle or the forest.
This dude is it's a killer baron.
And he has another
multiple
stack.
times. They're actually looking to smoke. Right at top lane. Should be able to find. It's only level 2 glimpse actually. Adrian pokes his head out. Duck back into the trees. Then with a dive on in, Static Storm just laid down on himself to protect him against the Doom, and Doom is gone. Again, the Static Storm's pretty solid so far this game here from the position 5 on Fusion, and when Ryu comes in to clean up, and this is continuing to look incredibly good for Fusion. 5,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, these static storms have been on point here. And I think the big thing is, it's like, it's actually denying this Phoenix a lot from getting a good egg off, because like there's just a static storm exactly where the Phoenix would want to put a supernova. Just can't really do anything about it. You might have to do some more defensive supernovas, which honestly in a game like this, yeah, you probably do have to more defensively, because versus this Ursa and Lena, this egg isn't going to be long for this world, especially if they ever get up to BKBs. You have no ways of stopping that. I think they found the
protection
ping,
out of the
though.
shield crash. The rest of the team are
There's
a
a
little bit to the
turnaround.
left, though. And the Sunray along with the egg should be enough. It's a lot of hate. Freezing field as well. All the ultimates committed. But Wits is here as well with a blink dagger for the Ursa. Gonna try and catch up to Faker.
Oh, I love that.
Even the Phoenix. Yes, cool. Very cool. That's such a great mechanic.
Love that.
I don't know, whatever.
Flying off the map while TPing. Seems good.
Honestly, come on, man. They need stuff to go their way this game. Why you hating?
I'm just not hating. I just said I loved it. No sarcasm whatsoever.
No suck. No. Oh, yeah, it's a good little addition to the game. Phoenix needs every little extra plus that he can get.
That's right. All right, Wits is heading to the enemy jungle. I thought he was going to make a little pit stop there and farm their ancients, but decides it's a little too scary. Yeah, you could, but you need someone to tank for you. Because, yeah, you die pretty
comes
quick.
in.
I mean, yeah, he should, brother.
Step in. Come on, brother.
Just gotta tank one for the boys here. Get in there. Come on.
Get in there.
Put your body on the line.
Come on. These supports don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
They're not used to it. Sometimes. You know, they take some smokes. They do some good stuff sometimes. There we go. Ages for Wits. When you're worried enough about the Ursa, now he's got a second life. See how active he wants to be with this, of course, with the blink. And it looks like they're going to be able to put some pressure onto the T1 tower top. They still have a catapult wave here as well, so this tower will go down uncontested. Lava starting to set up down bottom around the lifesteal, who, all things considering, has had a really good game. 2-1-1, third in net worth. Yep, getting pretty close to the Radiance as well.
Yeah, that's step one, right? You get this Radiance online. It's not a really fast one by any means, but he did go a couple items as a pit stop, like the Orb of Corrosion and the Gloves of Haste. Unfortunately, Orb of Corrosion was not really too useful this game for the health reduction, but it'll help him stick on some targets here and there. But Ursa
How many
is...
small steps are there?
Well, I think he needs Radiance. This is going to be his farming item. After that, he probably wants to finish his armlet, then Sange and Yasha, and then Ags, and then he'll be strong. But that's a lot of items.
Okay. Okay.
It's a lot of steps.
I'm hearing like 5-6 steps. I don't know.
But all of that is like relative to like how Ursa's doing as well. So, because the reality of Leicester is he's an OP hero still, and oh, good TP byproduct, dodging an infest gank there. Read that really well on Fusion there. They're gonna get out of dodge with no casualties for an infest play. Dad is gonna have to jump out there. You can't stop farming. You gotta keep getting that corpse eater stacks, only sitting at 334 bonus HP. That number needs to get up to like 1,000. It's a goal.
Even then, I mean, Ursa does not care about. He doesn't care about health survivability. This man will eat you up. Tower's gonna go down bottom. You do get a tower in yourself for lava. They want to smoke here. Fusion. Haven't seen a fight in a while. Looks like Ursa's even actually gonna TP to play with the boys.
Tag team them.
They got a pretty good ward. Lone's actually just gonna charge in. Oh, Lone? That Laguna just tickles
The
Faker.
Lifestealer, he's in trouble.
Here over the left side, yep, Static Storm along with the Rolling Thunder. They had the Higher Ground Wars plays prior. Another the clinch back as soon as the Rolling Thunder passes over. Very, very nice from Fusion. And Alone tanked the Doom, apparently. So I don't know if Alone was just like just baiting to give them chaos so the rest of the team didn't TP. I don't know what was going on, but there's you have 4 heroes to rotate into the triangle, and they get 2 big kills.
Yeah, I mean, they just had a great ward watching Leicester split up to go farm, and this is where you have an Aegis on Ursa, you have a Blink Dagger, you're just running from lane to lane, killing anyone who shows up on them. Adrian, Michael's found you. You have been glimpsed, and you are now about to be bear food.
It's just... even once I hype, dude, they are feeling themselves. Man, Prada, he deserves to be feeling like this. I really have been impressed with the Disruptor's performance this game. You know, from the static storms early to the ward placements that he's seen, the read of the smoke ganks, Alone almost solo killing 555 to protect the Observer ward. They're coming. Alone's still going to be able to get the kill. And what can the live still really do? Not a whole lot, and not maybe baits the Phoenix to slide on over the left, and it's just not looking good in your elimination game. You want a competitive one. Unfortunately for the boys on Lava, it's looking like that might not be the case.
Yeah, you didn't... I just feel like they don't have an understanding on this Phoenix hero the way that Fusion did. Like, they drafted a DK, which is fine, but they also really needed one more hero that can really help this egg. He's dead.
It's just going to be, again, I mean, with the vision, again, is the big thing. I mean, you ping it out now, but Fusion are just playing so incredibly well around their wards across the map.
I mean, I think it really just, you made a critical error in your drafting where you pick Phoenix, and team's gonna die, but who cares? You picked this Phoenix hero, and you have a CM already, so there's no flexibility to put it past 5. And you don't ban Ursa. Like, you ban some Razor or something, right? Yeah, Razor's good versus Lifesteer, sure. But Ursa's also good versus Lifesteer and Phoenix. So, like, I think it was like a really big oversight here in the drafting department from Lava. And yet again, to just kind of show you, Fusion's, like, drafting has just been solid overall. And their play just seems to be getting better, too. This is definitely one of those teams that is going to evolve through the lower bracket run.
What, do you remember the other ban in the last phase?
I remember one of them was Razor, and that was enough. Like, it just wasn't the right thing. Yeah. Razor doesn't do anything to Phoenix, or Ursa owns both your heroes. All of your heroes on your team, honestly. There's not a single hero that's good versus Ursa on Lava.
He bought Shard as well for the Ursa. So
yeah, you need it. That way. That's the one thing that you can do to beat Ursa. You can doom him before he gets Enrage off. But because he has Earthshock that's going to give him, he can just jump in really quick, Earthshock, and then he can think about whether he wants to rage.
Oh, man.
There we go again.
It's almost a flawless game. They scan the smoke. The reads from them, it's just been perfect. Nothing short of perfect from Fusion in this final game.
Looks like he can solo Roche right now if he wants to, but he's a little afraid of getting ganked. Just thinking about it. Yeah.
With the shard on Ursa, is this because I know previously, like when your shard used to come from Roche, you would really hope you would love to get it from that second Roche, and then now we've seen Ursas in the past like buy it. Is this one you still buy it, or are you hoping you get it from the Tormentor?
On Ursa? I mean, he already bought his, but I think in this game you have to buy it because you're playing for Stu. Okay. There's just some matchups where you need it, and other ones where eventually you do want it, but it's not like an emergency. It's, as I mentioned before, you want to be able to jump in.
What is this, dude? Prada's gonna blink. Just an initiator. The Disruptor's initiating. Like, he jumps straight on top of the lifesteal, point blank static storm. They're even gonna be able to get a glimpse on Faker. So drags back the Dragon Knight, who eats a boomerang to amplify the damage. Meanwhile, Wits as well. He's starting to go into Adrian. With the flesh getting ripped apart, they're going to turn to deal with a supernova. This is a masterclass performance from Fusion in the all-important game that they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, your options for playing this game are incredibly limited right now. And Pampelona's trying to ping around like, let's do this, this, and this, but unfortunately, this isn't a good Phoenix game, man. Like, you're playing versus Lina, and you're playing versus an Ursa, and you have no way to protect this egg. It just doesn't exist. Like, your DK really wants to protect the egg, but, you know, Ursa's got a BKB. Lena has this Blink Dagger with Boots of Travel. She's all over the place. The Flame Cloak, too. Like, maybe she'll get a BKB, but does she even need it? I don't even know. But she can kill the egg however you want. This egg is going to do absolutely nothing for you, and you can't even get on the map here. It's a sad way to go here on Lava, but that's just the reality of the situation. It's just, you really can't do much of anything right now.
Dire are scanning.
And I like this build on Ryu as well. Much better than the Vessel. This Echo Saber treads into the Lincoln Sphere.
On him again. Another static storm from Prada with Alone's damage.
Okay, get the armlet toggle.
Man. And now Faker's actually here. Alone? Is he going to be speedy enough here with the Fiery Soul stacks?
He's
Quarter
pretty
duration
speedy.
left. Alone. Oh, he's even going to be able to fly over the top. Alone try and juke and jive, dance around. Faker now eats the stun, and Ryu's here. And keep in mind, the lifesteal is still stuck inside the Dragonite. No one else is coming, though. So importantly, without the Ursa, who's stealing the enemy's Tormentor, means that they will not be able to get the kill, but at least you get Alone out.
Yeah, you didn't get the kill, but you made space for Ursa to steal Tormentor. That's 1,400 gold taken away. Well, more than that, actually, because you don't get the gold, but it's a rough one. Definitely a rough one, but I feel like if they can manage to get a kill on this Lena, that'll help them a lot. But it's going to come down to Fusion having to make a lot of mistakes this game, because 24,000 gold at 25 minutes in the game is a bit obscene. And the Ursa, he waited for him to buy an item. And the moment he saw it get purchased, the energy booster, he killed the courier. Insult to injury here. It's Roshan number 2. This one is with a cheese. It's on the menu.
We've been, when we've been seeing the Shadow Fiends, we've been speaking about the Yashikara and kind of theory crafting on some other heroes who could buy it. I don't know if we brought
the
up
tiny,
Lena,
right?
But
Oh, okay.
yeah, well, yeah, no, the tiny one was great. Yeah, I mean, 100%. We should see the tiny one again. But no, the Lena one seems actually pretty good. I don't know if this is, if you brought up this as a possibility for some of those heroes, but it seems like this actually could be one of the heroes that utilizes it pretty well.
It could be, and it seems like Alone, he is the one that bought on the tiny. He's the one really trying to make this item work on Hero's side. He's bought it every single game so far.
Okay, they're going to lose the first life on the Ursa. They're going to try and play with the respawn. Supernova used early on, but the blink away wits. And now with the Rolling Thunder as well to crash into the middle with the Static Storm's going to get laid down. It's not that good, though. They'll still be able to glimpse back the Dragonite, but they didn't catch any other heroes inside the field, and it looks like Lava will escape on 4 of them, and you get the Aegis. Kind of something.
Yeah, it's good, but it's also sad that that's the best it can be. You know what I mean? It's like, you lost your DK just to take an Aegis away, which I suppose is worth it, but you need to transform this into something else too. Because it's still just a net loss for you as a team, at least net worth-wise and everything else. It's just you're taking away this ability for this Ursa who... to dive her base, I guess. You can't do that anymore. I'm not sure if he was interested, but if he was, he won't do it now. If anything, you maybe actually you anti-synergized yourself, right? Because maybe he would have dove your base with Aegis and just died twice there with your buybacks, but instead you take away that temptation from him. You can't do it anymore.
I see.
Yeah.
Who would have thought actually killing the Aegis was is
a
not
mistake.
a good thing. Yeah.
Now he's not confident to
have,
dive you in the base, in the fountain rather.
That's what they needed. You a deep dive, not respecting Lava, and then all of a sudden, they turn it around, 5-man wipe, Confusion get baited, and then you walk down mid, get tier 1, tier 2, all of a sudden maybe it's only like a 14k deficit, and then we're like, and then we still remember like Ursa could probably die like 5 times this game and still could probably win with his matchups.
Yeah, but you can't forget human error. That's how you lose games that you shouldn't be able to lose.
Oh, Dota Plus says it's still 5%. 6% probability just went up one. So maybe that 6% is human error.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They are waiting for the power rune once again. Adrian with the infested lifesteal, but I believe the Observer Ward inside the river was able to scout them out, so Alone didn't take the bait.
But here comes the smoke. Honestly, pretty good vision for the side of Lava here. they're not really playing around their vision, which is unfortunate. And they will smoke past it. He's thinking about warding there, but it might be too late. They're going to see the courier fly back. They're going to move backwards, but Dad... Uh-oh.
And Ryan's going to try and get the jump of the Static Storm as well. And once Witz is there, he is gone. They all separated away from the carry. He wanted to farm.
What the hell was that?
They wanted to continue to walk. Yeah.
Like, you know they're coming. 4 of your teammates are sitting there preparing for a battle, and you just go randomly farm by yourself? Oh, that got punished. I'm glad that got punished. That was incredible.
He's got Lincolns. They're going to be able to pop it. And then with the Doom follow-up, so he'll go down inside the combo, but how many heroes is it going to cost you, though? There's one, and potentially a second. Fake a BKB, but yeah, Winston's got a basher. And they're going to continue to hold some damage into him, so he's unable to get the blink away as Alone flies in from the opposite side of the map.
I mean, I do respect the fact that they're trying to make moves here, but they got to do it as a unified team. And on top lane, oh, Linus is going to do a bit of damage here. Is he going to chase all the way? Yep, that was beautiful. Yeah, 555 is just burning to death as collateral there. Alone is feeling himself. He had a rough game number 1.
The life sealer. Oh no, Wits.
He ran away. It was very effective.
Creep, what's the creep doing? Why is it
he's burning him? Canceling his blink.
He can't man fight when he's in the life steal form, so he's just gonna run it into the creep form.
Could be the player. Get a big black dragon, just sitting there. Start your fights out like that.
Unfortunately for them, Wits is level 20, so extra Fury Swipes damage. MKB for him now as well, so have fun with your little evasion game that you've been playing off.
Yeah, I mean, that MKB is gonna increase his DPS by like 40% potentially against this lifestealer.
Oh, they're chilling, they're just farming. I mean, I guess 31 kills. They're making a lot of kills across the map as well, but not posturing very aggressively, you know, around the triangle or closer to Radiant's base.
I mean, they're still holding more net worth lead than it is minute in the game, which is quite impressive.
How is it 4% still? What am I missing?
I mean, I feel like if the net at 30 minutes into the game and you have 33k net worth, it's almost unthrowable. It's getting to that territory. I wonder if there's a stat on like having this net worth at this minute, how many teams have ever lost with it. I bet it's like less than 2 in competitive Dota. Not even 2%, just like 2 teams in general maybe have thrown a lead like this at this minute.
It's gotta be so low. It just does not seem like a game ever going to be in a position. I mean, you have a Scepter on Prada. Your Hoodwink also just completed Hurricane Pike and has an Orchid queued up as well for Michael. So it's like, it's not just the cores you have to be worried about with the itemization. It's also support. You have a double damage rune now for Alone as well.
There are no supports on the side of Fusion. Fusion has 0 supports in this game. Only cores.
They are under a really key observer ward. This could be very scary for them. Fake out. They're going to infest the Dragonite.
They have to doom him before. Oh no!
No way. You really want to target Wits? The doom will come out, but the static slump push wickets onto 3.
Oh no!
You all just line up for the AoE ultimates as that can now turn to deal with a supernova as well. It actually does go up, but it doesn't matter. There is no hope of a fight being turned when you
go
up like that for the reveal of the scepter. Pamplona will showcase once again. And at least it can fly away. But what a beautiful reveal of Prada's freshly picked up scepter.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that the fight, it's just, you need to get this Ursa first, but he got his leap off first, which applied Enrage for 1.5 seconds, and the DK stun hit in that exact moment, allowing Witz to get his BKB off and go back. And it would have been even better if he decided to get his ultimate off, but in the end, didn't really matter when you have a 3-man Static Storm with an Agnum Scepter there. If they wanted to kill the egg, they could have done it, but they decided to just kill all the heroes in the Static Storm instead. Really, the world is their oyster here. Just like Lava's base also belongs to them.
See if they're going to leave and respect the timers coming back up, and they are out. So full set of barracks bottom. Back maybe a fake back. Alone's going to wait, see if he can blow someone up. Will show. Half health just gone.
Those are the plays that Alone is doing with this Shadow Fiend too. Just they're kind of like fuck you plays, you know, like they have no real purpose. Like they're high risk. You can get punished very hard for them. You're never gonna get killed doing it, and it's just like to show your dominance as a player. And yeah, we're gonna see a replay of this 3-man Static Storm here into the Rolling Thunder, into this amplified damage. Lena just clicking. I was surprised they almost killed the egg too there. Really happy about that one, as they probably feel nothing but secured that they're going to continue on this lower bracket run for the SA Road to TI qualifiers.
Yeah, we are now finally 100%. So it's
100%
time, but
Gaben has
only
deemed it unwinnable.
they're still going. Respect to them. You know, smoke is couple men smoke. Hopefully they don't line up again for another crazy Static Storm. With instant burst onto Pampeluna. Ryu's going to try and disrupt as well here with the Rolling Thunder. Adrian casts the Doom, but it does absolutely nothing. The Ursa, along with the team, are far too ahead. They can pop the BKBs and hope to escape, but once Wits is there, the DK survives. So dying in a heartbeat. A dart as well. He's going to try and get onto Alone, but a 4-star down to the low ground. Lifesteal is having a difficult time to lock onto his target. Adrian will buy back as well, and Fusion, they will respect that. They're going to get out of the base.
For now. All right. Game Rage is on here. This is a very slow and painful process here, but if you are on Lava, right, this is your last life. Like, you just have to hope at this point that there's a throw that's going to come from Fusion. If you lose this game, you don't get another game until next year. If you want to compete at TI. So they're going to put everything they can to try and claw their way back into this seemingly impossible game, but the more epic it would be if they can actually manage to do so.
I just think of the storyline. If you win this game, there's no way you lose qualifiers. you would be unlosable.
Oh,
no one would be able to beat you. If you win this game, it would just, 100%, they would make a run through the low bracket.
And they just win TI too, honestly, right?
Yes. Yeah, honestly, yeah. If they win this game, they deserve to do it.
For sure. We'll see if they can do it. The story is in the making. Literally, the road to winning TI starts with this game for Lava. And it also ends with this game.
Yeah, well, unfortunately that's the case as well. And now you're going to Ages, Cheese. I don't know, that was third Roche as well, so... Oh, mid lane, jump in, okay. Oh, Doom's gone. I think a Scepter for Wits. I'm not quite sure, I think it was Scepter for him.
Yeah, he picked up the Scepter for him, for Roshan, rather.
At least the lifesteal is in the Dragon. But unfortunately, the Dragon I can't invest into anything.
He actually did the play I was talking about.
That's true, yeah.
I didn't think he'd actually do
stand
it.
his ground in the normal form.
Did not think he would actually do that. He did. I mean, it doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what he's in as a vessel. Especially when your Doom just dies like that on the mid lane. You're gonna play versus Megas now.
Who's got a rapier?
You're dead.
Okay, Alone's got a rapier apparently.
Got a blue one. He's got a blue rapier.
How much? Let's see if you one-shot someone with the Laguna. Come on, just
I mean,
please jump in. Are you bored? Just showcase how much it does.
There he
Stop
goes.
messing around. Oh, come on. Let's see. Ooh.
He wants
come
to.
Come on, dude.
Can't go. Cloak is on cooldown. That's 35% spell amp he's missing out on.
Press it up, Faker. with the respawns.
I mean, Alone really tried to go the one item that could potentially throw this lead, though. He's trying.
Going for the bear who has the Aegis. Wits is fine, standing on the front line. 1 T4 is down. Prada with a jump over the left. Faker slips out of the static storm, so is actually able to activate the BKB. Now looks to move in. Disruptor is gone. The Dragonite is stuck in the middle. Alone pops the spells onto the Doom. With using it onto the Lincolns, he's going to have no impact in the team fight, and they have no buybacks, no lives left. And good luck next is going to be caught as well. As the boys on Fusion, they will knock out Lava in the TI13 closed qualifiers in South America.
I was a little bit worried after game number 1, but Fusion, they're on the path to... I don't know what they're path onto, like just getting better as a team, right? They've been growing, because like after the first match where they got 2-0'd, I had some question marks. Game number 1, I was like, oh, it looks like they didn't really solve their issues from yesterday, but they really had some talk or whatever it might have been after that game number 1, and they brought back what looked like much better teamwork in this particular game. Their drafting's always been pretty good. I've been happy with it, but the teamwork was definitely bumped up a notch in game number 2 and number 3 here.
What do you think is a easier thing to fix, or even a better attribute to have first and then work on the other thing? Do you think it's better to have like really well overall drafts like we're seeing from Fusion, or would you gameplay and then it's easier to be able to work on the draft?
I definitely think you want to have good drafts first. That way you can really focus on like, okay, we're just having a play problem. If you're like playing good and you're losing because of drafts, sometimes it's hard to identify, right? If your drafts are just bad, and it's even harder to fix because like it's very systematic how drafting kind of works. But it's a lot easier to be like, hey, we're making these silly mistakes. We just need to talk more. And when we do have these discussions, we learn something from it and we apply it into our games. And I feel like that's like fairly simple. It's not simple. Both are kind of hard. But yeah, to answer your question, I think having good drafting is a good baseline, and then you can just improve on your play from there.
Okay. We'll say this is a good start so far for Fusion, and a team that we could see make some run. I know it's very early on, but the fact that their drafting is looking very solid for them, and we see that their gameplay is able to back it up when they are coordinated and when they are playing together as a unit. So they'll get 1 win on the board, but it is a really long road even to just the lower bracket finals, where of course they'll be playing for that second qualification spot. So we are done for our 3rd series of the night. We do, of course, have another one coming up. It's going to be the boys on Infinity, who lost in the upper bracket to Beast Coast. They have 1 chance now, and they're going to be taking on Boom Esports, who, of course, started in the lower bracket. The 4th and final series, which means we get to see another team, unfortunately, eliminated with the road to the international. So first a break. When we come back, we've got more action here in South America.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
We are back for our last series of the night. We got Boom taking on Infinity. We saw Infinity have a bit of a tough performance in their upper bracket. A quick 2-0 knocked them down by Beast Coast. And now they're going to be going up against Boom, some Peruvian Titans who we saw actually struggled in the open qualifiers. And for this team, this organization, of course, you're moving over to South America, really has not had the year they've been hoping for. They've been all over the place with rosters. Recently, even as recent as the first open qualifier, they made a change, which is crazy. They started with the Riyadh Masters. They had Knight there as their position 4. Weren't able to qualify to that. They came 3rd place, so they removed Knight. They bring in Matthew. Then they have the all 5 men, the complete old Thunder Awakened boys. They play in the first open qualifier here for the closed qualifiers. They weren't able to win that, so then they kick Panda. So the old 5 men of Thunder that had a good run at one of the previous TIs, that's no more anymore. And then they bring another Peruvian, and his name is Yadomi. So I don't know what's going on with these boys, because this was, these are some big star players in South America who are just not getting results.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. This is a team that you definitely, when you play against them, are expecting a lot, right? So whether or not they can get the ball rolling is going to really depend on them. But I think this is a squad that has lots of potential. And I think if I were to choose one team from this lower bracket that potentially could make a run all the way to the end and make it to TI, this is a team I'd predict to do that, right? Because they do have a bunch of star-studded names here, lots of veterans of the scene, very high MMR players as well. I mean, you're bringing in Matthew, who's like renowned as one of the best support players from the region, because for many years, most people thought was potentially the best carry in the world, not even just the region, right? Dark Mago has been making waves from the mid lane for a very long time. Sacred and Yadomi still have a lot to prove as players. I mean, Sacred has proved himself a bit. Yadomi, he's been playing in the region for a lot, but now has a chance to really be on a super good team tier that got the chance to prove himself. So this roster, in theory, on paper, looks like it should be strong and incredibly strong, but it is freshly formed. A lot of new faces to the organization, so they're going to have to put in the reps to make it work.
Yeah, and again, for me, this is a roster that is, you say freshly formed, this is like a couple of days. Like the fact that you kick Panda after not winning the first open qualifier, then you bring Yadomi in, who is also playing against his ex-team in Infinity. I think the only player that was actually on that team with him was PP. He was on that about a month ago. So for Infinity, this is a pretty new roster. Like we said when we covered them yesterday, this is I believe 3 ex-Hikori players, which we've seen in the past in South America. But let's get into the nitty-gritty of it. We do have a draft underway, so boom, they're going to open up the Tiny. We have a Darksea first pick from Infinity. So one thing from them yesterday, their offlaner, Arcano, so really struggled. We saw him have some difficult games. That first game, I believe, on the Centaur was like 0-4 in the first 10 minutes. And they're going to opt to try and draft his hero super early.
Yeah, and they're going to end up taking Darkseer first phase. I was looking too much into the history of the teams here and all the potential they have. But I think really the move that Boom made is this is a team that wants to win a TI, right? A lot of these players, they've been chasing that goal for a very long time. And I think in their eyes, they're like, we'll make all the roster moves we need to. And if we're not good enough to win the qualifier, so be it. Because I don't think with our previous roster, we would win a TI with it. So we need to build a roster that has a chance of winning TI. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work type of situation here. And right now, they're going into this. They had plenty of time. They brought in Matthew, who I think strategically is going to help them a lot. Losing one open qualifier isn't the end of the world here. They probably made the adjustments they feel that are necessary to be able to potentially win the tournament. And they're just drafting some standard heroes. But the only thing that seems a little off for me, it's not really off, just different. It's like the early Darkseer pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Not a hero that I particularly be like, hey, yeah, this counters Tiny. Because the illusion of Tiny doesn't get the tree, right? So that's a big part of what makes Tiny good. Has a lot of AoE damage. Doesn't mind laning versus the Darkseer as well. they must just really enjoy the Darkseer, and it must work well for them in scrims, so they just want to pull it out.
Have you seen Darkseer carry yet? Because I know some regions have attempted it, and I don't know if this is where maybe some of the power of the flex comes through with drafting at first pick.
I saw in the North American region that Yuma played it, but Gunnar was playing like an offlane Meepo, and they lost that game. But I'm not entirely. I mean, they qualified to TI, right? But they lost that game against Shopify in the upper bracket final. I don't think it's good, if that's your question.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know if it's good. I don't know what it is. I just there are some people I know. China, at least once it was played as a carry as well. Did win that game, but the OD mid lane had like 15 kills. So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
like
if you pick Darkseer as a carry, he's not truly your carry. You have like something else carrying the game, like an offlane Meepo or a mid SF or OD, whatever it might be. He's just kind of like there to surprise you because you think it's offlane, and then you're like, oh, surprise, it's now a carry, and now we're going to counterpick your carry with an offlaner, and the Darkseer is just going to exist in the top lane and get carried most likely.
a lot of team fight for Infinity though. You've got some combos here with the Darkseer Monkey King, a lot of magic damage as well. Wombo combo is out, some good pairings with the Surge and Iron Shell. See how Boom are going to respond. A Purge would be great. You've already got into the Shadow Demon, so a lot of value there. You're getting rid of Jingu, the Magnetize, the Darkseer value, and they're going to go for the Pengo.
Yeah.
So this is something that, of course, Sacred has a lot of potential to flex into the offlane. Really likes this hero.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy, picking Monkey King into not only Shadow Demon, but Dark Willow. Two matchups that are really not good for the Monkey King.
10 seconds remaining.
But what do I know? We'll see what they can do with it.
5
It feels like the Shadow Demon has a lot of purpose in this game, playing versus Darkseer and a Monkey King. All you have to do is just purge this Monkey King. You're most likely taking Iron Shell off. You're taking Surge off. And of course, Dark Willow, you can fear the Monkey King out of his Wukongs. With the new facet, you do get 3-second grace time to be out of the Wukongs, which is kind of nice. I thought it would be a lot better than what it was for his win rate, but Monkey King just unfortunately in the meta of really tanky heroes, you would imagine he's super good against them, but unfortunately he's just too fragile himself that he can't really stay alive against the tankiest of the boys here. And playing into the Shadow Demon also isn't really super inspiring for me either. We'll have to see what he can do here. Maybe it'll be a mid Monkey King that might have a little more potential in a game like this. But the carry one is a little difficult.
Could you like 4 Monkey King and even put the Earth Spirit mid? China really likes the Earth Spirit mid at the moment.
5 seconds.
That I would actually like, yeah. I don't want to see Monkey King as a carry. That's like the only thing. I really think the hero as a carry it's way too volatile. And I don't think it's necessary, right? It's like Monkey King is just like a really bad Ursa right now. That's the way I see it. If any game where you want Monkey King, Ursa's just probably 5 times better. That's probably why I don't like to venture towards it. But we'll see what they're going to do here. And I hope that is because Pudge, because I said it from day number 1. I really think Pudge carry is incredibly broken. And if they don't actually change this hero very much, he's going to see more and more gameplay in the earlier stages. Like, I really think you just first pick this hero and it'll be fine in almost any situation. But I think it's going to be most likely Tiny mid, Pango off, and then Pudge carry here. A lot of tanky boys here.
And I too hope it's a Picard's carry because I think this is actually one of his better carries. I remember when he was playing it with Thunder and afterwards. I really think this was one of his better heroes when he had his runs at some of the LAN events.
I mean, where else would they put it? Like, it kind of has to be his hero. I mean, it could go mid. We saw the mid Pudge once when it was kind of cool. But I think this game versus Darkseer, like, you don't care, right? You just turn on the meat shield. Iron Shield does nothing to you. You vacuum wall Pudge. Guess what? He has Aghanim Scepter. Your illusion of Pudge doesn't do anything, and he kills all your illusions just by existing, really. So it's a really hard matchup for the Darkseer. Yet again, kind of showing like little questioning this Darkseer pick, but maybe he has some new tech, and that's what I'm all about. For these pro players, they're spending their life like dedicated to learning new heroes and playing them in certain ways. They wouldn't pick it if they don't think it's good and they haven't practiced it.
There is maybe even more value of this Earth Spirit being a mid laner now for the early vessel.
Choose your hero.
Of course, eventually Shadow Demon can potentially purge that off on the Pudge himself, but let's see what we have. So Lumi is going to be playing the Lifesteal, and then it's going to be a Mid Monkey King. So how do we like this last pick here? I mean, a lot of value, right? Against the Tiny, we've spoken about this, being probably, along with the Ursa, one of the better ways to deal with the Tiny. It's a mid laner though, so I don't know how different that is going to be, because you kind of play like jump into the fights and like reset on the outskirts and play on your cooldowns. And then I think you even mentioned that actually the Pudge, one of his pretty much the only matchup maybe you're concerned about is the Lifestealer. So does this pick actually like fix maybe some of the concerns that we were seeing with the Infinity draft?
I do like the pick a lot, the Lifestealer that is, and they ended up banning Bloodseeker and CK. And Bloodseeker I get, because that's kind of like a versus Pango, everyone just does it. I don't know if it's still the end-all be-all, because you have this double jump now, you build tankier. Maybe it's more playable into Bloodseeker now, I'm not entirely sure. But because, as a Pudge player, knows playing into Lifestealer is a very difficult matchup, but he's going to do it anyway. And he didn't go unfettered, actually, on the Lifestealer, which I personally think... I'll actually have to look a little bit more at the matchups after this, but that facet is incredibly good against Pudge, because the one benefit you do have as a Pudge against Lifestealer is you can just dismember him while he's raged, right? And kind of kite him out, and that can be very annoying. But if you don't do that, like Lifestealer just sits there and he just full lifesteals off you for the entirety of the team fight. And there's nothing you can do about it, just because you just have so much HP that you just keep giving it back to him. And I would say this is by far just the worst matchup for the carry Pudge in the game would be the Lifestealer. But because he believes he can play into it, and he's going to give it a go here in this game number 1. I'm more interested to see on like how the mid Monkey King is going to function this game. The Shadow Demon, it has so much value here. Is he going to get shut down by Matthew?
Looks like the Monkey did go for the Tree Dance one as well. Have you played any Monkey at the moment? Because
Yeah, I mean, this one's interesting. I've demoed it, right? But I've never actually went for it. I mean, this does mean if you ever step out of your Wukongs, or you ever get feared out or tossed out, it's just going to disappear immediately. And against a Dark Willow and a Tiny, that can be a little scary, right? But you can get across the map really quickly with this facet. So I guess he's just looking to get really active and run around the map as much as he can to try and get some ganks happening.
Yeah,
haven't seen anyone use this one yet other than supports. So very weird to see from a mid monkey, but we'll see how it does.
There was a... Oh, man, I don't know. I may have actually been in the grand finals, but now into Shopify, and Yuma went for... There was one game in particular. I think, in fact, he played 2 Monkey King games, but there was one I remember where he went the Tree Dance, and he was rotating really, really early, being super, super active on a carry monkey. So
yeah.
I'm also intrigued to see like how the playstyle is going to be now for the mid lane here on PP, and how active you can get, because this is a volatile hero. You were saying in the carry, it's even more in the mid lane. Like, you are not someone, you don't go like Battle Fury or I'm expecting not a Maelstrom as well. So I really, for PP, he has to body this lane, and he probably should, right, versus Dark Margot.
Eventually over time you will win the lane, but I think you're not going to have an issue farming on Dark Mago either, because you can kind of keep your distance pretty easily in this situation, and you'll be able to farm up. But yeah, if you ever get your lane on the enemy hill and he gets like some early boots, it can get really tough really fast for Dark Mago. But I think he has a lot of experience as a hero spammer himself, and Tiny's like one of the heroes that he just is truly goated on. It's like his Tiny, his Ember Spirit, and Kunkka are like the heroes I just really think of Dark Mago. So I'm sure he's played this matchup 1,000 times, and he'll do just fine. And it's already kind of showing in the CS right now that he has perfect CS at the moment.
So once again, I don't know if this is the 3rd time we see the Pango in the offlane so far today. Seen a couple times it's had a pretty free lane. Are we expecting this to be another free lane for the offlane Pango?
Free. Yeah, I mean, it should be relatively free. Lifestealer doesn't apply too much pressure to you, and you'll be able to leap out pretty easily. And with Matthew there, he's going to be able to support him. It's a reasonable amount here. So yeah, he's going to be able to farm. He might not dominate the lane, but he should definitely get his farm.
Which is probably going to be pretty happy with, right? Because, I mean, might actually see Gardic take a bunch of damage. Matthew will be fine with the TP, but Gardic was eating all the right-click damage from the big creep wave.
Oh,
Up the cell, but of course that's going to be popped pretty instantly, so fortunate for Gardic.
And Gardic might wish he just died there because he has no mana, no HP. He's not going to be able to help this lane very much. At least he can get the creep pull off and deny a couple creeps there. But outside of that, he's got just about nothing. Maybe they can grab a Lotus in 20 seconds. That will be coming up relatively soon here.
Not going to be easy though if the Crystal Maiden can't even help contest the Lotus pull. And Sacred level 3 already, so second point in the shield crash. Matthew's ready to brawl as well. How's his bottom lane looking though for Bakaz and Tiger? They have... He went for the 1-1-1 build on Bakaz. Of course, went for that flesh meat as well, like you're saying. We see always
The meat
for the
shield.
carry pudges.
The flesh meat. Good fusion.
Good big boy. Where'd the Lotuses go? It looks like Radiant were able to get the top one, but the bottom one. Genic was able to get the bottom one as well.
Yeah. I had too many creeps on the tower there for Boom to really contest that one. A pretty slow laning stage so far. Not much of anything happening in any lane here. Mid lane, very ever so slightly Monkey King favored, but I don't think you really care if you're Dark Mongo about this. Like, things are going pretty decently, I'd say, for him.
Do you care though if you're the monkey? Because again, I feel like if you're putting this here in mid lane, it's to win the lane, and then we've already mentioned you don't have some good game matchups overall.
Nobody cares what the monkey thinks, Aries.
Okay, sorry, PP.
He's a monkey player. Nobody cares what he thinks. It's all about surviving. It's like Huskar players, you know? Like, does anyone care what the Huskar feels like? No, you don't. You just care about the guy that's getting Huskar.
Yeah. Some of those other heroes, you know, the person who's you're playing the Meepo, the OD, some of the other nasty laners. It's the bully heroes.
Pretty much.
Okay, so PP, sorry, brother. In fact, we might not even mention your name this game.
You gotta root
Margaret's
for the
actually going to make a
underdog.
trip back. Oh, well, Boom the underdog in this series?
The Tiny versus Monkey King
underdog.
is.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, now we are seeing their trip back to base. PP is going to start to grow a bit of a lead over the Tiny, who he's actually going to rotate top, so Dark Margaret feeling like he can't go to bottom. Maybe seeing an opportunity to get a kill. Still waiting for our first blood. Lumiere. That avalanche. It's not going to matter. Okay.
That's first
That
blood.
avalanche looked
All right.
really weird, but...
I mean, he tried to clip him on like the very edge because he didn't want him to get rage off. Or maybe he was just baiting the rage, that way he can toss later and get the kill. Either way, that's first blood. He's gonna sacrifice a lot of levels for that because he missed 2 waves under the tower. And PP is making a rotation to the bot lane. He's hopping. He's hopping.
And up and he is because danger. Might even be able to get Tiger as well. Dark Willow moved down with his own teleport. PP, nice rotation out of the Monkey King, is going to net them a double kill for Infinity. And much needed experience as well. And this is what you need for the mid Monkey King to be able to snowball, and that is a great way for him to start the game.
But they see him. Like, there's literally a creep attacking him. If you die to this... there's no way you die to this, right? You won't. And so far, I haven't seen the hopping look super OP right now. In fact, he's not even really abusing it.
He's not using it because Bottom's going to be able to get a kill into Genic. So after the death, maybe Arcano as well as Dark Margot. All right, so we got some active mid laners by the looks of it. Dark Margot, top to bottom. So we saw previously Boom give up a couple kills, but they will answer it straight back.
And I feel like if you're more than happy with what's going on if you're Dark Mago. You're also pretty happy for Monkey King. EP. It's going in. Smells blood.
Got the banishment on Matthew. How much is it actually going to be able to deter Infinity? It looks like not enough. PP. This seems like this could be a pretty fun game. The lanes were really slow, but with just how active we're seeing the mid laners, and importantly, they're like converting on kills. Because if they're not converting, then it's going to make it even more difficult to get these kills in the side lanes. But you've got a killing spree for the Monkey King. You're tiny as well as you're still third net worth. Dark Margot is actually farming a stack inside the jungle at the moment. So yeah, we could have a very fast-paced game at this rate.
Yeah, I think everything is going pretty well for both teams right now. And I think there's a big issue with both the mid laners. Let's just dead. So I saw earlier today, was it Parker ended up playing the Pudge in that 13-minute game? And he went for the other facet, which made your hooks faster and do more damage. And Bakaz is going for the one that gives you strength when you use Dismember. So it looks like still different variations on this carry Pudge on which one is better to go. Potentially it's game dependent as well. It's Matthew. He's gonna die.
Punch is gonna get it. Any like, do we feel like maybe is really dependent on if you're gonna be able to have stuns to set up for the hook?
Not sure.
I don't know.
I think it's just like two different playstyles. I feel like the, what is the names of these? I have to remember. Fresh meat. That's actually way too easy.
I think the other one's like Flayer's hook or something.
Yeah, well, the fresh meat facet is just stable and always easy to use, and it's always going to give you some type of buff. Whereas the Flayer's hook, I'll just call it that. I'm gonna take your word on it. That one is like, it makes your hooks faster. It means like you're probably gonna catch some people by surprise, right? By getting a couple hooks off here and there. I don't know which one's better. I think they're both pretty damn good, so just depends on like your playstyle and what do you want to be doing. Maybe because doesn't believe in his hooks, you know? Maybe just like, I just gonna walk in there.
Bottom lane, hang on, look at this, dude. 5 heroes. They popped out of nowhere.
Shield
all converging on the bottom lane. One ultimate, second ultimate. A lot of hate for Bakaz. And they've kind of showcased that in the draft. Sacred's actually going to try and step in. Rolling Thunder. They need the numbers. Where are the boys? But Dark Margot's going to be here for the extra damage. Lifesteal gets blown up. They'll try and fight onto PP. It's a big shield crash from Sacred. This Pango's going to be untouchable. And now the Darkseer is going to be chased down as well. Spell's coming up in a couple of seconds. Importantly, tossed as well for the damage they're missing. Going to be able to land it onto the Darkseer. A nice response from Boom. You lose the Pudge, but of course, everyone else comes in the nick of time to be able to take the fight because we'll miss the hook.
Miss every shot you don't take. That's why he didn't get the Flare's hook.
Oh, I see.
You gotta hit your hooks to take use of that facet.
So he doesn't have confidence in himself. Is this a good thing? I don't know. I feel like it's not.
There's a different type of confidence. It's like, I'm not going to kill them by hooking them. I'm just going to walk in and kill them.
Ah. And Dark Margot's got a blink now. After his top net worth. Pole vault himself. Leader of this game. Fairy's Trinket as well, which is a big one for him.
Except Dagger now?
And this is... Yeah, he's good to go. Needs some mana, so might make a trip back to base unless someone's got something to refill, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, just head on back. No problem there. And the Pudge is very interesting. He's going first item Eternal Shroud. Typically see the Aghanims first, that way you can farm a bit faster.
Poor Tiger. Lumiere again's actually going to pop out of the portal. 502 is his Monkey King.
Yeah, he's put in some work for sure. The only issue I have with the Monkey King is when he dies once, you know? It feels like one of those heroes that one death can set you back a lot. But if he never dies, it's golden.
I see. So low margin error. See if he's going to be able to continue the success he's had so far. Tower's actually going to go down bottom. Low defense, top lane. Looks like Boom and Sacred going to be able to find their own tower. They are setting up though. Dark Margot with Matthew going to be able to get the jump over the top. Looking for a toss back, doesn't find it. And that's the blink reveal, and it's not good enough. Gennik's actually okay.
I think they'll get the CM here, though, more than likely.
Run! Okay, this is Crystal Maiden. All right, at least this time, I think it's going to pay off in the end. Take some time.
Very slow and painful death, but a death nonetheless, as they look towards the mirror on the top lane here. Unfortunately, no glimpse available, so he will just walk away.
Again, it's another Vessel Pango as well.
Well, let's see if it can have more impact than what we previously saw. We did see the Treads Echo Pango do what I expect Pangos to be doing. I'm not saying when you buy Vessel you can't be a threat. It just feels like it's the less tanky option and it's a bit more aggressive and more utility.
Looking for the jump in with the Bedlam extra burst potential. It's not enough. Lumiere needs a rage target. In fact, not even required. Sacred still charges up the Rolling Thunder, and they're going to be able to dive under the tier 2 tower. But the Crypt's the tank, but they're about to die, though, with the Magnetize activated. And the reinforcements have arisen. They're going to try and play with the Terrorizers, send him out of the Wukongs. The kill has occurred nonetheless. Dark Marco goes down, and Sacred's still stuck around. And this should be a kill they're going to be able to find. So just too greedy with the attempt into Lumiere. Thought they had the burst potential, not enough, and pretty good response out of Infinity instantly to bring the members that were required.
Yeah, I mean, they dove onto their tower, didn't have the damage, and after that, I feel like they got baited by the Earth Spirit a little bit. Like, oh, Earth Spirit's here, maybe we can kill him. They channel up the Rolling Thunder, but Infinity, they brought the numbers there. You stuck around way too long, you lose your Tiny, you lose your Pango as well. That's definitely gotta hurt. So back to stacking, back to farming for a little bit. And Bakaz changed his mind, actually. He went for just a casual cloak. Gonna go for that early Aghanims. And this is about the time where we'll start to see the Pudge potentially join the fights. You don't even really have to. You can use Ags as a farming tool. If he wants to.
Is there any like specific items that Pudge can build, or is it more playstyle to play into this lifestealer matchup?
Oh, well, no matter what you build, it's still going to be lifestealer favored. But I think if you do get to a Shiva's Guard, it helps a lot with the amount of lifesteal he can get from you. I've seen some people tinker around with like ethereal blades, but more than anything, BKB's armor, Shiva's Guard, reducing his lifesteal is going to be probably the best route. And just get ahead in items, ideally. Because it's not really going to be so much about the Pudge countering the lifestealer. They have other ways of dealing with the lifestealer, and it's mainly just going to be kiting them out. Once his rage does go on cooldown, they have lots of ways of dealing with him. So maybe just the Pudge's job is to bait out the rage, and then after that, you got tons of stuns on the side of Boom to kind of deal with him. But you got to get there. And Lumiere, he didn't really go for a build that's going to help him farm very quickly. He went for more of a fighting build with this armlet. So he's going to fall behind in the farm department to this Pudge if this continues. If you can't get these kills with the armlet.
What? How did Sacred sit past that? No way. Is Matthew gonna get out? How's no one died? Is it 5 years? It's 5 years from Infinity. I don't know, no one died. They're going to see them going bottom as well with this ward that Matthew placed before he escaped. Kaz is under the Observer. It's a long TP. Oh.
If he was level 10, that would have hit. And now they know for a fact there's a ward there too, so.
Agnestar got some kills recently. Close to getting some, but Dark Margo and Matthew together. They want to go into the triangle. PP would be a good target with the double damage rune. They got the burst. It's a little bit messy of initiation. And we saw what could happen prior if the team can respond in Infinity, and that's going to be the case once again. Sacred would do his best to crash in, but with the pipe freshly completed, the damage mitigation is way too much. Boom. Another attempt goes astray, and now PP's going to be able to capitalize with the jump over the top. They'll try for the hook. Bakaz is going to clip onto one. The response, it's still going to be there. Kick Bakaz down to the low ground. Lumiere wants to turn from Sacred, doesn't have the damage, now rooted up for the moment.
Lumi is still okay. Infested up PP. Oh, it's a big boundless.
That's gotta hurt. Yeah, this Boom team, like, they're lacking some communication here. The Tiny goes in, but their idea was very simple. We're gonna stun him, toss him back into Matthew. Matthew's gonna use Demonic Purge on the Monkey King, and then the Monkey King is gonna die. But Dark Mago went in a little too early. He wasn't in range to toss back to Matthew. Now all of a sudden, Monkey King, he gets his Wukongs off. You're using your Rolling Thunder into a Wukong's command. You're just sitting in the middle of it as a Tiny. And there's like no way this fight is going to go good for you after that with that failed initiation. And it's got to hurt. It definitely has got to hurt there. They've got to really start fixing the core issue here, that it seems that they're not going at the same time right here. They're a little bit off the same page. They need to get on the same page. They need to do it fast in this game because this has been very sloppy from Boom.
Do you see this game as like you felt like the Ursa, if he was able to get to that stage, was the ultimate person who was going to be untouchable? Is that the same case with the Lifestealer in this game?
Not as extreme, but it's up there. Yeah, it's a very good Lifestealer game. They have very little that can deal with it. So if he does manage to get complete free farm, gets up to his Radiance here, which he almost has, then eventually he'll probably want to BKB just because of how much stuff you have to deal with him here. This Lifestealer has the possibility of just not dying this game, outside of, you know, his laning stage deaths.
Where you're watching, that's how it's done.
And another concern has to be the fact that like you are going to have other heroes that will scale. This Monkey King is still yet to die, so he's getting to the stage. If you get this Desolator, I mean, maybe it's going to definitely with the damage in the team fights, but maybe even help out with his farming with just spamming Boundless. You've got the Darks here, which we're already seeing there be a bit of a lack of damage. I like the transition. I think he did have Greaves queued up, but going to the pipe was, saving them potentially in that previous team fight, and maybe the extra auras are going to be really impactful inside these upcoming late game team fights. So it's not just the Lifesteal, but it's also everyone else on Infinity that they have.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a Blink Dagger now on the Shadow Demon. I think this is going to be really big. You can follow up with the Tiny now to make things happen. We haven't talked a lot about Bakaz, but this guy is almost level 15 now. By far the most farmed hero and highest level hero in the game at the moment. Sure, some of your heroes are good against him, but it really just comes down to, are you more farmed than him? And how you take the team fights. And as of right now, I think Bakaz still hasn't really shown us his power spike at this point of the game here. The next fight is going to be critical to see, is this Pudge killable? Or do you just not quite have enough damage and this Pudge going to kill you all? And we're probably going to find out in a minute here.
Marco mid lane. Meanwhile, PP's going to look to jump the backline with the Shadow Demon. Well, that was a big way to address some of the heroes on Infinite. You don't have it now. Bakaz led to hook over to the northern side, though. Sacred, great location for him to roll back and forth against the wall, but the damage, it's just not there. Sacred has no one else to follow up with. It will be a 1-for-1 because maybe finding a second. So all they needed was the Pudge to get involved. Bakaz is showcasing. Once he's able to show up to some of these team fights, he can really have a lot of value.
And Bakaz is the big boss of Boom right now. And a lot of this game is going to come down to, can they address him? Because right now they've already shown they can address the other heroes in the game right now. And jumping on Shadow Demon was like one of the best things you could have done in this particular fight here. And going for the Tormentor as well. But Pudge is definitely one of those heroes. I have a lot of faith in this hero right now as a carry. If he gets out of control, sometimes it feels almost impossible to deal with him. Even if you do have heroes that are theoretically incredibly good versus him.
And importantly, he already has that item queued up that you were mentioning, being the Shiva's Guard for Bakaz. So he's going to get that at a very quick timing. We do see probabilities favoring Infinity, even though Boom have a 3,000 net worth lead.
Probably just see some of the matchups and they're like, yep, Pudge versus Lifestealer. Go ahead and give you the advantage in this game, good sir.
Infinity get their own Tormentor as well. So what, the Radiant one went to Matthew. Now the Dire one will go to Genic. So, I mean, definitely you're pretty happy about the one onto Matthew. Importantly, having the Demonic Cleanse. There's some great things to cleanse off this game on your teammates in particular. Frostbite, Silence, really the big ones that I'm looking at. Spirit Vessel as well, honestly, to protect Bakaz is a big one, even Dark Margot. He's got a BKB Arcane Rune. So again, we'll charge up the high ground. We've seen previously, though, their initiations have been a little bit messy.
I mean, you saw the hesitation in Dark Mago's eye, a tiny and a Seum. The nice little stare down for a second there. Dark Mago could have jumped first, but decided not to and ends up getting frostbitten. Not wanting to go too deep into the enemy territory there. Meanwhile, Genek, he does get hit by a root there, but I don't know if they can block this roll. Not sure if they can, though. I think he should be out.
He will be, so tier 1 tower is going to go down. They will actually bring their forces down on Infinity, looking to counter this play and go for their own with the smoke. Got a really good observe ward that Boomer potentially going to retreat past. And look at the line drawn as well. If they can get there as soon as they get to the high ground wood, it's going to be a great position for Infinity to take the team fight.
I think Bakaz just wants to finish his Shiva's guard. He's really close, 200
Matthew,
gold.
we've seen prior, this is such an important hero to blow up. They should be able to do it to start the fight. A little bit messy, we'll get the banishment, but the rest of the team on Boom, are they going to be able to make it away? Observe Ward once again placed on the high ground from Gardic, so they're going to be able to glimpse Tiny, Dark Margot. So as the BKB, there's going to be no way to address that. The TPR is okay.
I do think there's one item that Infinity could buy that'll really put them in the lead for this game, and it's when Lifesurf finishes this BKB. I feel like he's going to be a completely different hero. And this Aegis doesn't hurt either. Yeah, if he has a BKB plus Aegis timing, I think Infinity are going to start, like, take a hold of this game.
Like they call the freezing field, probably would have been a little bit too slow. Because Radiant, they are coming down off the back of the respawn. Get it just before the fight occurs. Because with the early jump in. Do you want to take the team fight? You might be forced to, because So Sacred, with the Rolling Thunder, actually blocks the avenue of escape. And Lifestealer is out,
that's a godlike
everyone
spree.
else will not make it. That is a big streak they're going to get. Gardic as well. You're not making that one. Matthew will stop him. And really big ultimate there from Sacred. We've seen so far, like, this Pango Rolling Thunder, it's been impactful in a couple of team fights. They've just had some difficulty with getting on top of the heroes with other members to get the damage, but this time they will use it perfectly and get some really big kills.
Yeah, those are definitely some big ones there. They did get away with the Aegis, though, so that is the silver lining here. Lemire will have BKB available too. So I still think they're pretty powerful here, but those kills and losing that monster kill streak for the Monkey King, that went to Dark Mago as well, and you're gonna see here in this replay, we're gonna showcase how good. First of all, that hook canceled the roll, which was pretty cool, but this Rolling Thunder was just a work of art here, just chain stunning this Monkey King into oblivion and this CM. And Lemire was just like, I'm out of here, boys. Good luck. This fight looks lost after a Rolling Thunder like that. I was gonna TP out and go farm, cut our losses here. Still a game for Boom where things are looking okay, but I still want to see Lemire show up to a fight and actually right-click some heroes. I'm waiting for that. Maybe it's a level 18 because the lifesteal does scale with Feast being leveled up. Or with Infest leveling up, sorry. Feast levels up with Infest. So he'll have his max health to damage and max lifesteal available to play with right now.
Side set from Arcano. Swing and a miss for Bakaz, who is going now back into the Eternal Shroud. Another thing, the fact that Dark Margot got that streak from PP. This mid lane Tiny, we're speaking a lot about the Monkey King, and he can have some difficulties falling off sometimes if he has a bit of a rough transition to the mid game. I feel like Tiny is really similar if you played in the mid role, but it's a big streak for Dark Margot to get. He's going to be working on the phylactery by the looks of it.
PP has used up his one a lot of
mid, and Lumiere has a DD. They need to respond on Boom. Lumiere is just going to chase him down with a boundless strike as well.
Because will enter, Dismember's ready to go, no way for them to cancel, Age is gone, and no protection. They're going to come through off the back of the respawn. Because with the re-jump over the western side is exactly where Genic was currently positioned. So 1-for-1, but Lumiere wants some revenge. He's starting to beat onto Because. Because is pretty tanky with the meat shield, but once it expires, they are stuck inside the Wukongs. The combination is there for the boys on Infinity. You're going to try and buy back on Sacred, but this is a lost cause. There is no team fight to be won here. Now Dark Margot, he's chased down for the low ground as well as Fear. That is what you wanted. You wanted to see Lumiere starting to right-click some of the members on Boom, and he did exactly that.
Well, that's all they're waiting for. I think when he had this BKB ready, and I mean the Aegis surely helped too, but more than anything, he probably would have survived there if he just would have used his BKB directly after the first rage. But he wanted to save it. He knew that he's going to come back to life, and we're starting to see the issues now, like with this Leicester. When he has this much magic immunity for this duration of time, it is very, very difficult to deal with him. And he's hit that level of critical mass here. And there's nothing left that this Pudge can do except for potentially buy a BKB. And they just have to kite out this Rage plus BKB combination or jump him before he can even get it off. That's the other option.
And is this then where maybe someone on Infinity should be considering Lincolns or even a Lotus, potentially looking at the Darkseer? Is this something that the Lifesteal would like in this game?
Yeah, I think a Lotus Orb would be really good. It'll give you the nice duration of time where you just can't use their Dismember, and during that whole time, Lifesteal is going to whittle away at you. And it really is just a matter of time. And most of the time, it's the opposite way, where Pudge, he's going to out-survive you, and you're going to end up dying just because he's taking less damage than what he's doing to you. So Lifesteal is that one matchup where he doesn't mind the long, extended fight. And that's why I consider this the worst matchup for Pudge as well. Like, if you're against an Ursa or something, right? This Ursa has to kill you within an enrage, or this Ursa's going to die. Whereas Leicester, he doesn't really have to do anything. He just has to sit there and right-click you. And if he ever gets his rage off and clicks you with open wounds, he's going back to full HP. So it's really a battle of time in these team fights for the side of Boom.
And him going back to that full HP is much easier now with that 20 talent. I think the Wisdom was even
And
given over to
SNY.
him here, so yeah, I mean, he's a big boy. And you also just completed the BKB on PP, so even this Monkey King is really going to be survivable inside some of the team fights. Vindicator's axe given over to him, and what was, I believe, a 3,000, maybe 4,000 net worth lead for Boom, completely swung back in Infinity's favor off the back of that previous team fight victory.
I wonder what the neutral item selection choices were for Lumiere. I feel like he went for a risky one. Going for a Nemesis Curse, yeah, it's great for your DPS. But what if that, extra 8% more damage you're taking from everyone is the reason you can't get your rage off? I feel like you just need to survive. So this one, I'll keep an eye on it to see if this neutral item bites him. But it's definitely a risky one.
Dark Mark, can you step up here at this stage of the game? Yeah, you got BKB, but I mean, that is now on cooldown for 95 seconds, and it's the instant smoke. They are ready to go. They know this is an opening for them, and they are not going to mess around in Infinity. They see Bakaz, they see another member, PP, blows up Tiger, over to Matthew next. He's going to get the BKB at least before the hook connects, and Lumiere, they're just going to charge over to Bakaz. Dark Margot, I mean, he's entered the team fight, but is everyone else going to be able to see? Sacred's making some pretty good space here. Even the hook from Bakaz gets him out somehow. Really nicely done. I think he meant that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it even matters, like, whether that hits or not. But you're kind of seeing, like, the issue with the fights now. It's, you got one Dismember. Who are you using it on? You used it on Monkey King, right? Now you don't have it for Lifestealer. And you just don't have any damage. They just don't have damage right now. That's what they're lacking. Pango, he didn't really go for a build that does a lot of damage, right? He just has a Blink Dagger and a Vessel. And this Vessel has 0 charges. And now he's going into Yules. He will never be a source of damage. He's just going to be a source of control. And Dark Mario is tiny. Maybe he can do damage, but he just doesn't have the items right now. And yeah, Pakaz is doing a lot of damage. Just unfortunate, though, that he's playing versus a Monkey King and a Lifestealer. These are two heroes that lifesteal a lot back of the slow damage over time that you're doing to them. So what they're lacking is truly just burst damage.
how are you bursting anyone? This is, again, I mean, I look at a Crystal Maiden and I see 1800 health. I'm just like, what is going on? You have the Talon, Bracer, Fluffy Hat, Wand, Ogre Seal Totem for strength, Glimmer Cape. So that's the squishiest hero. Then we go to all of the rest. You're not killing the Darks, you're in a full combo. The Earth Spirit's got 2100 health. He's going BKB. So who are you actually blowing up this game with the Tiny? And you're saying that is what they need to do, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
They're going to have to catch a hero by themselves, right? Because in a 5v5, you're probably right. It's just not going to happen. And that's just kind of like the weakness of their draft in general right now. And maybe they're thinking back and be like, maybe we should have banned the Slicer because there's a lot on Makaza's shoulder to carry this game. And he did have a lot of space to get the items that he has now. But he's playing versus the worst matchup in the game for him right now. So he's inherently at a disadvantage here and trying to carry this game. He needs his team to also contribute here. It's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one. We'll have to see what they can scrap together here as we are waiting for Roshan to respawn just a minute and 10 seconds away. This team fight, I feel like if it's going to shape my opinion on which way this game is going to go and who can get this next Roshan.
PP? Really playing on the knife's edge there is the Monkey King, almost getting clipped down from the tree. Boom, playing with this higher ground ward. Because with a jump, looking like a free pick off onto Genic. No way, is he actually going to be able to get the roll away? The chase up the Infest. The bonus health will keep the Earth Spirit alive. And now Lumiere is locked onto Dark Margot. The Titan is shrugging off the damage. It's not enough for the moment. A really messy team fight. Breaking out simultaneously on both fronts. PP's going to be able to assassinate the backline, protect himself with the Wukongs now as well. A buyback is there from Matthew. Dark Margot's going to be able to reinitiate. They want to try and target down with the Darks here. And with the help of Picard's Dismember, this will be a big kill onto the Elf Laner. And finally, boom. I'll take a pretty good team fight. Yes, it does cost them the buyback out of Matthew. And Roche is up soon as well. So an opportunity for them to get the second Roche of the game.
It's going to be a big one. Because
go back.
Go back. I mean, they're probably thinking they're going to set up for Roche on the top side. We see the lines being drawn over here by Gardic. Next Roshan. Well, you got 30 seconds. How much damage and how much control do you have to attempt this? I don't know if you have the damage for this. You got 30 seconds, guys. I don't think you're killing this. Yeah, they're already taking the gate. They're getting ready.
Yeah. Oh, wait, cancel that TP, CM. Cancel the TPs. Okay, well, Gardic just pops into the Tiny. But wait, who's going to get the forces here first? Because you don't have Sacred at the moment. It's going to matter, though. A lot of damage dealt to PP with the BKB currently on cooldown for the Monkey King. Tries to turn with the Tinker stacks, but it's purged off straight away. Monkey doesn't have the lifesteal. He's still going to be able to leap into the trees. Meanwhile, Picard is slowed down. Lumiere is locked onto his target. This punch is in trouble. And now the vacuum into the balance. It's a perfect combo. Two get blown up. And Gardic's not even going to die as well. Protected with a Glimmer Cape. They can chase them down. Or they can just go for the objective in Roshan.
Kited out there. Dark Mago really desperately trying to find a target. I think a little bit of miscommunication there between Matthew and Dark Mago throughout this game. Like, Dark Mago, his avalanche got back off cooldown, right? He wanted to use it on the Monkey King with toss, but he got disrupted at the same time the avalanche went off there, and that could have been the difference of this Monkey King dying or this Monkey King surviving and them turning this fight around. And it looks like Lumiere, he's going to get this Aegis now. He also went for an Orchid. Maybe hoping to get a couple of these heroes silenced and killed off before they can get their spells, but unfortunately for him, there's a dispel on most all the heroes now, as Pudge did finish his BKB around the same time that Orchid was completed. And Lumiere, he will be taking out that Aegis, picking it up rather, and I think they can just walk down the lane if they want to. It's like, hey guys, I got Aegis. Let's just go walk it down top. Let's take everything we can in this vicinity. Sure, we're probably not going to get the Tormentor, but we can get a tier 1, tier 2. And when they show on the other side lanes, we have two choices. We're either going to go catch them, or we're going to force them back to the high ground here.
You got Scotty on PP now as well. So 3,300 health for him, but really importantly, just the reduction for the Pudge on his sustainability inside the fights is going to be huge.
Yeah, the control is going to be really big. Because you have to keep in mind, Lifestealer no longer can passively slow people, so he's got to rely on the open wounds or other heroes so he can stay locked on a target.
Where are you watching?
And the Scotty's definitely going to
That's
help a
how
lot
it's
with
done.
that one. Game number 1. Already looking a little bit bleak here for the side of Boom, giving away 2 Aegises and this Lifestealer last pick. With no answer in sight for this Lifestealer. He's going to throw out casual spells here. All right. They forced him back. Mission accomplished, I suppose. Probably walk down the mid lane here. Bloodthorn is complete for Lemire. Boosting up his damage even furthermore. Yeah, I don't have an answer for this.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to see what it could be as well.
It's a hook, right? It has to be like some hook into some ridiculous location, and then when you rush in to help the Lifestealer, maybe there's a huge terrorized, huge rolling thunder on the back line, kills everyone, and you just kite out the Lifestealer until his team's dead. It has to be something like that.
We'll say, like, Sacred has done a pretty decent job with his rolling thunder inside some of the backlines with disrupting. You know, we haven't seen the team be able to follow, but if all he does is need to try and control some of these supports, you know, probably importantly, it's the Darks here as well to stop the utility auras from coming into play to keep anyone alive who does get repositioned. So see if Boom are able to do that. It's going to be difficult. No vision outside the base. They got any smoke, so they do have a smoke onto the Dark Willow, so you can potentially look to go for a wraparound play.
They're losing their base though right now. Do we got a hook coming? He's thinking about it.
Blinks?
He really wants to hook him
Yeah.
into like some obscure part of the trees so he gets stuck, right? I bet you wish you had Flare's hook at this point of the game.
Slow siege it down. The creep wave coming through. I don't know what this creep is doing here. Is there a creep just... did you see that or no?
Wait, where's it at?
That was unexpected.
It's hitting the die creeps now, but there was a lonely creep just stuck by the crystal. He wasn't moving. He was stuck. He was just doing nothing.
Maybe he got tossed in some like glitched area. He's gonna die now.
Yeah, he's not getting attacked by multiple creeps. Looks like they're backing off even. Who is this? PP is actually farming, maybe trying to get some of the neutral tokens. You got mid lane getting shoved out by Lumiere as well. You still have a minute 40 the Aegis, so still plenty of time. And do you feel like they need to be this concerned about breaking high ground
So,
on
this whole
Infinite?
mess
Does
is
it
all
look
your
that
fault?
difficult, or are they just playing a passive?
I don't think it's that hard to go high ground here. You don't really need to by all accounts, but you're in a good state of this game. You're up 10k. You can siege pretty free with the Lifestealer. The only thing you have to worry about is getting hooked. And even if you do get hooked, I don't even know if that's the end of the world. So yeah, I think high grounding now is really good because you have this advantage right now as the Lifestealer. If you kind of look at his items, he's somewhat maxed out on items, right? So might as well use that advantage you have right now to try and get more out of this game and actually try to win the game. But maybe if you do want to go high ground, you got to start spending some more of this gold. We got the Darkseer sitting at 3.7k gold here. That's almost a new whatever item he wants to get next. I would imagine it'd be a Blink Dagger, but I'm sure he would have got it if that was the choice he truly wanted. To the high ground we go. The toss back into Rage,
And what
into
next?
Purge,
Into hook.
he walks away.
All right, he's out. And there is a rolling thunder. Infest gonna be given over to Genic. He also gets up to the high ground. Just go back up now.
You don't have BKB on the Earth Spirit, so maybe that's the one thing they're a little worried about. They got some damage there. I don't know, they only used Rolling Thunder, so I can see why they'd want to back. But that's what they got to do. But I think in that situation, very unfortunately, they need a toss back into a hook into like the middle of the tier 4s, right? It's just the hook wasn't perfectly synchronized with that toss there. But they're on the right track. They need to use this forcible repositioning. Maybe a Hex could be another really big item for them. Like some toss back into Hex, right? Kill him before he gets his rage off. I don't know who the hell's going to farm that Hex, but...
Yeah, I mean, Dark Marker's got 5,400 gold. So, honestly, if anyone's going to get it really soon, it's going to be him. But do you want a Tiny with a Hex?
I don't know. Maybe. Ideally, no, but that might be the one item that can just make sure the Slicer can never go high ground, though. So that's the only thing I do like about it. But he's going to go for Wind Waker, it looks like.
Running it because, and with this lane ward, they kind of see that no one's behind him. Maybe Sacred's actually going to run into PP first. Does look like Bakaz is going to TP out, so importantly, the Pudge will escape, and Sacred's going to take them on a bit of a joyride.
Just wasting their time there. Pudge looking like he really wants to... So they're building Ethereal Blades, they're building Wind Wakers. I think, yeah, I'm glad Lumiere saw the same thing that I saw. Go buy that Nullifier. And he's going to disassemble the Radiance, and now he has a Nullifier on top of it. So all these items that you're buying, this Wind Waker Tiny, this Pango also going Wind Waker, this Ethereal Blade Pudge, he hasn't committed Ethereal Blade. All these are now countered by this one Nullifier.
So give the DD over to PP. So level 25 extra Wukong's command ring, which gives you another avenue to siege high ground. Bottom lane, Dark Margo jumped over the top of Genic, but he can BKB TP out. They are coming though. Let's see if they're actually gonna have the damage through BKB with this Lifesteal and Monkey King DD. It's gonna try and activate the immunity here. We'll look for the TP out, but it's probably a little bit too late. And yeah, he's gone. Big kill for the boys to find, and now boom. Gonna be playing 4v5 for 90 seconds.
I mean, he does have buy, but unfortunately he has no BKB, so he is good as dead there. You know, if he does buy back, you can't really commit your hero into these fights without the BKB. Perhaps the costly mistake of even trying to BKB TP out there. Because without this BKB, I do not see how you're going to defend this.
Oh, baby.
All right, we got the buyback. And Purge is also... It's gone. All right. So, all in all, you got a buyback. And it comes down to Infinity. How do they want to play this? It's looking like patience is the name of the game. And you love to see it. And I can always appreciate, you know, people love watching throws, of course. It's very funny. But I love watching teams exercise patience and really try to do the absolute correct thing to win the game.
Where you're watching,
Play by the book. Nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy.
Yep, all is good. Lifesteal has one more slot to work with after he sells his boots. We'll be into that 6-slot territory.
Asher into the Abyssal is going to be the call for Lumiere. Let's have level 25 for a little bit now. Has that +1 second rage duration. Roche, unfortunately, a bit of a long spawn. So minute 40, they're going to be setting up top lane. Gardic actually went for the Lotus. I didn't see this. I think actually maybe just got delivered. So we were asking potentially for the Darkseer to go down this route earlier on. And now you have it on Gardic. So the ways to siege high ground get much easier now. Lotus up. You can even lay the Wukongs down for PP if you want, if you feel that's required to protect the Lifesteal of the sieging. PP could even siege. Honestly, he has Death, so he can do it himself. So there's a lot of ways, and this game is continuing to not get easier for Boom. No. We're going to see the Tormentor, so because as the dismember to be able to work on his teammates now.
where are you watching?
Not really ideal in this game. Like, who is he going to save with Dismember? He wants to really use that aggressively. Like, he's not going to save his Pango who's trying to roll around in the fights, right? Tiny. Maybe you can use it defensively, but I think if you're ever using Dismember defensively, you're probably losing the fight anyway as a carry Pudge.
I think that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Wind Waker is completed on Dark Margo, so extra thing to protect himself has been nerfed over time. We'll see if those nerfs are going to be enough and still strong as what it is. I mean, you got 11,000 deficit, so I don't know if it's a Wind Waker that's going to potentially get you over the edge. Kaz has his own queued up, 6,000 gold in the bank for the Pudge.
I mean, you do have these Wind Wakers. You are playing versus
do you
Nullifier.
take the fight?
No, I don't think so.
No, so you just give up Roche?
That's a tough call, but I don't think you're gonna win the fight. Like, you probably have a better chance in your base, but maybe you can get some weird angle with the Pangolier. But I don't think they're gonna even try. I think they realize that it's just a really low percent chance they can defend this Aegis. But I also feel like it's also a very low chance to win the fight in your base when they have Aegis and Chiefs. And Ags. Forgot about the Ags here. So it looks like, oh yes, Lemire might just get a free Ags too.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is an item we see picked up usually pretty early on. It's definitely like dependent of the matchups, but this is a nice one for Lifestealer, so he's probably pretty happy with getting it for free.
I mean, typically you go the Ags on Lifestealer when you're playing against ranged heroes, just like disarm and close the gap. Like, disarming a Pudge carry like doesn't really do much, but it does lower the cooldown to 20 seconds. So if you're ever in trouble, you can just like infest into an enemy, right? They can't really do anything, and you just kind of full heal. So it's better than nothing, but it's definitely not the best Ags game of all time for Lifestealer. Maybe the Tiny being just, I don't know, potentially using on Tiny could make some impact. Ooh, that was close.
TP very close to getting the Dark Willow down bottom. Jump up the lane and look to reconnect with the team. And let's see, this time, will they be able to crack the high ground? Top tower is 25 health left, so do they want to go through top? Do they want to go through bottom? They got a Wisdom Room that PP is going to get. When do they feel like it is time to go?
I think they're ready now. I was complimenting them on their patience, but I think this is too patient. I feel like Boom have nothing against you right now. You got double cheese. If you just play with a little bit of patience here, you're gonna have no problem sieging this high ground. Absolutely no problem.
Really concerned that Boom are potentially coming out of the base, you know, betting these crew waves, Genic, waiting to see for someone to show, but Boom, they're just holed up inside the base. Sacred's going to show now. Matthew will also show with the poison. Let's see. Actual last kind of fight of the game. Still Tiny, no buyback for 2 minutes 30. Everyone else has got a buyback for Boom, though.
Misses, but Dark Margo.
Not how you need to start the last team fight, potentially. Dark Margo. Wind Waker's going to be nullified off, and they're going to be happy to reset with the BKB now on cooldown for the Tiny.
That's a big win. I mean, there's an item on Matthew that might be making them feel a little uncomfortable, and that Aghatim's on Shadow Demon, disabling the passives from the Lifestealer. But it seems like the game plan is pretty clear for Infinity. They do not want to go high ground until they kill an enemy hero. They are not very comfortable with how things are going.
Where you watching? That's how it's done.
Game plan is wait for them to come out of the base. Essentially try to get a kill. Got wards on wards here.
With the creeps kind of getting stuck bottom. Nice read. I mean, CM clone popped out of nowhere. Pings came where that ward location is. Dark Margo's still waiting in the trees. We'll see people. Okay, we're getting. Lumi popped out in the trees.
Cause the turtle wins the race here. The turtle wins the race. Slowly but surely, they want to siege every single tier 3.
Oh my god.
Go mid and take that tier 3, boys.
I really thought this Dark Margo BKB cooldown was actually going to be like something for them to go high ground with. This is... You got it, Diddy. Let's go. Just go Wukong's.
I mean, they're just giving a lot of respect to Boom. Just Like if they do this, and this perfectly, we could actually be in trouble. Like if it's a toss back into hook, into purge, and then another toss, and then all of a sudden you're back in the enemy fountain. You don't want to be there, do you? Because that's a possibility. That's probably what's going through her head here. They got 1 minute though. This is like the moment of truth if they want to go for this. Because if they don't go for it now, they're sure as hell not going to do it when Aegis is gone.
Me, give him the Lotus as soon as he enters the high ground.
The hook.
He's going to be very deep inside the base, but does it actually matter? He can infest the crypt to try and get away. BKB's in the backpack, and of course, Rage being on cooldown, so Lumiere is goddamn survivable. They might not even kill him the first life. PP's now going to look to try and enter the team fight, but the big Wukong's command, this is all Infinity's base. The escape is only going to be off the back of the Wind Wakers, but these barracks should finally fall because gets a nice hook onto PP. This Monkey King's falling low. He needs a way to keep alive, and he's not going to find it. No Jingu stacks. And now this Aegis is out actually in a couple of seconds. Boom. Are they doing it? No way. Maybe the respect Infinity needed to give it to them because this high ground defense, it is working off. Garlic once again tossed inside the base. Arcano will escape by the looks of it with the surge. Looks like Lumiere was able to make it out as well.
And all the heroes with the cheese not able to do anything there. And like the craziest part of that, actually, the double siege trying to get the brags. They didn't even use their glyph. And I feel like Lumiere definitely could have killed that barracks there, but he was like so confused on what was happening. It was such a high pressure situation he was put into. He's like, Aegis is done 1 minute, let's go. The fight lasted a whole minute. He's like, oh no, I'm at like 10% health and Aegis is gonna go down here. What do I do? And this is why we see Dark Willow banned so much. He actually got rooted like 17 times on Lumiere there in that single fight. How many of the casts did he get off of it? He cast 3 Bramble Mazes in there. And several Cursed Crowns. So you can imagine, like, the whole base was just littered with these Bramble Mazes. Absolutely annoying. Even with your magic immunity, Lumiere is still, like, when it is down, unable to do anything. And but all in all,
he's going Hex as well.
All right, that is the item that we need to see, right? Like, if you do that toss back that we saw into a Hex, all of a sudden, I think he's actually killable. You're going to get the chain stun off, and it might be a different game here.
So I guess maybe the one saving grace, maybe you have a couple, but the big one, I don't know if we've spoken about the Scepter on Earth Spirit. He's got a Blink Dagger queued up. So maybe with the Remnant, could be able to protect the all or nothing committal into the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it definitely has potential if you can get there. And that blink will be a step in the right direction. He has a BKB to cover him, so just in general, I think just being able to get in there and kick any hero back, whether it's an enemy or an ally, is going to be very valuable this game. And that's just like late game Dota for you. There's so many options for every single hero on what they can do in this game. And a big one of is Matthew too. Like, what he's doing in these fights with this Aghanims is pretty much just reducing Lifestealer's capabilities by so much. Like, he loses 140 attack speed every time he gets purged. He loses his lifesteal as well from the feast. And those are like 2 really big passives that you need on a Lifestealer to be able to sustain these fights. And they probably feel like, well, without an Aegis, it's definitely too dangerous. So, is this a smoke play happening here? It just got purchased on the courier. It's not available now, so they're gonna have to shove out a wave or 2 before they go out and try to make a play happen here. But as you see, boom, they're just turtled away in the base. They do not want to leave. They want you to come in their base. And Dota's just a game right now where you can actually just sit in your base forever. And what do you do as the enemy team? Either you get frustrated and you run into it, or you just go farm everything.
This was, I must say, one thing I was hoping was addressed a little bit with the patch was late game Dota on the turtle, turtling up. I mean, it would have been a huge patch if they add facets and innate abilities and also kind of change the mechanic of the game and your map and whatever. But this is definitely, I think, one thing a lot of people had some frustrations with in the last patch was just, you know, teams use buybacks, then all of a sudden you just sit in base for 7 minutes and which is something we might be seeing.
Well, you do what you got to do to win the game.
Yes. Yes.
That's what they're gonna be doing for this one. They had a window. The problem with high ground is it's just so hard to execute. Like, it's not impossible. It's just like you mess up once, you die. But if you mess up while defending, you buy back and you're just there again, right? Just instantly. You have so much margin. Like, yeah, you just have to like play around the buybacks. If you're the sieger, you can't be out of position. You can't be jumping when you shouldn't be jumping, and you have to have a clear vision of how you want to do it. When you're defending, you're just like, oh, I'm just gonna throw some spells out and we'll just see how this goes. And oh, they're messing up, guys. We can actually commit. Like, it's just way harder to siege than it is to defend.
How long has Sacred had Hex for? I mean, he's got 5,100 gold in the bank as well. He must have had it for a while. I don't notice it now. Tiger, oh my god. Wait, dude, oh my.
He's good. He's good. Calculated. And that's just a 280 gold tormentor, as everyone in this game has a shard.
Ah, well, another scepter. Who do we want this? Potentially Darkseer or Monkey? I would imagine probably the Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey King for sure. Oh, Darkseer, too good. I mean, you're not really making any good illusions this game, but I guess the normal punch can do some damage. I don't know, I feel like Monkey King with Scepter is pretty OP when you have all these DPS items, but whatever.
Yeah. Can Infinity just, like, again, Wukong's high ground and then you have Refresher on PP? Is this how we can siege?
You for sure can do that if you want to, but you got to do it smart, right? And it might even be one of those games where we saw Lumiere, like, he doesn't really die. Just hit the barracks while they're messing around with your lifesteal, right? There's a lot of options. I think slowly but surely you can do it, but that's the big thing. Like, you have to do it perfectly. If you mess it up even just a little bit, well, you get a fight like the last one. And now we got 3 cheese. It's maybe we need a cheese on every single hero before we can do this. We're only 1 Roche away, because apparently these fights, we don't even need to use the cheese. They're not turning out that way.
See, Boom had a pretty solid high ground defense previously.
Monkey King's going to the back line here. It's gonna be a little bit dangerous. Oh, he tried to predict it. It was a little off. BKB used by
there we go. They're gonna BKB in Wukongs. This time the glyph will be used. They got the kickback onto the Tiny. Wind Waker out of the base. Dark Margot stuck. Blink back up is actually going to be able to get some distance, so he's okay. Importantly, the Wukongs to try and secure the objectives. It is now expired, but Lumia's got Rage and full set of barracks now claimed. Finally, the boys on Infinity able to crack the high ground.
Just rinse and repeat that, really. Like, if you just focus on the objectives, you're never going to have an issue. I think the issue they had before is they're trying to kill heroes. And that just isn't the objective anymore when you go to the high ground, because, you know, it's actually worse to kill heroes, because you get low, you kill them, and then they just come back and you have no spells, right? And then you die. So if you actually just don't even hit them, you have no problem. There's a chance here. You just wait for this Monkey King. 39 seconds on the BKB, 24 seconds on the Wukongs. That's all you need. But you have to keep in mind, Monkey King does not have the facet where if he gets out of the Wukongs, it will disappear immediately. You can't go back into it to refresh it. So maybe the objective here is either to use Terrorize, Hook, whatever it might be to try and get him out of this Wukong. That could be a win condition here for you.
To mention as well, we asked Shadow Demon's cart.
Oh, yep. What's he going for? Is he going for a Hex too, maybe? Okay. An energy booster.
Zooming on back.
Aether Lens it is. A little more cast range.
Just to recap as well, we still have 10 people with buyback. 10 people. Oh, she was 60 minutes in. So apparently it's desolated now for the lifestealer. We're going to see Sacred be able to get out of the base and try and pick up some of their own neutrals.
I'm surprised they're not trying to go again with this Wukongs. Like, there's no glyph. Or is there glyph? Yeah, there is. Okay, they actually killed the melee barracks, so it refreshed it. They had glyph last fight too, and they still wiped up those Raxes like it was absolutely nothing.
Maybe they just wanted some of the neutrals because they got 4 now. Yeah, again, not going to mess around. Just instant BKB, Wukong's. Your full screen is covered. There's some big monkey illusions.
It's got the giant swing.
Oh, got a hook. Under the tier 4 tower. There's one. That's a lot of damage, man. Hang on. He's just gone. Now, yes, he does have an Aegis to work with, and they're still going to have spells off the back of the respawn. They're able to do it once. Can they do it a second time? Pipi's going to activate the second Wukong's. Hook onto Lumiere further inside the base, but it looks like he's going to be fine. Getting defensive geomatic grip and the infest. He's stuck inside a bramble. But he's going to render up himself, surf away from the base, and Ursprit along with the lifestealer out. Can Infinity all escape on their members? Gardic, the one person that might have some difficulty with the toss back into because looks like Gardic will be the only casualty of war in this fight.
Their last barracks is dying to siege creeps right now, by the way.
Ooh.
It's getting low. Go, little Cardies. Go. Not quite. I mean, you don't have Glyph available anymore. It's just a moment of just seconds, really, at this point. If you just want to go again, 3 cheeses still available. PP, he did exactly what I wanted him to do in that fight. Ignore Lemire. Who cares? Just go for the objectives. Let Lemire get hooked into the base twice. But now that you have no boots on any heroes, this is when Pudge's hooks become even more devastating. You can't dodge them anymore. They're too slow.
So is this where we are waiting for 4th cheese? They're trying to go for the 5-man cheese. We've got to wait for next rush. 2 minutes 30 potentially till it's up. They don't have a big enough lead.
I mean, you might as well. I mean, I think a bare minimum waiting for a refresher orb on Monkey.
Okay. Do you like the Scepter on Margot? I mean, not a lot of trees inside the base to be... Okay, well, he's got Rapier queued up. So Scepter Rapier apparently is the call.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I think the Scepter, he just ideally wants to just eat it and not use an inventory slot, right? And then after that, he'll sell his boots for the Rapier. I think that's like his vision for the ultimate 6 slots. And here we go again.
For Margot to be able to get there. We are back underway. So let's see. What is the call? We're going to wait for everything to be back up on Infinity. No buybacks were also still used in the previous little engagement that we had. So still 10 people holding buyback in just game 1. Our final series of the night. Of course, a lot on the line here. Boom Infinity, lower bracket. Boom starting here with making it through the second round of the open qualifiers. Infinity getting knocked down by Beast Coast in pretty convincing form. Honestly, Beast Coast looked really good. That was a 31-minute victory, 30-minute victory as well. But Infinity, they've come to play today. They are looking very solid in this game 1. They're just having some difficulty with closing this one out.
Some difficulty with their internet connection too, just taking turns disconnecting here, one at a time.
Yes. Matthew has a pirate hat. I mean, we can do this. We haven't had time. So what do we got? Has everyone got neutrals? We do. So pirate hat on Matthew. Sacred's got the magic lamp. You got a couple of sea stones as well. Tiny Picard's holding one, and the Book of Shadows from Tiger. Then Infinity got some mirror shields. We already saw PP with that big old giant's ring. Legend Desolator on the Lifestealer. So no, I mean, are there any ones that you kind of see that are crazy? That could be like, I don't know, game winning, fight winning, have impact, or they're kind of just, is unlucky.
I mean, Book of Shadows is always one you have to keep an eye on. Matthew's pirate hat, you got to watch out for that Shadow Demon's right clicks. I don't know if you know this, but Shadow Demon's innate ability is called Menace. Shadow Demon's attacks apply 2% amplified damage debuff on the enemy for 8 seconds. It's stacking.
Holy.
It's actually, if he actually does right click you like a bunch, you can die from this. I don't know how the hell he should buy Dragonlance now, honestly.
Elance or like, so okay, so the hook back into Picard's Dismember, and then Matthew's right clicking, you're amping up the damage, and then because we did see Lumiere, I was actually surprised at how he died from 4 to 0, I think, in like 1 Dismember under the tier 4 tower. So maybe also with the Shadow Demon extra damage amp now.
Yep.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. That's the game changer right there. Nobody knows about the menace, but that's something that's gonna get you when you underestimate it.
Don't underestimate this. Sacred out of the base. Hook, unfortunately, a little bit too late. He's gonna buy back, and they're just gonna commit for the last set of barracks. Mega creeps. No other cards. Dark Marco's gonna try and jump into the golden ring. He's looking for the toss out. Did he get both of them? Lumiere as well now tries to turn the Dismember's not gonna work in their favor. A Sacred off the back of the respawn tries to come crashing in, but how can you take a team fight into the second Wukongs? Multiple buybacks have been committed from the boys on Boom. They get anything out of this though? A bit of a heavy commitment, and it looks like Infinity are out. Snatch and grab as well. They'll get the gem, get the barracks, and live with their lives.
We'll probably get Roshan too. All right, we got 10 seconds on Roshan. I got 2 minutes and 15 seconds on this respawn. One of these days, I'll guess it. 2:15, 2:15. 1:11. Unlucky.
What do we got? 33,000 net worth lead. Triple smoke. All right, Margaret, let's see the rapier. Sell some stuff, go farm. Don't even come back to the base if they start to hit your objectives.
Just sell some stuff. Just sell your inventory and get the rapier. I mean, he's gonna sell his boots for sure. He's getting there. But he also has to wait for these trees to respawn. Oh no, don't use those trees, they're valuable.
What? What is going on?
Everyone's jumping around.
They're not even like smiling or anything. I can't. Dark Margaret just blank face, just got hook tossed. Everyone's vanishing. They're just Sacred's just jumping everywhere. They're not even like breaking a smile or anything.
It's just known as Dota players. Not much you can do at this point. Have a little bit of fun.
Do you buy out for the rapier or do you hold buyback as well?
I don't. I probably just buy the rapier. Because it's hard to say, right? Is a second life on Dark Mago going to be better, or just the burst damage that they desperately need? I think you just buy the rapier because I think you need the damage, and if you buy back,
I hope he doesn't buy the full thing. Oh, he bought the full thing.
Woo!
Okay. Oh my god,
flew it right over his head.
Oh.
I mean, that's a Chad move. Like, he didn't even walk combining on it. He's just
no, that's not it. That's not a Chad move. You can't. You need to be disciplined. When I speak about discipline, this is like you can't be 67 minutes in by rapier and like not lock one of the components.
Yes, you can. He just did it, and he got it. That's where he proved you wrong.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, so what do you do now? You just have like your support Tiger drops all his inventory slots and just puts Iron Branch on the ground because how you have no barracks to be able to play on the outskirts. Like they're gonna run tier 4 tower, drop Wukongs, and you're gonna have no trees. It needs to be like a hook.
Look where he's standing though.
Well,
like you're baiting him to Dark Mago in the base. The only problem is Picard has to hit a hook. Like he might. Keeps on fishing. And it's fishing.
Oh, they're in.
There we go. Here comes the tree volley.
Right. Let's see the volley and how much damage it's going to be able to do. It's just tickling. Did it do damage? I didn't even think it did any damage. I mean, my screen is covered of
Round 2
golden monkey illusions. This tree volley's doing a little bit more. Gets a couple lucky crits. Another round of the Rolling Thunder. Dark Marco is running out of trees, and unfortunately, they're running out of base as well. It's a nice hook. Lumiere's going to get caught. Can they get another hook inside the base? It's probably going to matter. Turn to the throne.
deal with the exposed building and finally close out this game. 68 minutes is what it took for Infinity to claim game one. In the end, they're going to be victorious. They have a game lead now in our final series of the night.
Yeah, and that was just one of those games where it just kind of felt at some point it'd be inevitable with the way that you did end up drafting there. I truly, really think that this Lifestealer needed to be banned instead of, what did they ban? Bloodseeker, and I don't remember the other ban, but none of them were better than Lifestealer. And Lemire really proved it. No, that was the series before. I was thinking about that one too. That was the Ursa last pick. So like, regardless of all that, like Lemire's hero in this game, it was just too good because like you're stacking too many things that aren't going to win you the game here. You have this Tiny and this Pangolier. They're also not doing anything to Lifestealer, right? You're not playing this Pangolier where you're getting a Basher and you're getting in their face. You have like some Mules and Vessel Pango. He's not going to be doing anything to Lifestealer. Pudge, it's his worst matchup. Like, just ban the damn hero, man. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult. It's like, this is 2 games in a row, different series, of course, where I feel like there's just some illegal last picking going on here from the carry position. And these teams definitely know about these. Maybe they have some idea of, like, what is happening, but this team fight I want to talk about. Watch this. Dark Mago gets a stun up. He wants to kill the Tiny. But the moment the Avalanche goes, it's the same time as the Disruption, saving the Monkey King there, allowing him to get out, and just overall the communication from Boom, it wasn't that great. And especially between Matthew and Dark Mago, I feel like there's a lot to be desired. And usually a POS 4 and POS 2 are going to be playing together a lot on the map, and you really have to have better communication to make things happen. So outside of just draft alone, which I feel like this last Lifestealer was an illegal pick, there was play issues involved too. And I think a lot of it did come down to Matthew and Dark Mago not really being on the same page this game, finding things happening on the map.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know, maybe it's like, again, this is some old teammates who've had success in the past, but they haven't played together recently. I don't know if that's, maybe need to get accustomed with each other once again, or if that's, something that shouldn't be a concern considering how long they played together in the past. But unfortunately, this game, I should say, not the case. Infinity able to take it, took them a while. Also, like, the big thing for me, even though we're speaking about this last pick, Lifesteal, which has been really surprising because a lot of people at the moment are saying, like, there's so many bans and it's so difficult to get that, like, perfect 24th pick, because there's been a while where we've had, like, all the cheese heroes, the 24ths have just been, like, game winning. We don't really have that anymore. 2 games in a row. But for me, importantly, PP goes 16-2-10 in a game where we were, like, really concerned on actually how good it's going to be for the Monkey King. They picked it into some really, really difficult matchups. Like, you see the Shadow Demon, which is really the big one, and then everyone else on how difficult it was going to be for him. And PP he had a monstrous performance and some great rotations for him from the mid lane to the side lanes, and really continued to snowball to be a big factor in their success.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game, and I think a lot of the contribution that the Leicester had in this game kind of went unnoticed just because of the fact that he didn't get many kills, right? But he wasn't allowed to get many kills because he was baiting all the space in the world. Like, he was getting every disable cast on him, every single spell. They had to use everything that just kind of, like, neutralizes impact, which opened up the map and the team fights for PP to just do pretty much everything. They just didn't have the tools and the kit to take care of both of these heroes that were just off to a phenomenal start.
So, Boom now, this star-studded roster who are continuing to struggle to get results so far in South America in this year, and now 1 game away of being eliminated. This is a team that we were expecting to be able to go on a pretty crazy run in the lower bracket and potentially threaten to make it into TI. Their road almost about to be cut short, 1 game away from elimination. Are they going to be able to send it to us deciding game 3? First a break, but when we come back, we're going to be able to find out. We'll see you guys soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
We are back. Game 2 around the corner. Infinity taking on Boom. A very long game 1. Took them a while to be able to close out that game, but now with a advantage in our final series of the night. Once again, we're going to see a Darkseer. This time it's actually going to be the opposite team looking for the first phase Darkseer for Boom.
Yeah, interesting adaptation, thinking that was the issue, that the Darkseer was the problem. I mean, I feel like the Darkseer did some cool things that game, but it didn't feel like it was the end-all be-all. It really felt like the Monkey King and Lycer were much more of an issue. But we'll see. Adjustments are always good to see what the other team is thinking. And in fact, we're just going to go back to the Monkey King because we liked it so much in game number 1 there. And this is a fine hero against Darkseer as well. I don't really mind it so much. It's not as good as like a Pudge against the Darkseer, so you do still have to have like that AoE control for when that wall or illusions do get spawned, which inevitably will happen. That 2 things happen. 1, you're not playing a hero that has an OP illusion, right? That's going to kill everyone, like some Terrorblade. Number 2 is you need to have some AoE damage that can kill it right away, whether it's a Pudge, a Leshrac, something like that. Underlord I've seen work pretty well too. Just make sure those illusions, if they do come out, you have overwhelming AoE to deal with them.
How does in regard to like the Monkey King Darkseer lane go? Because is this something where already Infinity are going to feel pretty happy about putting the Monkey King into the Darkseer, or are we thinking, you know, about PP playing it or about it being a position 4?
I think you're going to think about it going to all those roles as you mentioned, but it's good in lane for Darkseer. It's very annoying for Darkseer to come up to the wave because you're just going to get hit a couple times. The Jingu stack's going to go off, and then of course he's just going to get full heal off of that, and then you're going to get zoned pretty hard from the wave too. So if it wants to be a POS 1, it's already pretty good in the laning stage, but I still want them to keep it open to the idea of being POS 4 or potentially put it in the mid lane.
See what the follow-up is going to be. Infinity, where are some of the supports looking like at the moment? Dark Willow is available. Looks like Hoodwink has been banned out there from Infinity, so they're going to have the option for the Dark Willow if they want. Could still even look for something like a Shadow Demon, which we saw Boom play last game, just having some purge for the Darkseer, or you know, some way at least to make his game a little bit more difficult.
Wait, what were the supports we had the last game again? It was Dark Willow, Shadow Demon, and CM Earth Spirit. Okay, so Dark Willow still in the pool, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. I imagine one of them will pick Dark Willow. And Tiny is going to be the choice, this time for the side of Infinity. That's another hero that I find very good for Darkseer as a carry. So they already have 2 carries that are pretty good against the Darkseer.
What is it with the Tiny versus the Darkseer? Like you mentioned the Monkey King. Why do you find the Tiny pretty nice versus the Darkseer as well?
Oh, you can just like deny every single creep, right? With a tree grab, Darkseer can't really do much to you. The same issue with the mid game. You have a lot of AoE damage to just kill the illusions, and of course, making an illusion a Tiny is really not that strong because illusions don't come out with a tree in their hand, right? So that's a big part of Tiny's damage that you can't replicate as a Darkseer.
Yeah, got the Venomancer as well picked up here from Boom.
Ooh, I haven't seen him in a
decent
while.
laning support, and then the Tusk as well. So Tusk Darkseer, 1-2 punch for the boys on Boom.
Yeah, the Veno is something we haven't seen a lot of, but it's very popular support right now, very strong. Tusk is a hero that I just feel like for melee heroes, it's almost always been Clockwork this patch right now as the melee hero of choice. Tusk hasn't really surfaced too much. I've seen a little bit of Tiny, and very rarely we got the treat of seeing an Earth Spirit. And actually won a game. I was a little surprised about that. The supporter Spirit winning games. But he played that one really well. Seemed to be comfort. Wonder if he'll go back to it again this game on Infinity. But they're just going to swap heroes. Like, we're going to take some heroes that we just beat, and we're going to pick them. And we're going to beat you with the heroes you just lost with. Seems to be the play here. Shadow Demon, it is good for Darkseer. Let's just put it that way. But I thought Matthew was going to have a dream game on his Shadow Demon the last game. But unfortunately, it didn't really turn out that way. It felt like his demonic purges weren't countering much of anything.
I mean, even, you know, we spoke about the Darkseer, but even I suppose how much of a purge versus a Venomancer is an issue throughout the game? Because you can't dispel the ultimate. It really just feels like kind of the lane, right? Where maybe it's a bit frustrating with the Gale.
Yeah, but you don't really get it for the laning stage, right? You have to wait until that 15-minute timer. So, I mean, it helps. Anything is good. It dissuades you from like getting a vessel or something too to further more of that damage over time. I think it's pretty decent against Venom. It's not going to like hard counter him or anything, but it is a tool.
Okay, well, we see the Zeus picked up though from Boom. So some teams are first phasing the Zeus, some others are leaving this later into the draft. They have a lot of magic damage though for Boom, and really for Infinity, you have no one to be able to build really any auras currently. I mean, you're probably, I think you're looking for your offlaner, so maybe there's going to be a hero for Arcano who can go for something like this. They're actually even banning the Ember, so I don't know what the lanes would be then if the Ember's picked up.
I think they're assuming this Tiny can go into the offlane, right? But yeah, I mean, your draft is pretty open here for Infinity on what you want to last pick, whereas I think because he's going to have to pick a hero. He's going to have to pick it right now. Ursa Leicester removed from the pool, so that will not be an option here. You're playing against a Monkey King and a Phoenix. I don't want to like, put them in a situation where I suggest Troll and every single team that picks Troll just loses the game, but in theory, another pretty decent Troll game, if that is a hero that they want to, flirt around with the idea of potentially picking.
Is that one of the... I was going to say, is that one of the few carries that can play into the Wukongs and win that Manfire?
Yeah. I mean, it can be slightly annoying because Mischief can redirect your target, but at the end, generally speaking, it's a very Troll-favored matchup. You can also just lock onto the egg and end up killing it too. So, I mean, I see the Troll picks from like 10 miles away, but I never see the hero win. So it comes down to like, is this hero actually good or is it just like conceptually good? But the numbers on his spells and abilities just aren't really doing it. And now you just have like choices on what you want to do here. Do you want to pick a carry last pick here? Do you want to deal with this Troll in a different way? Basically, range damage and control is the best way to deal with Troll. Stay out of his range. Poke him, make him happy that way. I mean, Razor's still in the pool, but like it's not a particularly great Razor game outside of the Troll because you are versus a Veno and a Darkseer, heroes you particularly don't really want to play against. I wouldn't mind a Storm or something if they want to pick that for the mid lane. That's still in the pool, can jump the Zeus, can play around the Troll pretty well too. They just don't really have any good control for a hero like Storm in a game like this. But they'll pick an offlaner. It looks like they already had an idea of like where they wanted to plant their heroes. And it does look like I'm not sure where Tiny and Monkey are going. And they're not even sure. They're talking about it. It's like, is Tiny going to be better as a carry or is it going to be better mid? Because these both can be played as a mid or a carry. And they decided to PP. Hey, you owned on Monkey last game. Go play it again.
We were concerned in the previous game at how good the Monkey King's going to be able to perform. And he proved otherwise. What about this game though? With PP's Monkey King back to back. Playing to the Zeus seems like it should be much more Zeus favored than what it was your Monkey King versus the Tiny prior. I mean, still Dark Margo had a fine lane, but overall in the game for Monkeys, is PP going to have as much impact as what we saw in game one?
You would think no, but anything can happen. That's just the type of hero Monkey King is, right? Like if you get a kill here or there where you maybe shouldn't have got it, all of a sudden you're snowballing, you're jumping around the map. He's going for the same facet as well, where he can jump around very quickly and be place to place. So I don't know. It's going to be hard to say, but I will say it's a much more difficult Monkey King game than it was in the previous game, in theory. Just a lot of Monkey King's success comes from snowballing a laning stage. And versus a Tiny, you're 100% of the time going to win that lane. Versus a Zeus, you might be able to farm, but you're definitely not going to crush him, right? He does have the ability to jump away with Heavenly Jump. He's going to be nuking you down all the time. It's pretty hard for you to mischief dodge any of his spells, especially if he just like pump fakes the lightning bolt. You're kind of forced to try and guess when he's going to do it, as it is an instant cast ability. So, and yeah, of course, Venomancer's very, very annoying to play against as a Monkey King as well. But the man did beat a Shadow Demon with Monkey King, so he's up to play against some hard counters and still be able to show a good showing.
Yeah, let's see if he can replicate that, and let's see if the team's going to be able to replicate that as well.
ourselves underway here. Any crazy facets that we have?
Crazy.
Darksy went for the movement speed one, so not the wit's end. I think it's called wit's end.
Yeah, I mean, he got that last game too. I think the only one that is slightly different is going to be, yeah, the Darkseer one and then the Centaur one. The Centaur ended up getting Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, that's another Valve game. But anyway, he got that ability.
Good job, Pete. Thank you.
I was thinking the creativity of some of these names, right? But anyway, regardless of that, normally people get the workhorse one where you don't need boots, right? That is the typical one, so he's going for the atypical build here.
You're no peer of the sea.
Not sure how good this one is, because pretty much every other Centaur gets, yeah, the workhorse. Or whatever it's called. Maybe it's not workhorse, that's like the
I think it is
axe.
workhorse.
Isn't that the axe?
Oh, man. All right, fire.
Yeah, I'm tripping you up. No, I'm checking. Horsepower.
Horsepower, okay.
Yeah,
Close enough.
workhorse
And it
is the axe.
workhorse. Yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, they're too close. PP's going to walk on. He might actually die here. Yeah, shots from Matthew blocks off the stairs. Now PP slowed down with the blood grenade and with the spam of the arc lightning. Another blood grenade needed. And they're going to be able to get him in the end. Dark Mogo has to use all his mana. But at least he got first blood, so it's going to be an early bottle. They got a D-ward mid as well, some extra bounties, so...
Extra gold, extra experience. Yeah, the Zeus is starting the lane with a half-level advantage. And, what, almost, yeah, another 300-400 gold as well. So, he did have to use all his mana for it, as you mentioned, but bottles come out. He doesn't really care that much. It is worth it. And yet again, we're seeing time and time again, people that are on Dire are blocking this Radiant safe lane just so you can get a better lane equilibrium for your offlaner. And oftentimes, using 3 heroes to do so.
Why... Is there a sided difference where we're seeing Dire do it more than Radiant? Or is it just kind of... It just tends to be, for some reason, Dire teams are doing it more. There's actually... It doesn't particularly matter about kind of the map.
Well, the map matters a lot. It's just because on Radiant, the creeps spawn right in front of the tower, but on Dire, they don't. So it's very, very easy to block the creeps just a little bit to get them into the tower. Or when you're on Dire, you block the Radiant creeps, right? Where on Dire, the creeps meet much further. I don't know why it is this way, but on Dire, the creeps don't land right in front of the tower like they do on Radiant. So it's much, much harder to block and make that actually happen.
Okay.
Oh, I feel better.
Is this like... As a carry player, is that like frustrating? Like, does that happen to you often where people are blocking?
Radiant's annoying to play.
Yeah, okay.
Like, there's 2 things that happens. Either you push the lane in right away, so there's some matchups that'll help you, but overall in general, just like, I want consistency, you know what I mean? I would rather both sides be exactly the same instead of having to be like, oh, I'm Radiant again. They're just gonna block the wave and help my offlaner here, so, I mean, eventually they'll get to it. And they'll fix it, or maybe this is just an aspect of the game they want to be there as well, right? It's like maybe just not carbon copy like both sides here. That might not be fun. It's kind of cool to actually have unique scenarios for depending on what side you play on.
Because would you say at the moment, I mean, it is very early on in the patch and it changed a lot of heroes, but at least from what I'm seeing, it doesn't particularly feel like there is a side that is entirely favored. I know in the past, your Radiant or Dire have had a bit of an edge, but do you see that at the moment between Radiant and Dire?
I don't really know right now because I don't feel it right now. But at the high end levels, like I don't scrim anymore or anything like that. And I think that's where you really start to notice those small details is when you're playing super high level Dota. So as of now, like, I don't know what side's better. I have no idea. I think Dire does have the little bit of advantage on the offlane because of what we just mentioned, how the Radiant creeps meet so close to the tower where you can do these lane manipulations. But then again, Radiant has some cool things as well.
Dude, look at this. What's PP doing? I mean, this Monkey King, this was a pivotal reason of why he was able to have success in that previous game, and they're going to make sure they give him the kill. So really nicely done from PP. This is reminiscent almost of like Primal Beast rotating at the level 4 mark, and really helps the fact that he has this
facet here with the Simeon Stride. Bottom lane as well, we've got a kill this time onto the Centaur, so Matthew and Bakaz, like they're going to be able to hit the board once again for Boom.
Maybe this mid Monkey King does go for this facet just because he can leave the lane and come back so quickly. That would make sense. Like, I don't think as a carry, there's not going to be as many situations where it's going to be as good. But I don't know, I'm kind of looking at Dark Mago's net worth, and it's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, I feel better
Let me
already.
take a look. Why can't I click Y? Oh yeah, fire out. He's
Holy
crap, 2,800?
Yeah, he is. I know he got first blood and everything, but he is like absurdly farmed on the Zeus. He's
Why
closing in
does
on
this
level
hero have
6.
Why does he have so much damage? I still do not understand. I remember when there was a time where you could like only last it with Arc Lining. There's 75 damage.
Oh.
Like, yeah, he's level 5, I get that. But still, like, level 1, he can out right-click people. And that never used to be the case. Once again, PP. Another rotation. And Lumi's actually going to toss the Darkseid onto the double Boundless. They've got the Avalanche to cover the Surge away. Dude, I'm enjoying Infinity playing with this Monkey King so much. They are looking incredibly clean. This PP Monkey King with the rotations, you're combining their spells together.
Mago, though.
He's got ultimate, it will not be required. Okay, it will be needed, so gets an easy kill.
It's not required, but I think just in general using Zeus ult is a very big nuisance to the map state, right? Like all of a sudden now bottom lane might just be like, oh, we're kind of low. I mean, they weren't, but you get the point. That sometimes just throwing that ult out there causes people to like buy more salves and stuff like that. I don't mind him just throwing it out there. And yeah, to answer your question about Zeus, there's a reason why they gave him base damage, because he never used to have base damage and he just was never picked. And he just lost every lane. And they're like, how can we make Zeus good again? Give him base damage. And now he became good, and then it's like, did we actually want this? A lot of
What
Zeus
have we
players
done?
out there. What have we done?
The
Made
Zeus
Zeus
is one hero to
viable.
play. Here is stand back, spam spells. The Manta build is pretty fun as well. Different playstyle of the hero.
Yeah. Rest in peace. You don't think that Manta build was in the game for so long? And people just like, it's not good. It's bad. Don't go. It's a meme. It's a meme build. And then over time, people are like, wait a second.
Yeah, hang
Maybe we're on to something here. And then it got so popular that it had to get nerfed. So I'm sure there's some really vindicated early stage, you know, Manta enjoyers on Zeus. Is he gonna do the jump? I mean, this is kind of a hard kill, I think.
Jump. He's committed. Where's PP? I'm kind of surprised that the Monkey King's not wanting to move over. He's starting to come now, but I mean, not going to be able to get the toss, and Sacred with the Surge gets Margot out. But that's kind of impactful. Margot gets no kills, wastes a lot of time, full wave under the tower that's going to be denied, and he used a lot of his mana. Luckily, I mean, Arcane Boots is an incredible item that did not change, so he's back up the half.
I mean, Arcane Boots are just like a net fun item, you know what I mean? Just, you're gonna cast more spells instead of just being out of mana all the time. It's like they nerfed a lot of the mana burn in the game, and they buffed the mana boots. So everyone that was complaining about, man, mana burn's anti-fun, now everyone has mana for days. And
PP?
because
The Strike's going to be able to set up for the Hoof Stomp because it's like he's got a skill point available. They're actually going to TP Margot down, and Arcano, well, they were the first ones to go for the attempt from Infinity, and PP, I think it's actually back-to-back rotation to the Monkey King that have not rewarded in a kill.
Alright. How does this Counter-Strike facet work? Double edge damage is increased by 25% of the damage Centaur took. Oh, I see. So it's like a flat amount of damage that you took. So I can see this in the late game being pretty ridiculous once you have like a heart and they're super tanky. Whereas it's not the workhorse. What is it? The other horse. Horsepower.
Yeah, yeah, that one.
It's probably better for like the early game.
Yeah, because I mean, the one benefit of that one, right, is, I mean, of course, you don't have to go boots. So you just have like an extra bracer for stats. Maybe if that's a lane where you feel like it's more trade heavy, where you need that, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe this, you know, overall like Counter-Strike gives you some late game threat, because I mean I even saw Centaur in the China qualifiers recently have a lot of success in late game, like just with double edge. Even without the facet, you do so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna come down to the damage of that versus, you know, the extra item slot you get, because you don't have to buy boots in the late game too, is pretty insane as well. We'll see how it plays out. It's definitely very fun and interesting to see people try new things, because you'll never know how good something is if nobody ever tries it.
This is, I know, like to start our qualifiers, this is something you were saying, like you were a little, you weren't that much of a fan of like all the facets, you know, both of them weren't viable. For a lot of heroes it was only just one, and currently we are seeing a couple of heroes who you actually do have to consider about the other facet. It's not just like an auto select of one of them. Once again, bottom troll gonna be gone on Matthews. He's gonna be able to step in range here for the snowball. Looks like Lumiere's rotation from the portal, that is what they were missing prior. Now they are gonna smoke with two heroes down bottom, but it might be a little bit too late. Matthews still got the snowball, actually not even gonna need it. Guarding off the mark, a little messy there with the spells, and Argo's still gonna be cautious. Banishment allows him to close the distance, and he's trying to get himself away. It's an okay snowball, but it's not gonna matter in the end. Just all the AoE spells should be in their favor. Sacred, how is Margot not dead? Are you serious? The mechanism from Sacred keeps the Zeus alive, and the arcane rune means he can spam all his spells back to back. And boom, they actually come out on top. What was looking like a horrific fight, only person that died was Bakaz at the start.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like it was going to go super well for Infinity. I was like, wow, this Tiny is giga farmed right now. He's going to clean house, but like the turnaround with the Darkseer and the Venomancer wrapping from behind there with the Noxious Plague available and casting in that fight with the wall. And of course, I think the big deal breaker there was the mech was available for Darkseer. And he was able to get that off and save Dark Maga to turn around with all the damage with that Arcane Rune. So from something that looked bad, and I'm glad to see a replay of this, and I was like, that Sunray was a bit awkward, but at the end, didn't really matter. I'm sure Gardic was happy how that one turned out. And I'm just like, okay, look at all these heroes. There's 3 heroes coming in. The Zeus has to for sure die, but the snowball save, into the Venomancer showing up, into the mechanism, the wall, everything. Great turnaround there as we saw 10 heroes show up for this 10-minute fight in the bottom lane.
Look at this action. 12 kills already, 12 minutes in. Your 3,000 net worth lead though for Boom. Who's the real person behind it? Looks like Centaur's the one that's struggling at the moment. 3 deaths here for Arcano. Blink currently queued up for himself as well. A bit of an adaptation from what we saw in the last game too. PP's actually going to be going down the Maelstrom route, so I wonder why he's going Maelstrom this game instead of the previous one.
I think in this particular game, he probably wants to get the Gleipnir for just more control, because the Darkseer is a hero that can get locked down pretty easily with a Gleipnir rush, where in the last game, you generally get a pick, right? It's either going to be like a Desolator, or it's going to be a Maelstrom on Monkey King. And especially when you're versus Troll too, right? You really just want to play these fights by trying to kite him out as much as you can. So he just probably sees a lot of value and kite potential from getting a Gleipnir in this game.
You have ultimates online from either side, so ready to go. Supernova here for Gardic. Want to try and crack their heads down bottom once again, but we've seen what has happened the past couple of times that they've attempted to go into Bakaz's domain, who's getting really close to a pretty good Battle Fury timing. In fact, he's going to have it delivered. It'll be about 13:30 in.
Yeah, that's definitely an ideal Battle Fury timing here, especially because he does have the phase boots as well on top of it, so he's going to be cruising in the net worth department here.
Very like, I'm still trying to see like where a lot of this net worth is coming, and of course, you know, the offlaners is the big one for me. I mean, Tiger, I just noticed he maxed out Plague Ward, so playing a lot for his own game. 46 last hits already. We're gonna have to see how he looks to itemize this game to have impact with all the gold that he's building up.
Yep. Just gonna be annoying. I mean, that's what Veno does, right? He just kind of takes a lane and commandeers it, makes it his own. That's a billion play gourds there. Doesn't feel good to kill him either, because he'll always get off his ult or something, and you'll lose half your health or more just trying to kill him, and the rewards persist after his death, so they'll just let him live there for now. And they'll just trade the towers here. But yeah, the Tiny is very farmed in this game, and he's going to go for the Shadow Blade build this one. This is the build I typically saw, but a lot of the other Tinies in the region have been preferring the Blink Dagger. Maybe against the Venomancer and Zeus might be too risky to go for that Blink. Too many ways to cancel that one out. But they'll farm it up for now, trade the towers. And I wonder how this game is going to go the later it goes, because both of them have really good team fight. Like, you have Darkseer, Veno, Zeus on one side, and you also have, like, the other side as well, where you have, like, a Monkey King ult to deal with, and the Supernova. So I think both these teams are just going to play this game pretty slow here, farm it up. You do have a Maelstrom on the Monkey King. This is a far less aggressive type of build. Just hit the creeps.
So, does it sound like, importantly though, this is not a game where it goes late one side is just ultra favored? A lot of it is just going to come down to execution and spell casting.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to execution. But if I were to favor a team in the late game, it would theoretically be the troll, because on paper, as mentioned, this hero looks really good this game, and he has a good game so far. He's farming up. You don't have a lot of answers to deal with him. You have some ways to kite him, but obviously they picked troll for a reason here. It's because you don't have a lot of ways to kite him, and that's why you can see the Monkey King itemizing in to help deal with that a little bit. And even if you do deal with them, you still have to deal with Dark Mago, who's also chucking a billion damage in the backlines.
You do not have any ways to really mitigate the Zeus's damage. No pipe builder like we see Sacred going into, no auras. I mean, Arcano is going Eternal Shroud. He's going to protect himself. Of course, we'll have BKBs eventually, I would imagine, but how are you going to be able to get on top of the Zeus is really the ultimate thing. Yes, you have a lot of mobile heroes with Stampede, your Tiny Monkey, but he has heroes to play in front of him. So currently, boom, this net worth lead is continuing to grow, and the map is going to be that much more easy to play. You've got Blink Dagger almost online here from Matthew, so he's going to be able to jump in, start fights, even use those snowballs defensively to be able to protect some of his core heroes.
But until then, is there even like an item timing that they'd really wait for other than Troll? I mean, Troll realizes he has so much space. Yeah. But there's a Shadow Blade here. And they're gonna deward him. They know the Roche is happening. Again, don't tell me they're gonna try and steal this Roche. There's like a negative 0% chance you can do this.
How is he actually?
There's literally no chance. Is he just gonna walk in?
No way, no way. It's just, what? He bet.
That was like
He
the lowest
poisoned
percent
first.
chance. I mean, he needed vision, right?
Dude, you can't poison first. It's not, you just have to blind walk in. There's no way you poison first and you walk in. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not.
That was less than 1% chance of working, I think. But he went for it anyway. What a boss.
Oh my god, okay. So what, Age is given over to Pakaz. We have, still sticking around top. You got a pretty decent ward. You're also seeing some of the other heroes from Infinity, importantly, show on the lane. Does look like this tower is going to take a bit of a beating.
And Pakaz is really gearing up this game to be quite a monstrous threat with this Aegis in hand. Of course, this Tiny, he's farming still too. He's top of the net worth. It's really just the Centaur and the Monkey King to some degree falling behind a little bit. And even if you look at the supports, this Venomancer, he does have Vessel available too, going into the drums. By far the most farm support in the game right now. Just a scouting ult is going to be thrown out by Dark Mago there. And he actually ended up going for the Kaya and Sange here. No Yasha Kaya for him. pretty funny on Zeus as well.
Kaz is away from the team. I don't know what happened with the toss back. The Kaz, they're going to try and supernova on top of the heads. He committed with the battle trance as well. It's not going to happen for the second lap. But Kaz is just live stealing through the damage output. And now, importantly, he survived long enough for the rest of the team to respond and Infinity need to get out. They get the ages at least. It was a bit messy, though. They were looking... Lumiere tried to toss onto the Centaur, but the Centaur jumped in, so he just went nowhere. In the end, you're 1 for 1. You still had ages for another 3 minutes, but Boom are just going to walk top.
Yeah, I mean, you ended up using Stampede and Supernova. You could probably force this tower. I mean, there is no wall, but I think... With no Supernova, you're not really afraid of anything currently. So the thing about Tiny versus Troll is an interesting matchup as well, because I don't think this is really good for Troll in the game. Because Craggy Exterior seems like it's incredibly good versus heroes that right-click very quickly, right? Like you can get 10% or 10 stacks. Looks like we're gonna get a kill here. But we saw in that fight that Tiny, like he wasn't taking much damage from the Troll. Hit him 10 times. And he gets like 50% damage reduction. Kind of bad for the Troll, right?
And another thing actually I wanted to bring up as well, like I thought the Shadow Demon was a pretty good support versus the Troll with the Purge. Is this something that, whether my read is just different or is not as much of a factor? Because I thought it was kind of frustrating where you could get kited inside the fights.
Versus Shadow Demon?
Yeah. If you get purged on Bakaz, is that actually something like it can be a bit frustrating for Troll or not really?
Yes, it can be, but it's not as frustrating for Troll as compared to some other heroes, I guess. Because when you do press your battle chance, you get a bunch of movement speed, right? So you can kind of still, if you're on a target, you're like chain rooting them anyway and it won't matter. But if you get purged and you don't have a target yet, then yes, it could be very annoying. So how they use it's gonna be very important.
You don't take Tormentor very well, my friends. This is not gonna be too easy of a time. This is one thing about Tiny, like you kill buildings, but Roshan Tormentors you don't kill. And like I respect the Thunders. I respect it. You see one person die, he was pretty quick on that too.
I mean, Gardic was probably like, I'm gonna die anyway. I'm just gonna commit to this and die to the Tormentor at least.
Connor?
Later.
Okay, I mean, dude, his game is just... I don't know. This man, he struggled a lot yesterday on Centaur, and this game already 5 deaths. He's really having a rough go here for him. He had a great Darkseid performance previously, but unfortunately, he's just not able to replicate that. Yeah, don't do it.
Darkseid's just an OP hero. Maybe Boom had the right read. Get this Darkseid out of their hand. You don't even need to be good in the game. You just build pipe. You force people to pick heroes that are on paper good against you. But it doesn't matter anyway.
Say? You're saying it's a brain dead hero and they're not good, the players?
Oh, well, I didn't say it's a brain dead hero, but it's a good hero. I mean, I'm not afraid to admit when a hero's a brain dead hero. Like, Lifestealer's a pretty brain dead hero. You actually have to, like, any hero that has some sort of vector targeting
Cause
isn't brain dead.
again. And he was thinking about going to the small camp. They are actually smoking down. I've got the read that Infinity are currently playing down inside the lane. So for 4v5, Shadow Demon's not with the boys. Arcana tries to jump in, but Matthew responds. PP, this is not a go. Leaps over the top, somehow doesn't get clipped with any damage. All over the north as well. They're still trying to hunt. They got a glimpse on Lumiere. With the wall, plague, everything. Avalanche only delays the inevitable. And that is a big kill. Your top net worth hero on Infinity is going to go down.
Tiny is not so insurmountable this game. The net worth advantage is a little too much to overcome here. Sure, you can still win fights. It's not like unwinnable, but if your Phoenix dies first in these fights, you don't got a chance. Like, you really have to start with a Centaur Blink into an instant egg, into a Gleipnir, into a Monkey King ult, into a Tiny stun. Like, there's avenues to take these fights, but if your Phoenix is getting chased down first, yeah, it's just not happening. And Tiger, he actually, yeah, he picked up the Light Collector. This is one of the few heroes left in Dota where you can counter him with this item. The other one's like Nature's Prophet, right?
We'll see somehow if he's going to be able to break the trees.
I mean, he just killed them in
Blink next
general.
on Tiger.
So without those trees being there, at least Monkey can't set up, right? So that does have some value.
Cooldown.
Like 30
Such a long
seconds.
cooldown.
It's a very long cooldown.
30 seems a bit too long for such a crappy active. When is this active good at? Like besides now?
It's not an NP, right? If you get stuck in Sprout. Those are like the only two that I think. Oh, it's also good versus Hoodwink too, because you can just destroy the Bushwhack.
16,000 net worth lead that Boom been able to accumulate here in our second game. Lumiere is going to face check the Troll, but the Troll has reinforcements and Sacred is the
checking
big
who?
hero. They feel like they're not that far behind, but this net worth lead says otherwise. Boomer on a roll right now. Mid lane, Arcano's going to be caught. Matthew on Blink initiating here as we see how different of a performance this is from Boom. Ed is just clean from them. Start to finish, only 4 deaths. Matthew, I mean, he'll be the sacrifice, but the rest of the team on Infinity, they are stuck in the middle. Pippy's going to try and man fight. He's forced to when he commits the Wukongs, but Arcano, there is no escape. But the Blink continuing to be put on cooldown. Tiger and Dark Margot, and they're out. And,
They're done.
And Boom, an exceptional second game from them. Just night and day difference. Read the lead they have. They continue to play up in the face of Infinity, and they're going to be rewarded. We're going to another game 3.
Yep, hasn't been a single game 3 in day number 1 or the first half of day number 2, but we've been lucky enough to get 2 3-game series here. The competition's starting to get tighter, and that's what you want to see, right? Like as the tournament progresses, you want to see the teams being closer and closer into skill. The adaptation for this game apparently was just pick Darkseer. That seemed to do the trick for them there. And I think just in general, their first draft, it had a lot of flaws in it. You gave them that illegal last pick Lifestealer. Nothing of that nature really happened in this particular game. You had a really good Troll Warlord pick here. Of course, you had ways of playing around it. Didn't feel like this was like just a GG type of pick by picking Troll. It was a good pick for sure, but more than anything, fights like these are kind of what shaped the game. It was like a very close game until this fight happened. And it felt like after this, you kind of ran out of play options. Like this mid Monkey King, I called it feast or famine, right? It's kind of like looks super damn good, or it kind of looks like this, right? Where it doesn't really do much on the map. And maybe it comes down to like Dark Mago getting this first blood. It changed a lot of this game. He snowballed way too damn hard. But overall, I think some weird things happened in this game, including that first blood, and boom, they made a good adjustment. I don't know what the deal is with this Darkseer entirely, but clearly there's something here about this Darkseer in this series, and I won't be surprised since it won both games that it makes its way into the first phase ban. But if they want to do that, you're gonna have to let something else in the pool.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Well, what is going to be available then if the Darkseer gets banned up? But really, like you said, that one fight where we saw Sacred rotate, since then the game looked very, very even, very, very clean for Boom. So just the read from Sacred to rotate, I think there was like 10 minutes in. The fact where he had Mechanism shows up, and Boom from there able to close this one out. So, able to send us to a game 3. Very solid performance from them. No messing around. We saw the last game went 60 plus minutes. They had enough of these long drawn out games, and they wanted to end it as quick as they possibly could.
That they did. The game didn't last super long here, and this is what happens when you give a good Troll game a good start, right? I think the last time we saw the Troll, it just couldn't really get online. You kept running at him, and once you do manage to farm, I think Troll has like a trifecta of items. Once you hit the Battle Fury, BKB, and around the S and Y, that's when your hero's like incredibly strong. But there's a lot of time in between there where you can mess with the Troll, and he's not very strong because he is purely just a right-click carry. And a meta where there's so many damn good spells in the game to stop you, it can be very difficult here. And the standout player will be Sacred as his offlaner, kind of showing that the power of the first pick Darkseer looking really good here. The build seems to be static across the board. Pipe Greaves, just build the auras for the team, stop some of this magic damage, stop some of the physical damage. Even if you're not really using the wall a lot, you're still at least using the vacuum, you're using the iron shells, and you're buying these really strong items in the game as the pipe increase.
All right, so let's see what differences we're going to have heading into this upcoming game. You know, what the adaptations are going to be, what even importantly Boom have learned as well. So because yes, even you get the victory here, but there are going to be some changes for them playstyle and potentially draft wise and what they need to get themselves over the finish line. But we are not done just yet. One more game yet to determine who is going to be that fourth team eliminated from the road to the international. First break. When we come back, we've got game 3. See you guys soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
was unexpected.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower. Always said things would catch up with Radiant's bottom tower is under
We are back for our final game of day 2 here for the closed qualifiers in South America. We've got a draft ready to go, and we are going to see that all important adaptation. Eyes were on the dark here. Looks like Infinity, they have recognized, or at least their opinion is that they do not want to give this hero once again to Boom, so this is going to be banned out. But the question is, what gets let through the... There's a Night Stalker. Why am I seeing a first pick Night Stalker for you? What's going on?
Well, they banned the Phoenix, obviously the only counter to Night Stalker in the game.
Oh.
So there you go. I mean, we saw a bunch of Tiny, we saw a bunch of Darkseer, but when those heroes aren't in the pool, we're going to see something new. So the difference is that Hoodwink was left through and Weaver. Is that correct? Yeah, Hoodwink and Weaver were left through compared to the last draft. Well, not that was the first draft actually. I don't even have the last draft up, but I think the bans are similar
getting
in
it
both. Yeah. But either way, Night Stalker is a very strong hero in Dota right now, especially in the laning stage. Outside of the laning stage, he's still very strong. He's a top tier offlaner, but it's really, really silly right now what they changed to Night Stalker to make him so good. They first of all gave him an innate ability, where this is a hero where I feel like you actually don't have a choice on your facet, by the way. Like you technically do, but you really don't. So his innate ability means you get 40% more regeneration at night, but you have 20% less during the day. And your facet choices are you can make it nighttime at level 1, right? At the beginning of the game. So you can go to the lane nighttime with 40% extra regen. You know how insane that is? This hero just eats one tango and he's full HP. It's like a nightmare to lane against. And this other facet is, you know how Mars Arena kind of like traps you in, you can't see anything, you don't get shared vision. That's the other one. But I think the fact that you have negative 20% regen and it's daytime is absolutely unplayable on a professional level. Like there's no way you can show up to lane and do that. So the other one's more of like a maybe a lower MMR meme type of build, but in professional Dota, I don't think you can get away with going for that other facet.
Okay. So, and when you say the other facet, you are speaking about the Blinding Void, right?
Yeah.
If this is
that is the one.
So
unpickable.
Let's see. I honestly, I'm very intrigued. We got a Night Stalker first pick, then Ember Spirit response as well. I mean, this is. I guess they like PP being on some very active heroes. We've seen in the Monkey King now, both game 1 and game 2, he plays really active with it. Ember Spirit, potentially can be that hero. Of course, can be a little bit vulnerable into Night Stalker pre-BKB, so we're going to see how good of a game Night Stalker actually has. And now, with the second phase occurring, we're going to see once again the Venomancer and another really strong support in the Hoodwink as well for Boom.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink Night Stalker lane going to be pretty terrifying to play against. It's very, very strong. Veno, not many heroes are great for Veno either. Like you want to really play that Darkseer, right? So maybe this is a moment where we're starting to see the side effects of it being banned out this early on, because you don't have too many abilities to disengage the Gale. Of course, you could go options like the Legion Commander, but it's been nerfed so much that it went from being a hero that you would just first pick overall when it first came out in this patch to, yeah, it's received a couple nerfs too many that we don't even really want to pick it. And Weaver was banned in the first game at least, and I think the second game too in the first phase. Yeah, so it is going to get through the pool. Definitely not good for Night Stalker, but I don't think they care too much about that right now, as they want to get this Weaver against the Venomancer in the laning stage. Obviously, having that Sakuchi against the Gale is going to be invaluable, and most likely they'll end up. Well, if you want, you could pick your carry now, because you see Night Stalker most likely is going to be the offlaner. But a lot of these carry players would rather have last pick. That way you can get like that perfect Lifestealer or, Ursa game that we've been seeing even these trolls later picked. So they're going to go with just picking their offlaner right away. This one is actually, I didn't really think about it, but this hero hard counters Veno too. It's the facet for leg day. It makes it so you can't be slowed for the first like few seconds of sprint. So you get Galed and you just sprint away and it doesn't slow you. It's a very hard counter to the Venomancer. And of course, the Corrosive Haze is going to be very good against Night Stalker throughout the game too. They have a lot of ways of dealing with Night Stalker right now. Whereas the Silence is good versus Ember. Ember is also very good at throwing, slight chains on Night Stalker if he's sitting in the trees. You got bugs that can scout him out. And of course, the Corrosive Haze. Having vision on Night Stalker is kind of key when you play against this hero. So when he turns on his ult, can't just fly in the trees and be very annoying.
Well, we saw a very goddamn quick pick from Boom with the troll at the 18. So obviously, because he's filling himself with that previous game, and a troll into Slaughter is the big one. Troll into any mobile heroes, the Ember Spirit. If you get one stun, they're locked into place. You are not escaping. So, let's see. This is a very strong lane. Veno Troll, we just saw it. I imagine it's going to be exactly the same in this upcoming game. So Bakaz is going to be pretty happy with this. And now we're going to see, there's some flex for Infinity. Of course, the Weaver, whether it be the 4 or the 1. Are we looking for a different carry matchup here for Lumiere to play in this final game?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple options that look really good for him in this situation. I think one of them is going to be if he can get his hands on a Wind Ranger. That hero looks incredibly good against what I'm looking at here, especially the troll. Like, you just focus fire him down. He does not enjoy that. I mean, Weaver as a carry is pretty good against Troll as well if you want to overlook the Night Stalker situation here, but you could just buy a Pike and kind of deal with it. So they could potentially just shift that to a carry if they really want to. Most likely not going to be the case though. And then Razor is another hero that could be pretty good for them as well. You are playing against Veno, which is slightly annoying, but you're going to win your lane versus Night Stalker most likely. And all you have to do is link the Troll in the fights, and you have a lot of minus armor on your team for a strategy as well.
And a lot of control too, like the Slardar, Crush, the Ember Spirit, Constant Chains, like you're saying. So maybe Razor's not going to be kited as easily inside some of the team fights. Could be an interesting avenue for Infinity go down. We're going to see Boom's hero first, though, so we are still looking for our mid lane hero for Dark Margot.
Yeah, I mean, against the Ember, and I think it's just so funny that Huskar is so unplayable. You can't even pick it into Ember anymore. They've really did a number to that hero.
Storm there?
I mean, historically, Ember is pretty good versus Storm, so I don't know if they want to go that route. Dragonite? Oh, it's banned. Okay. They banned the Timber. I don't know what the New Age Ember counters are. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Let me do a quick research here. Let's see what heroes are succeeding in the mid lane. It says SF, of course, Broodmother, Arc Warden. Storm is actually doing pretty well. TA Puck, for some reason. Meepo. I don't know if they're going to play Meepo. Monkey King, and DK. Those are some of the popular ones.
They went the Zeus route. So back into the Zeus for Margot.
10 seconds remaining.
Seems good too. I don't think it really destroys Ember, but just a strong Dota hero in general. Like, you can kind of remove his abilities since you have so much nuke damage. You can get away. Yeah, I don't hate it. And it's going to help a lot with the side lanes too. Like, Venomancer is going to do what Venomancer does, get everyone low HP, and then Zeus ult is going to mop them up. So good synergy there.
See what the last pick is for Infinity. Again, they have some flex if they want to put the Weaver as a 4, if they want to go for the carry. Seeing the Zeus, do any more options come up for you for the Lumiere hero?
I don't know if you can really think about it too much, because there's not a lot of heroes that are just good for Zeus as a carry. You just have to eventually get on top of them with your lineup. So, I mean, it's the same ones. Wind Ranger, Razor look pretty good. Yeah, those are the big ones for me. Not sure if there's anything else. I mean, if you really want to, like, if you're care about the Night Stalker. No, I was thinking like some of these other heroes, they're kind of banned already. Sven is a forbidden hero, especially versus Troll. You don't have a lot of options. That's pretty much what we're getting at with this one. But I'd love to see Wind Ranger or Troll, but that's a forbidden hero.
That is. So, if anyone wasn't here, Fear won a bit of rant yesterday, but he asked you. He said the worst ability in Dota, being Blur, and so we're gonna see it put to the test here for Lumiere with the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, I mean, Troll has historically been a hard counter to Phantom Assassin too. One of those heroes that doesn't mind building MKB. You can't really burst them very easily unless you're playing the Revenant's Brooch Rapier patch, which thank God that was nerfed to oblivion. Can't do that anymore. So Troll is a very difficult matchup for you. And all right, prove me wrong. PA is like bottom 10 heroes in Dota right now.
So
I truly think this hero is like one of the worst heroes in Dota.
See, how do I look up the win rate? Phantom.
I'll find it for you right now. Okay, so this hero's win rate as a carry is 47%. No, right. not great. Definitely not. Better than I expected, though, to be honest with you.
Is there what talent did he actually go for? Let's see, win game yet?
The facet or
facet? Yeah, not talent.
He got the veiled one, which I think is like just the old PA and not the new one.
So yeah, it looks like it's just the old Blur. Is this the one that you when you are playing this forbidden hero called the Phantom Assassin, are you going for the veiled one, or is it the methodical coup de grace one? Or you don't know?
Areas I don't play Forbidden Heroes.
Okay.
Like, there's a reason why they're forbidden. No, I actually
we're not even. We did.
I haven't played this hero in once yet. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't wanted to lose him more.
Maybe it's secret tech, man.
I mean, I'm glad he picked it because now I get to see someone actually play it. But as far as I'm concerned, this hero didn't get any buffs, right? And it already was not in a good spot. So, I mean, PA is still PA. Like, this hero is really, really good. And the ultra late game, I don't really think so this game, but just in general, PA is good in late game. She didn't get any new cool abilities. Basically just took the blur and put it on an innate ability. And they just removed it from blur entirely. So now you just have this empty shell of a spell called blur, which just makes you vanish. It's like a smoke of deceit. Press E, you get smoke of deceit. Before it, you got evasion on top of the smoke of deceit, so that was actually pretty good. But I mean, she didn't really lose anything, I guess, for it. It just makes that ability very low value. Probably not even going to skill it until you have at least Dagger and Phantom Strike fully leveled up.
What is this Coup de Grace as well? Why did they change it?
Like the new one?
The chance of the deadly focusing. What is this? Because there's some like debuff or something. I mean, I haven't seen PA in a while.
Oh, I mean, it's like you get a buff to crit on your next hit. It doesn't just crit automatically. That is the deadly focus. So, and he has a 17% chance to get an icon that shows over his head, which will indicate that your next attack will be a crit. And it was kind of a nerf to the fact that you could just throw a dagger at a support and one-shot him with a lucky crit. Can't really do that anymore. Instead, your dagger gives you a charge, and then your next dagger or your jump in will have a crit.
Well, let's see. A lot of questions about the Phantom Assassin. They have a lot of minus armor, which is one thing. So, we're expecting a Desolator from Lumiere. You got the bugs, you got the corrosive haze. Maybe these heroes are going to fall. I mean, we're going to have to see how the armor is going to stack up for the boys on Boom, but maybe there's some crazy, physical damage burst potential, but they need to get to that stage so importantly from Infinity. And last game, they didn't even get close. Boom just blew them out of the water early on.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely didn't. And this laning stage, I mean, for sure, it's going to be a free laning stage for the Night Stalker. You're not going to stop him here. But I think you're pretty happy as a PA if you also don't get bullied. And they're trying to go into Matthew here. Level 2 on Sacred. Have to be a little bit careful here. This Night Stalker does own the nighttime with the amount of regeneration. But so far, PA is doing really well in the CS department. Not really missing any of the CS here. Venno, though. The miss chance will keep him alive.
I was trying to turn on to Genny, leading onto the Weaver, another round of the crush, so Car's not able to continue to chase the bug. Feels like side lane should have a lot of action. Definitely top, without a doubt, top lane. Your bottom of the Night Stalker and the Hoodwink, your potential for the Crystal Maiden and the Phantom Assassin, so... And we'll see how this mid lane goes. Margot once again on the hero they've had a lot of success on in the previous game. Start off. Going to be able to get the first blood because there we go. Speaking about kills, and now Gannick has the bugs to work with. This is going to be a secondary kill inside the lane. Tiger's going to be chased down, and we'll see what Gannick wants to go with all the gold that he just picked up. A double kill that would be an instant earn for the Weaver.
Just a full earn, just like that, with another blood grenade. So that Weaver almost died of first blood. Salved up, I imagine, and then just going to get a Lotus too. Great start for this top lane here, as I would have not really expected. Well, in a little bit, right? Because like Starter does have leg day, but he didn't even skill it yet. So if you do kill him, he is going to for sure just run away, and there's nothing you can do about it. But as for now, they might have a small window here where they can potentially abuse the Starter for not having a point to sprint yet. But he's saving his point. He's thinking about it. If he gets scaled, he'll go ahead and skill it up, as he does have the Facet, Leg Day. Slaughter has slow resistance and even more movement speed at the beginning of Guardian. So he is definitely going to be speeding away from Venno. And Gale will come out now.
Bottom lane, got it. Frostbite at the last second, but it's not going to matter. Tries to salve up, but it's not happening. Sacred's going to chase you down. Even without the boots, his hero still moving faster than nighttime. And now Lumiere, another round of the bushwhack, cuts down the tree, but it can just play around, of course, with the acorn shot. Lumiere, double kill. Both supports, position fours, love and life. Matthew gets 2 kills. The boys on boom.
That was beautiful, actually. Did Night Stalker plant down?
Actually,
Or was
maybe,
that Matthew? Either Matthew, they planted down a branch to hit that bushwhack. Love to see the high individual skill plays here. I don't know if Sacred placed it or Matthew. One of them did. I think it was actually probably Matthew who ended up doing it, because he has no more branches in his inventory.
Mid lane, they are kind of waiting for an opportunity onto Dark Mark. I don't know if they know the Weaver. I mean, he hasn't showed top for a while. And they're going to go. Chains along with the bugs. The TP will come through, but man, the damage. 3 points in sight with a little bit of minus armor. And Genic will TP back to base. Tiger's going to be lacking the damage.
And we're starting to see why this Weaver is banned in every game so far. It's on a tear.
Chased down.
Arctic is down, but PA's trying her best
Tickling
to do
Matthew.
something. An A for effort there from the Phantom Assassin.
Dire's
As
middle tower is under attack.
and evasion helps.
They're not done. He actually jumps over to Matthew. Okay, this is a big rotation for Ember. He's actually lacking a little bit of mana, but it turns to Day. Once for Sacred, is going to lose his power. Remnant up with the jump over. He's not going to continue going, actually. Chains was about to be off cooldown, but a little bit hesitant there is PP. So might get a refill of the bottle, though. He's able to at least keep Lumiere alive.
Definitely helps a little bit here. I mean, they did first blood because, but he is still crushing this top lane. It's just like one of those whoopsie deaths, right? Didn't really slow his farm down whatsoever, as he is crushing Slardar in the CS department. A lot of that does have to do with the fact that Genic was like, peace, I'm going to start roaming on other lanes. Maybe it was because of the last game we saw where Dark Mago just went ham on the Zeus, and they just want to make sure that he does not have the same type of performance as he did in our last game.
It is going to help for Margo.
Yeah, Arcano is going to struggle again, though. Is that a concern? I feel like if last game was any indication, yes, it is a concern, but he's having an equally bad start to this game number 3.
See what they're going to be able to do to get him online. Potential rotations out of PP.
You know, I
Maybe they could look for...
don't understand. Like, what people's like people's like ideology of what boots to get. Like Pakaz's last game, he bought phase boots, right? And this game he's playing versus like a Slardar, Weaver, a minus armor, and he goes treads.
Hang on. If anyone's gonna know, I feel like you should be giving me some of the answers here. A TI carry winner, carry player. Well,
I mean,
give me something. Like, what?
I'm trying to figure it out. Like, wouldn't this be a better phase boot game than last game? But he doesn't want to go for it, so it's interesting. That's for sure. I wonder what his rationale is. I personally can't give it to you. I mean, I'm stumped. I'm stumped.
What is your rationale on the phase boots over treads game? I know it's kind of situational, depending on like heroes, etc., and you're not seeing what those heroes are. But like, if you can give,
I mean, a lot of it is if you need the armor, right? If you need armor, phase boots is always going to be better because yeah, treads don't give you armor. And generally speaking, for power treads, I like it more if I'm being greedy and I kind of want to like farm, right? Because you do farm faster with treads. Because the attack speed with Battle Fury does feel nicer, which is why I thought last game he'd go treads as well too, right? I was like, oh, okay, he likes the phase boots. I'm sure it's like he has a reason for it. He wants to move a little bit faster, have armor, but in the next game where it seems like armor is even more important, this goes for the treads. So that's why I'm lost. As maybe we'll get the Weaver. That's a big kill.
Why does Acorn shot do so much goddamn damage? I'm just watching Matthew use 2 Acorn shots, like one we saw on camera there to get the kill. There was one used prior to do like half damage to him, and this ability with the fast is just so dumb. What am I looking at? This hero's already so stupid previously.
Yeah, I mean, they found a new way to make this hero stupid. You know what I mean? It's like before you just had all this evasion, you couldn't be hit. But now you have this random tree bounce that is just reliable, right? And Tiger will end up going down. And I think that's why we're seeing these hoodwinks. They already were dominating lanes before, but this hero, I dare say, is even stronger in lane than it used to be. And that's kind of like been its like big issue with the hero. It's like too strong in the laning stage. It'll get balanced out eventually, but I don't know how you balance that, because like you just have to bounce the damage, I guess, on Acorn Shot if you want to mess with it. But the moment you make this hero bad in lane, it's just a trash hero. So it's a very touchy subject. It's also why Pango's been good for like 70 years. There is no way to actually make that hero bounced.
And that's kind of the discussion a lot of people have had, right, with heroes just toolkit overall. Like Io has such a unique toolkit, right, where how the hell do you balance that hero? And it's just like some of the numbers, if they're tweaked slightly, is just busted.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that's either first pick OP or just trash. Just kind of how it works.
Radiant are scanning.
Sacred's going phylactery, very interesting. Gonna rotate as well, so nighttime back up and looking to get him active. Had a bit of a passive 5 minutes, but he was just farming along with Lumiere. Everyone's kind of just been farming recently. Haven't seen any rotations. Bakaz is loving life, almost Battle Fury. You know, PP made some movements early on, but he's not really doing anything. I'm just watching Gardic farm a stack neutral camp by himself. Like, it's just a very slow game now.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's definitely nice for some of the heroes. So, like, PA wants to play a slow game. And you can see, like, I agree with the PA's build this game, too. Just the no boots in the Battle Fury. Just kind of how the hero functions. Like, you're just so desperate to get to the late game that you just forego things like boots to help you get there. Because you're not going to pressure your lane anyway. You might as well. Just get in there and do some damage. And this Weaver, he's going to try to get out, but you can't escape the Thunder God's Wrath. That is just too strong. And we're starting to see like some of the issues with the Weaver. I think it was counterpicked very nicely here. I guess it wasn't even counterpicked. They picked it into the Night Stalker. But this is the issue of playing it into Night Stalker. Getting stuck into that silence really hurts you. And that last big Zeus was just going to clean you up right before you can get that time lapse off. Even though he doesn't have it quite yet. Only level 5. Wow, he's actually level 5. I'm really surprised by that. Like, after how good he was doing in that early game, it's 11.5 minutes in the game here, and he just hit level 5.
I wonder if he's kind of kicking himself for some of the rotations he was making, because he left top lane very early. Matthew, speaking of the Weaver, almost getting blown up there. Luckily enough, Dark Michael wasn't close enough to get that damage required to bring him down in the end. But yeah, I wonder if Genic is kind of kicking himself, because I don't know if that's a lane you could have continued to play after the double kill, but they didn't really look to continue trying to put the pressure on against the Troll. They kind of just, they sacrificed and they were just like, okay, I'm in Slaughter versus Troll, what can we do? It's a winning matchup for Troll, we're not even going to try.
Yeah, but that's not even true. We just saw this matchup in the last series, right? And the Slaughter, like, out-farmed the Troll. So I'm with you on this one. I think Ginnic's rotation, great, you killed the Zeus, but maybe you just had to come back top and help the Slaughter after that one, because not only did it hurt your game, but it's also hurting the Slaughter's game. And more importantly, you had like a fresh urn. Potentially, you could have been pressuring this Troll, who at this point, you're not pressuring. Pakaz is on route for just the same type of game that he had in game number 2 there with this Troll. Absolute free farm from the laning stage, some 12-minute Battle Fury plus upgraded boots. Man's a monster. And like, yeah, maybe you killed the Zeus once mid, but it doesn't look like he was affected too much by this rotation. He's second in net worth still.
I'm going to try and smoke Arcano with the blink just completed. Connect with PP. Zeus would be a big pickup, but Margot's actually already starting to move back. The scan is 5 seconds a little bit too late, unfortunately for them. So by the looks of it, probably going to get no one, and maybe they're going to be forced to swing back up the top and go for Tiger. And they kind of have to kill him now, because if you keep letting this Venomancer get some levels and items, soon it's going to be difficult. 3 points in Plague Ward. You know, if you can get the ultimate off him with the Thunder God's Wrath, you might lose 1 or 2 heroes on a dive deep under the tower for him. So
yeah, I mean,
it's like he will go down.
Does he want to throw his ultimate? That's the question. And he'll hold it. I think for good reason. I think he just throws it out there. It is like a longer cooldown nowadays, 100 seconds. So don't want to just be
Are doing
wasting
their own
that one.
play. Sacred with the phylactery completed. Matthew's sharpshooter as well. But importantly, the power rune's up in a couple seconds too that they want to try and take a fight over. Radiant have the numbers advantage. Illusion rune's going to spawn down bottom, so it looks like no brawl will occur. We'll see if they're still going to try and force the issue on Boom with it being nighttime, so for, I believe, a minute.
I mean, Lemire is having quite a good PA game so far. He is up to Battle Fury treads. He's actually keeping up with the troll, which is really good. And this is kind of like one of the worries I have with PA, generally speaking, is that sometimes it just takes you too long to come online, and they're going to smoke from right now. But it looks like he will dodge a bullet here, as he already cleared all these camps, but they're going to wrap around. Found Genic. Time lapse.
The team won't. Jeez, Weaver's gone. Crystal Maiden as well. Both supports incredibly squishy. So the rotation from Boom ideally would have liked the kill into the Phantom Assassin farming the triangle, but PA's not there. So they get the next best thing, defending that top tower with 2 kills. And they're actually going to go through the portal. Lumiere is showing with this really deep observer ward inside the jungle. Let's see if he's going to farm to the right or the left. And it looks like Lumiere will dodge another gank.
Yeah. And just to clarify on the worst skill in the game being Blur, that really mainly only applied to the other facet choice. Because at least when you have this facet on the Veiled one, you can attack while blurred, which helps you farm. But
Jump in mid lane, Margot.
Yeah,
It's a big
he's
pickoff. They're going to be able to
out.
get the Zeus, but I missed the chains potentially, and then Dark Margot's able to leap away. Now with your reaction, Boom. Not going to be able to find any kills in return. I think it was Illusion that actually urged him out, I believe.
Lemire he's going to get caught here. What are you doing there, buddy?
Whoa, Lemire. I mean, you were saying we're keeping up with Bakaz, but Bakaz now gets a big injection of gold, and he's now all of a sudden almost 2,000 ahead of the Phantom Assassin.
That was a really big kill. Like, I'm not sure what his plan was there. I thought he was expecting the team to dive, and he would come clean up from behind, and then he just found himself a little too deep behind enemy territory, and that's not what you want to do. Your Battle Fury farming carry just goes and feeds the enemy Battle Fury farming carry. A little bit of a tongue twister there. And Venomancer is going to use the Noxious Gale for that one. Maybe Dark Mago can clean up.
Oh,
That's
maybe
the fastest.
Margot's there. He might kill them both.
No ultimate, but
He's
he's
gonna be-
gonna get one.
Hang on, they're taking
Or
him
is
in the
he?
air.
Is he?
He's going to be able to.
And his
Never
turn.
mind, he's fine.
So there is a play here. He spams his ultimate in 5 seconds.
Bottom lane, Sacred.
He's gonna do it actually. He might get a
Wait,
double.
Who's getting gone on? There's the
no.
ultimate out. Now Dark Margot's going to TP bottom. Arcano tried to go for the attempt onto Sacred. Sacred, is he going to be able to live with the bugs? Ends up getting the kill, but still, I mean, Dark Margot rotating down, double fought the Zeus, and yeah, pretty happy with that. You'll take that trade any day of the week. Margot is thankful that the Night Stalker put himself in a position to be able to feast on the members of Infinity.
Yeah, getting that double kill definitely helps. And I just can't help feel so bad for Genic here. He's level 6, man. That's 17 minutes in the
man.
game. I saw him get a double kill, bring out an urn, grab a Lotus at 3 minutes in the game. I'm like, damn, this guy is going to snowball hard and become a problem. But he didn't. He did not become a problem. Instead, he fed. And that's got to be a problem, because like this is not an easy Weaver game if you are behind. You need that Force Staff, you need like some mules, you need protection. And Matthew, this could be a good kill. He's going to be gone.
It looks like with how low the tower is, they're going to be able to get it at least. Right?
Yeah, it's a good rotation for sure. Especially if they can convert this into a tower. But a level 14 Zeus is waiting nearby here. Gotta be a bit cautious here. I mean, I looked at Dark Mago's level, I was like, damn, he's pretty high level. But then the cause is the other beast, who's level 16 right now. And Lemire is the only one really keeping up in this game.
And how, like, I know you're saying this is Forbidden Hero, you're not a big fan of it. I guess you speak about that while Boomer going for Roche early on. If this is like, if Lumi is able to keep up in farm, how are the matchups? Can he actually get them over the line with a lot of minus armor that he's going to be working with, or is it still going to be pretty difficult if the PA's super high net worth?
Yeah, I mean, it's just PA gameplay. It really just comes down to it's kind of hard to play PA if your team isn't making anything happen, right? Because you're not a hero that ever wants to go in first. And when you play versus troll, you just can't go in first. Because if you commit on a troll and he has MKB and just presses R, you're just dead, right? So you got to keep spamming the daggers. Your team has to do the damage. And the only problem I have right now is like, who is going to get them low so Lumir can finish the job? Slardar, he's just full committal. He doesn't do any damage right now. Ember? This doesn't feel like a game where Ember's just going to start getting heroes super low. So, yeah, I definitely still favor Boom's draft a lot as this game is currently progressing. But I am impressed with Lumir and how well he's been doing so far. I think the biggest issue of this game right now for Infinity is the fact that this Weaver and Slardar, all you can think about is what they could have had, but
yeah,
just unable to get it. Genic.
Speaking of the Weaver, Genic
just
going to be killed off. His time lapse straight back into where Sacred currently was positioning. Looks like PP was even attempting to go for the kill into Tiger. Will secure a haste rune.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And more towers are going to continue to fall because taking the T1 top lane already has the MKB queued up as well for the troll to start to address the Phantom Assassin.
And that'll be the item.
Speaking of the Slaughter struggling, Sacred and Matthew to catch him out down bottom, and his game is continuing to go down the drain, trying to work towards the Eternal Shroud, but it's going to take some time now with these deaths.
And even if he gets there, sure, it'll help, but you're not in like one of those situations where that Eternal Shroud is even going to make you feel unkillable. There's just too many items accumulating on the side of Boom. And this troll feels like he can walk just about anywhere. Matthew and Sacred, they want a free Genic.
Venturing in, but
they got one.
They'll get a free Genic. I thought maybe there was a fight to be had, but I guess they don't see anyone else on Boom, so maybe concerned that there's extra heroes going on this aggressive venture.
They didn't even want him, and Matthew's stuck, by the way. He sharpshooted into a part of the map he can't get out, so he's gonna have to TP out. But they didn't even want Genic. They wanted the PL, but like, this Weaver, man, he just can't catch a break this game. Things just go from bad to worse for a boy Genic over here. Tier 2.
He's almost
down.
Still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They have plenty of time. This lead is ever so slowly climbing.
Mid lane, they might try and make something happen here.
Oh, you know, they're playing behind Genic.
Genic.
Okay, they've let bait the Weaver. You know, they're always going to look to jump him, so just put him in the middle and wait for a fight to break out on him.
I mean, honestly, brilliant. It would have been a lot better if PA didn't have to use BKB there, but better safe than sorry. Didn't expect him to be there, but yeah. I mean, Genic has a Gloves of Haste queued up. I wonder if that's a... I'm gonna buy
had
Midas.
the Maelstrom queued up just before.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we're thinking about a recovery Midas or not, but yeah, probably. Probably just going for that Gleipnir. But realizing for now, he needs to go ahead and just get a Force Staff to be able to survive the Night Stalker silence. But I wouldn't be opposed to recovery Midas either.
Oh, you all right. Well, that's a long road for Genic.
Yeah. He won't be going it though, unfortunately.
It's like they're gonna start to position their forces down bottom here for Boom. A minute still left on the Aegis. Tiger will get all the wards set up, and we'll see if there's a response from Infinity, if they even want to consider about taking a fight. I believe this is Desolator completed for Lumir, but this is something that they're not even going to look to defend. MKB now.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to be careful at this point in the game for Pakaz if you're PA. And this is where I just think this PA pick was a little bit insane. It's even doing better than I expected. but I still don't see the avenue where you're gonna outcarry Troll. Like, you had several options and where you could pick a hero like Wind Ranger or Razor that has a very straightforward path to beating Troll. Where PA's path to beating Troll is hella complicated. But either way, this is what they got, and they gotta find a way to make it work.
Yeah, no more lives now. No. Infinity, you are down 8,000. Elimination, the border exiting the qualifiers is getting closer and closer. His net worth lead is growing 8,000. Importantly, because is continuing to rocket up farm. MKB was just completed, already 2,200 gold in the bank towards Satanic. This guy is going completely uncontested. I mean, he's a monster this game. So many losses.
Yeah, he's definitely getting up there. And I think the moment he gets to Satanic, not sure how you kill him.
Top lane, Lumiere. Short inside the lane. What is the damage with the two supports?
He just died at
They're not
two
even
subs.
cores. He's gone. And there wasn't even the Thunder Gods. And he popped BKB importantly as well. Wow, that's got to be a concern. If they can do that to a Phantom Assassin, what else can the cores do when they're taking a fight?
Well, he chose to pick the Forbidden Hero, and he's paying the iron price right now for doing so. If he can't beat the two subs, how's he going to beat the raid boss? Because
yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
kill gives some gold for the gem on Tiger, and looks like with this, and it's going to help them be able to control the map. Importantly, get next Roche and start to continue to walk down some objectives.
I gotta check, like, see if Lumiere has played this in his pubs or not, or if this just came out of.
Just random last pick.
I mean, he just doesn't have any pubs on record. Alright. I don't know. That might be why. He just doesn't know. Not playing the game. That'll happen.
Let's see, smoke up, Infinity. You're smoking with... okay, never mind. BKB is up in 10 seconds. It was still in cooldown for a little bit longer. They have not been able to find a big kill in quite some time. Maybe Dark Margot, though. PP showing inside the lane. Nice scan. Again, boom. These are back-to-back games. Their reads across the map have been really, really solid. No one, by the looks of it, is going to get caught from the smoke. I say no one. Looks like Matthew's smoke's going to pop. Top the hoodwink. It's a little bit messy of initiation though. No one else is there to help with the damage output over to the south.
Oh, welcome to PA versus
BKB
Troll.
from Lumiere, and once Bakaz is able to lock onto him, just gets the Phantom Strike away at the last second, but it's not going to matter in the end. Lumiere's BKB is over, and as a result, he is gone. PP, where are you going? Over to the left, looking for the last little bit of damage they need onto Sacred, but that is not going to happen, and now you are stuck in enemy's territory, and you are not making it out.
Like, isn't that fundamentally a problem where your last pick hero, when you see Troll, instead of being able to just go on him, you have to immediately just run? I mean, I do understand Troll's a hero that you typically need to kite out, but they have no ways of doing anything to Bakaz's team. Not a single one of their heroes does anything. And I think Bakaz knows that, and it's time for him to just start hitting buildings.
He's like, yeah, frostbite me, bro. Cool. What are you doing?
Do it again. He popped Satanic too.
Another Satanic. And he voice lines. He's like, yeah, come on, dude. All right. Cool.
Cool story, bro, indeed. And I think you just go Roche, right? Like, Roche is up. Might as well just get another Aegis. And then from there, you can debate on what you want to do. There's like no rush in this game. Like, you're playing for Zeus Night Stalker, you own this whole map. Troll can farm as much as you want, but at the same time, I feel like this is definitely one of those games. If you look at the high ground defense potential, compare that to game one. You're playing versus like a Tiny, you're playing versus a Pudge, all these like heroes that are really annoying to go high ground against. You got none of that on an Infinity. None of these heroes, except for maybe Ember, are annoying to go high ground against. You have a much easier path this type of game if they do want to try and close this one out slightly earlier. But Roche will be on the menu. I don't know what you can do if you're Infinity to even think about contesting this one, so it's probably dead in the water here.
Means Ages along with the banner is going to go Boom's way. Easy go high ground. They're even actually smoked, maybe trying to see whether they're going to get Genic inside the lane or anticipating that Infinity were trying to force a Hail Mary fight. There will be no fight had, so yeah, everything goes the way of Boom. They're going to go through the portal. God, Lumiere is still farming in the area. Yeah, he's going to jump in the lane. They ping it. Lumiere. Oh, Nimbus as well. Thunder Gods. He can BKB TP. See if he even needs to use the BKB.
He does need to use his TP though, quickly. He's not using it. But I think they just... It's like the double mind games. Like, they for sure thought I TP'd out, right? And like, haha, I will stay. They'll just let her go. And then I think they just have their sights set on just the barracks, I guess. Maybe mid lane. Not entirely sure. I mean, I think both of them are good options. So whatever they want to choose to do. Take it on Zeus. Get that spell in. Right. There we go. I think the play should be gather the troops, go top lane. There is no tower, and you just sit behind Bahaz. Spam spells. If the CM wants to use abilities on you, they should die pretty easily, but a lot of respect's being had here. Lots and lots of respect.
Lumia is still sticking around top. It is being pretty frustrating, cutting away, but they're going to have mid pushed in shortly. Saw some creeps actually did slip through top, and anyway, no backdoor is kicked in. A full set of barracks without a defense. No, they haven't come back. Genic is, he didn't go for that catch-up Midas, but he's still trying to farm towards the items, and Arcano's inching closer to the BKB, but still one full component away. Importantly,
base, so you're losing your base.
Yeah.
At some point, you will have to come back for this. It might not have to be now or in the next 10 seconds, but maybe within the next 20 seconds. You don't show up.
I took a tip it away. I think they got.
Oh, they found PA.
Gardic in the river.
They didn't find PA now.
Actually, another fight is breaking on. They're onto the Venom. So the Slardar. So because a couple of heroes gone. I mean, what's on the right side actually? Lumiere. I mean, there's multiple fights. Lumiere is trying to do it all by himself. I mean, Genic's here. Maybe can Phantom Strike to the Weaver to get down to the low ground. Needs a target because now he's kind of stuck. And because it's going to try and close the distance and should be able to do so. Lumiere stuck on the low ground. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Genic scurries away. Some messy stuff going on in the map. You know, two fights. East and west side. But it looks like in the end, you know, Boom lose a couple. But it's not going to matter. Age is still in the hands of Bakaz. He can walk it down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, PA... that's honestly best case scenario for Infinity, I think. Because you don't want to put this PA anywhere near this troll. So they ended up using the PA to end up killing the Zeus, which is good. But you gotta defend your barracks here.
Defend
This
here
is a
as
little
well.
deep for Cause. I'm not sure about this one. But maybe it's fine. All his spells are on cooldown. His ultimate is coming up just now. And at the end of the day, you just did not have an answer for this Because troll. He is just the king of the game. Your only choice now is if they run into your fountain and die. You need the assistance from a higher power. And Because is just throning. He's ignoring this, and he's trying to throw them.
I mean, everyone's dying, dude. People's just killing everyone else. And Because is like, guys, dude, just let me do it, man. I can end this game. I can do it by myself, I suppose. Tiger almost blows up Genic there with the Thunder God's Wrath. Genic is still going in, but I don't know. Genic, hang on. Once the troll's onto you.
Ambitious, to say the least there. But they will have Aegis expiring in about 40 seconds here. I don't know. It feels like Because and Boom are playing two different games. Like, Because, he's just trying to do the objectives. His team, they want to have fun, you know? Come on, bro. Like, let's hit some heroes. Stop hitting buildings.
Paul's got somewhere to be. It's like, let's just win this, go next round, reset for tomorrow, and chill for the rest of the night. He wants to set his eyes, set his target on the following round. You know, with this team, let's get Infinity out. See who the next opponent's gonna be.
I'm gonna have to ult this. Thinking about it. Oh, he used a little bit of the regeneration. Okay, from the Aegis to do that. That was cute. Kind of zoned out, to be honest with you, that he still had the Aegis. 6th game of the day, Bones, you know.
Yeah, I mean, 23,000 net worth lead. It's. I think Picard's kind of zoned out too, like you're saying before. It's like an autopilot with the Sages. Actually going Disperser at the Scepter queued up, which I imagine would just Eden.
It's really good this game.
Okay.
Wait, did he go for the Scepter or he's going Disperser? I mean, I think the Scepter might be better, but Disperser also does the job. He just wants to build more Dispels, right? Because he needs to get these chains off him. He needs to get these Gleipners, Frostbites. That's like his only issue this game. And he already has 2 ways of doing it, so whatever gives him a 3rd way.
Oh, PP. Silence out the force of BKB, and this means PP now for 90 seconds is very vulnerable to any fight.
I wonder if you're confident enough to... Do we have the Roshan's banner? Has this been placed?
It's been placed, yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it. It's gone then. And kill the huts. I guess they're not really huts anymore. They're just called buildings. That's a Dota 1 terminology. Holy.
Here we go.
Really far back in time. This is your last fight.
They do Infinity. Anything left. I mean, Throne exposed. It needs to be good. Because just goes for the objectives. Pretty quickly. Thunder God's going to give them information. Eyes on Lumi. If the Phantom Sacked looking for the backstab. And with the Nullify freshly completed, trying to blow up Dark Market, but it's just not enough. And now the Troll is on you, and you are not getting out. He's got no buyback. It was a Hail Mary play for the commitment of that last item, but Infinity, they will be out 14, knocked out of the South American closed qualifiers in the road to TI. Boom. Star-studded roster in South America. They will continue on. They're going to see another day, make it into the 2nd round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, probably had a lot of their fans scared after game number 1, after that shaky open wall qualifier run too, but they pulled it together on the back of a Cause Troll 2 games in a row, really delivered super well on this one. So glad to see Because still at it, still having some good performances. Even the game where he was Pudge, he's played really well there. It was just a bit of an outdraft. And I would say in this game number 3, it was also a bit of an outdraft here, of equal proportions perhaps. And I think it's kind of impressive that how well Boom did in game 1, even though the outdraft was pretty strong. You can see the difference when Boom outdrafts an opponent, how much easier they make the games look. There's very few mistakes going on in these games. And I think whenever we see a lineup with Because on it, we have a lot of expectations for him to be like one of those carry players that delivers a lot. As I mentioned before, it wasn't too long ago where a lot of people are whispering, is this guy the best carry in the world? When he was playing on a bit with his time with like EG, he had a lot of really good performances. And looks like he still has some good showings in these games as well too. So well played to them on this one. But I think for me, and if you are Affinity, you can talk about this game if you want. It really depends on what I hope they stick together, because this is a team that does have a lot of potential. And I think Ginnick, a little bit of an unfortunate mistakes to leave the Slaughter by himself here and make some rotations after having such a good start. It felt so promising. I was like, well, this Weaver, he's going to do it. He's going to pick this hero that's been banned. He's going to make it look OP. But unfortunately, just like fell flat so quickly. And I don't even want to get started on the PA pick, but it just wasn't it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lumia tries for the forbidden hero, as Fia says. And unfortunately, this is why this hero is forbidden. And hopefully we're not going to see it again. Maybe we do, and if we do, hopefully it has a little bit more success. But unfortunately for Infinity, they go for the play, and it is not enough for them to get over the finish line. So yeah, they're going to be the 4th team eliminated in today as well. So we are done. That is 4 series, 4 teams gone. Boom, able to survive. And I wonder who the standout player goes. So it felt like everyone had a pretty solid performance overall. And
It's got to be the troll, right? But everyone did do their part. But when you're that one hero that can walk on the map and nobody can touch you, I feel like that's a little much, just a little bit much. But there was a lot of like arguments on who it could be. I think they all played incredibly well. Like, look at the score lines, like Dark Mago 7-2, got a 7-3 on Sacred. I mean, even the supports Matthew with a nice 5-3. But it looks like we'll just go ahead and give it to Pakaz, just a good old fashioned 1v9 carry troll performance here, and I think it's very much so warranted.
Yep, without a doubt. So let's see the results for today overall, and what's the position we are now put in. We started early on with a quick 2-0 fantasy getting knocked out, then no ping. We were able to get a 2-0, and then we had some first game 3s of the qualifiers. Fusion be able to make it off the back of some pretty solid drafts, which is definitely seems like their biggest attribute so far. And then of course the most recent series. Now we have an updated bracket, and importantly what the upper bracket is looking like as well. So we've got some big names up there going to be battling it out. Midas Club, Beast Coast, Heroic, Leviathan, and then down bottom, Q's Esports, No Ping, Fusion up against Boone. So there are 8 teams that remain. We might even get the schedule for tomorrow, and we do. So we're going to be starting with the upper bracket. So that'll be at least a team moving on and putting themselves in the upper bracket finals, which importantly is that first qualification spot. So for some of those teams, all you need to win is 2 more series. And then the last 2 series, again, will be lower brackets. So we'll see 2 teams eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, these games all look really good. I'm very excited for the upper bracket games because, as mentioned before, these teams in the upper bracket all 2-0'd their first round, right? And it was like in style. So seeing the teams that are just dominating play against another team that's dominating, who truly are the best teams of this region currently on this patch, we'll have to wait and find out tomorrow, but I'm very excited to watch it.
Yeah, very excited indeed. And hopefully, we saw earlier today was a little bit more one-sided, but we're starting to see the competitive Dota come through with the remaining teams, and that will continue to be the case, like you're saying, with the upper bracket and really hopefully the lower bracket. So far, we've seen some good Dota towards the second half of the day, and hopefully that is going to continue in South America. We are done though. Day 2 is now complete. Tomorrow we're going to be starting again at the exact same time. So if you want more action here for South America, make sure you come back. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more South American close call for actions for TI13.